The story begins with the image of a girl running away. The wind whispers in her ear. The embrace of protection. Just hearing the title, we can see the maturity from the reviews for this masterpiece. It's truly a garbage summary. Close behind her is a carriage. The moment she hears the sound and turns around, the horse pulling the carriage suddenly raises its front hooves, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Everything around her, including her husband, is a mess. Someone steps down, then a sword points at Selena. A voice rings out, "Lady Valentina, I'm afraid you must stop running, including your half-sister's knight." Facing Van High, Selena trembles and says, "Please, I don't want to go back there." Van High advises her in a low voice, "Don't rebel meaninglessly." Duke Valentina suddenly speaks up, "That's enough. I will discipline her." He steps out from behind Van High, a cunning smile spreading across his face. "Answer me, Selena. For a wife who doesn't want to bear me children, as a husband, how should I discipline her?" The words appear on the phone screen. "As a husband, how should I discipline her?" I shuddered when I saw the Grand Duke, unable to protest, take Selena onto the carriage. Realizing once again she had fallen into the Grand Duke's hands as she began to sob in front of him, Van High spoke with a casually indifferent expression. "It would be wiser if you didn't cause any more trouble for the Grand Duke and Lady Sannon. Don't you think so?" A girl holding the phone in her hand angrily curses. "Isn't this guy crazy?" Not only that, she also curses inwardly. I read this novel to relieve stress before the audition, but now I'm even more stressed. Her fingers begin to fly across the phone's virtual keyboard, typing out a review. I can't stand this mess. This terrible plot too. The male lead is such a jerk. I only bought this volume because it was part of the series. I regret it so much. She mutters to herself. I just wrote a review for the first book, but the scene suddenly shifts, pain shooting through her, causing her to cry out. "Ah!" Someone's voice rings out. "I will kill you, Selena." Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Selena's expression is dazed. She opens her eyes wide. My fate is to become Selena Crawford. At this moment, the shout rings out again. "Selena!" Sannon grabs her hair and yells in her face. "Selena, where do you think you're going, you crazy girl?" Selena cries out in pain, stammering, Wait. Sannon furiously says, "How dare you steal my invitation? You think you can attend the party, you stuttering idiot?" The person berating and tormenting Selena this whole time is the second daughter of the Crawford family, Sannon Barry. She pushes Selena painfully to the floor and orders, "Don't you dare attract attention. Stay in this room." After venting her anger with satisfaction, Sannon leaves with the words, "Look, this girl can't even listen. She looks like an idiot anyway." Benny rushes over with a panicked expression. She tears up in sympathy. "Oh, Miss Selena, how could someone treat this hair so badly? Does it hurt, miss?" Selena clenches her fists in anger. "I can't believe I got my hair pulled after entering this body. But that's not all. Anyway, this novel, it's all trash, isn't it?" In the novel, Selena lost both her parents, was abused since childhood, and was forced to marry an older man. She has to start an hourly marriage life with the male lead. Thinking of this, Selena quickly panicked. She screamed in her head, "Hourly, it's that hourly novel. Why did I fall into the plot of this terrible novel?" She held her head in frustration. Could this be the price for leaving a bad review? Thinking that, she started to run. She fumed. This is unacceptable. Who would want the female lead's messy life? Like this. Passing by a large mirror, she suddenly froze. Selena's heavenly beauty made her secretly flutter. How can she be so insanely beautiful? I've never seen anyone this beautiful, not even movie stars. So maybe this is the kind of beauty that everyone talks about? They call this the female lead's aura, right? She gazed at herself in the mirror, mesmerized. Then, she suddenly felt sorry for her past self in the modern world. I've been a side character for so long. Maybe it's because of her, but things can change for the better because she's the female lead. Thinking that, she turned to Penny and asked with a smile, "I'm really beautiful today, aren't I?" Penny seemed a little disbelieving. She covered her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling. "Miss!" Selena was bewildered. "What's wrong, Penny?" She whispered. "No, it's just..." Selena looked up at the ceiling and remembered. Oh, I think she stuttered in the story, didn't she? After her father's death and being tormented by her stepmother, Penny felt so happy that tears streamed down her face. She said with a sob, "Miss, could you try saying a few more words? Please." Selena looked at her worried demeanor and couldn't help but think. Seeing her act like this reminds me, the female lead's only friend, Penny. Although she's just a maid, Penny isn't easily bribed. The others just colluded to sell Selena to the male lead. Selena then recalled the details of the novel. Selena said fearfully, "Mother, I will marry. Her stepmother smiled with a cold look. "Be quiet. Do you know how much the Grand Duke paid to take you away? Be his pleasure. You must fulfill your responsibility." Thinking of this, Selena thought to to herself. Camellia, the stepmother, is as cruel as the male lead. Wait, so that means she's my stepmother now? Selena was so shocked that she fell onto the bed. Penny, seeing her strange behavior, panicked. Miss, are you all right? Selena gradually regained her composure. She looked at the maid and thought, Penny, she's overly worried about me. Of course she is. In the first scene, Selena took the money to buy poison to rest in peace. She planned to take the poison and commit suicide that night. But Penny switched the poison with sleeping pills. So, Selena quickly smiled. She reassured her, Penny, I'm completely fine. You switched my poison with something else, didn't you? Being discovered, Penny couldn't help but be frightened. Selena looked at her expectantly. Penny had to confess to her, I'm sorry, miss, but I had to. Your birth mother. I couldn't disappoint her, and I couldn't let you drink that. Hearing this, Selena felt a warmth spread through her. She softly called out, Penny. Selena started to clutch her head, swaying slightly. She said wearily, I drank the medicine you switched, and now my memories are all jumbled. Penny flinched. Confused, she said, what do you mean? I swear it was just a sleeping draft. Selena looked dazed, as if she truly had lost her memory. She asked, what was that invitation Santa mentioned? Penny quickly explained, it's an invitation to the Empress's birthday banquet, only for the eldest daughters, but Miss Sannon doesn't seem to like that. Selena gave a faint smile. The Empress's birthday banquet. According to the novel, at the age of 18, Selena attended her first royal banquet. It was the first time she met the male lead. Imprisonment, slurred speech, kidnapping. He was what made this novel trash. A comment that had infuriated her flashed through Selena's mind. I can't stand this male lead, especially the cursing. At this moment, she made up her mind that at all costs, I have to ignore him to avoid misfortune. This novel's male lead is truly a scumbag. Having thought this, she gently opened the window. Her voice was soft. Penny, prepare the carriage for me. I'm going to buy a dress for the banquet. Penny was genuinely surprised by her decision. Miss, you finally want to go out? Yes. Selena seemed to shine in the daylight. She said cheerfully, that's because I'm not the real Selena. Actually, I have to admit, I'm quite clever. Seeing her radiant like this, Penny happily ran off that I'll call for the carriage right away. Selena thought to herself, and I'll attend this banquet to avoid the male lead. Duke Valentina, a piece of trash. Van High Castard, the one who imprisoned and tortured Selena. I just need to avoid them, and from now on, I'll have my own way of living. After a satisfying shopping spree, Selena confidently walked out of the shop and told the staff member, please send the bill to the Countess tomorrow. The staff member, hearing this, happily replied, yes, Miss Crawford. People started gossiping and whispering around Selena. Did you hear that? He just called her Miss Crawford. Apparently, it's been 7 years since she's been out. So this is the beauty of the eldest daughter of the Crawford family. She looks like an angel. Even after Selena got into the carriage to return home, she was still pondering the compliments. Like an angel? Is this face the only weapon I have? Penny, seeing her lost in thought, asked with concern, Miss, is something bothering you? Selena, flustered, replied, oh, it's just I think like this I'll soon be abused and sold off to. The male lead. Thinking this, she quickly put on a cheerful smile. She thought how lucky she was to have Penny by her side. Penny, moved to tears by her words, exclaimed, oh, my miss. Selena asked, Penny, what are you holding? Penny quickly replied, it's the bill for the dress and accessories you bought earlier, Mississippi. The other thing is just a flyer. You don't need to worry about it. A new appointment with improvement from faith and social skills. Selena held the black paper and pondered, monastery. Then she remembered. The next morning, Benny's voice echoed from the hallway. Miss, wake up, please. Selena, still half asleep, mumbled, it's so early and already so noisy, Benny. Benny suddenly became tense. It's Miss, please don't be alarmed. The dress you bought yesterday. He trailed off, gesturing to the side. Selena saw that her dress was torn to shreds and utterly ruined. Horrified, she exclaimed, impossible. I chose it so carefully. How could this happen? Benny asserted. I bet Miss Sano made Emma do it. It must be revenge for not receiving an invitation to the party. Selena's mood mirrored the state of her dress, utterly devastated. No, this dress is a warning. The image of Sano sneering and pointing at her flashed in her mind. Today, I will definitely ruin this dress, and next, it will be you, Selena. That's what she said. Seeing Selena's spiraling despair, Benny quickly tried to comfort her. Please don't worry. When Master returns, things will get better. Hearing this, Selena felt no consolation, only a chilling indifference. My uncle is back? Good. I'll make a huge fuss, so call him here quickly. Benny stammered, flustered, but he might still be asleep. It's still rather early. Selena said coldly, no, he should come up here. With that, She took a deep breath and screamed at the top of her lungs. Ah, she thought to herself, because I know the cedar tree wakes at the first light of dawn. The Crawford family had a long history of military service across generations. Among them, Cedric Crawford was the head of the White Knights. He was on the top 5 knights serving the Empire. As expected, her ear-splitting scream hadn't echoed for long before Cedric rushed into her room. "What's going on, Selena?" Selena feigned distress, but inwardly assessed the man before her. "I thought he'd be older. He's more handsome than I expected." Cedric Crawford, seeing her and the ruined dress beside her, quickly understood what had happened. He anxiously asked, "Did that Sano girl tear your dress? Do you have any proof?" Benny, also agitated, chimed in, "Sir, although there's no proof, it's obvious Miss Sano did it, because only Miss Selena received an invitation to the party." Cedric rubbed his temples. He said in a low voice, "There's no proof, yet you're causing such a commotion based solely on feelings? It seems we don't need to entrust the captain to investigate this matter, do we?" William replied solemnly, "My apologies, Captain." Selena stared at him, dumbfounded. "William Spencer. Is that the next successor for Captain? Is that William Spencer?" He looked handsome, like a loyal husky, but he didn't seem to notice Selena. "Although we're always in the same house, this might be the first time we've actually met." William frankly admitted, "It's my fault. I haven't been watching the house carefully, but I'm not a butler, sir. I have no way of keeping an eye on what happens in the young lady's room." Selena felt a slight tremor at this murderous sound. "What? It must be because he speaks slowly, but his voice," Cedric quickly told her. "It's a pity, Selena, but it's been too long since I returned, and I want to talk about what I've been doing." Selena started to look confused. "What's wrong with him?" Not wanting to keep him waiting, she quickly replied, "Oh no, I'm so glad you're back." "Uncle," she wondered in confusion, "did I go a bit too far?" Next, she shyly continued, "I'm very happy to see you again." Cedric was momentarily stunned. Then, his face lit up with happiness as he looked at her and said joyfully, "I'm glad you're better. I'm happy for you, Selena." Sano had just mentioned her yesterday, and speak of the devil, she appeared. Sano immediately cried out, "Uncle, I've been wronged. How could I have torn Selena's dress?" Emma added, "Miss Sano would never do such a thing." Sano quickly explained, "I only gave her the invitation yesterday and wished her a good trip." Emma hastily chimed in, "That's right. If she didn't behave well, it would be a great disgrace to the family, wouldn't it?" Sano put on a wronged expression. "Why blame me? How can you be so heartless?" Next, she acted as if she were unjustly accused and cried out angrily, making Cedric feel awkward. "Just as I guessed, you don't treat me like a member of the family." He anxiously and awkwardly spoke up to soothe the situation. "No, Sano, calm down. It's not like that, Sano. Listen to me, calm down." Selena, standing behind them, held her head and sighed inwardly. "Oh my God, this is so frustrating. This is why I don't like him," she fumed. "He's too straightforward and fair." Because of him, Selena lost both her parents to Sano. After that, she was stripped of her power as the heir, and gradually, even her inheritance was taken away. The image of Sano comfortably threatening her in front of the gullible Cedric. "Hey, you won't be getting married. You're simply a victim of human trafficking. If he gets tired of you, you'll be discarded, and no one will help you even if you come back here. Sir, at this rate, you'll die. Stepmother Camila will poison you. Come here." Cedric, wanting the situation to calm down, called out to her, "Selena, don't you have a lot of dresses? Why don't we buy a new one?" Selena inwardly grumbled, "God, what did I expect from this stupid novel? I have no choice but to stay silent." She forced herself to tear up and said with feigned grievance, "It would be so nice if my mother were here at times like these." Cedric was surprised by her pitiful appearance. "What? Isn't Lady Camila in the castle?" She nodded slightly. "That's right. My mother went hunting with the butler and has been missing for 15 days. The protagonist's stepmother, Camila Crawford." Hearing this, Cedric roared in outrage. "What? Does this happen often?" Sano gaped. "What is she talking about?" And Benny happily gave her a thumbs up. William quickly recounted to Cedric, "Lady Crawford often goes hunting for half a month." Cedric asked in confusion, "Huh? How could she go to the border to hunt at a time like this? That's where the war is happening." Seizing this opportunity, Selena put on an extremely innocent act. She shed tears and pleaded, "Please don't be angry with my mother and Sano. It's my fault that this happened. It's my fault that Sano didn't receive an invitation to the royal banquet. As her older sister, I didn't understand Sano and even went to buy a beautiful dress. Sano didn't expect things to turn out like this," she exclaimed in astonishment. "What the heck is that woman talking about?" She appeared incredibly remorseful, saying, "I will also accept the corresponding punishment. I will stay at the monastery for a month and reflect on myself." Cedric innocently wondered. The monastery? Selena appeared even more hurt as she replied, yes. The monastery is a place for labor, isn't it? But it's only fair if Sano is also punished, right? Sano couldn't take it anymore, her face furious as she said, that girl. Selena thought to herself, everyone is blocking my path to happiness. Suddenly, Sano seemed to faint, and Emma hurriedly supported her, shouting, Captain, Miss, please look over here. Selena thought, then I'll have to try my best on my own. Cedric said to her in a low voice, I think your idea would be fairer. Selena, go and reflect on yourself at the monastery for a month. Benny's voice rang out emotionally, miss. Thank you so much for promoting me to be your personal maid. Selena smiled brightly. Penny, you cured the Earl's daughter's stutter, and it wasn't too difficult to persuade my uncle. I couldn't let my only confidant hold such a lowly position. This brought tears of happiness to Penny's eyes. She said loudly, I swear I will be loyal to you for life. And I'm so glad that Miss has become normal again, like when you were little. Selena unconsciously thought, when I was little, Selena must have been very happy, right? Her stutter and timidity weren't her fault. She gently said to Penny, Penny, listen to me. When my mother returns from hunting, she will call for you. Penny, as if reciting from memory, replied, yes, and I will say, I don't know anything. Selena suddenly pulled Penny closer, speaking sweetly, because you always say that. No wonder you're always beaten more, so this time, try to answer honestly. Penny's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just heard. She stammered, honestly? Selena didn't hesitate. She replied directly, right? Then, she whispered softly into Penny's ear. So next time, I want you to say this. Say that when it's just the two of us, I still stutter stupidly. Time passed, and soon it was time for Selena to leave the castle and go to the monastery. Before leaving, she turned back and called out to Penny. Oh, right, Penny. When you face my uncle, pretend to have a cold. Penny asked blankly, a cold? Selena replied, yes, and it's not like we should stay in a cold place like Siberia, like Annex. Penny didn't understand what she meant. She said, what does Siberia Annex mean? Is it a curse word or something? Selena was about to explain to Penny when Sano and Emma appeared behind her. Selena cursed under her breath. Damn it. Sano crossed her arms and said to Selena, hey, I guess you've really gone completely crazy, haven't you? I can't believe you're going to the monastery alone. Selena immediately ignored her completely, making Sano angrily shout, hey, have you guys been using drugs or something? For a stutterer who had to use medicine to be cured, you seem even more arrogant after being defeated, huh? Penny called out anxiously, miss. Selena gently told Penny, don't mind her, let's go. She's wasting our time. Sanon was truly enraged. She yelled, hey, I said stop right there, you bitch. You don't even know how to speak properly. Selena was silent for a long moment. Then she scoffed, Sanon, I have something to tell you. My designer will come to collect the payment, and you'll pay handsomely. You ripped my dress, didn't you? Sanon was terrified as Selena slowly approached her. She screamed and cursed, you bitch. I told you I didn't do it. How dare you come up here? I'll push you down. Suiting her words with action, she tried to push Selena down. But Selena was prepared for this trick. She immediately grabbed Sanon's flailing hands. At the same time, she glared at her, then smiled gently. She warned in a low voice, don't act like a child while I'm gone, understand? Sanon, whose wrists were gripped tightly by Selena, was in so much pain, she almost cried. She angrily questioned, what the hell is wrong with you? Were you plotting? Selena had nothing more to say. She let go of Sanon's hands and walked away calmly. Sanon was furious at Selena's nonchalant demeanor. She shouted, you're hiding something in the monastery, aren't you? Selena gave a faint smile that I'm wondering what I'm hiding in the monastery myself. I suppose your loyal dog. Scene change. Selena began to recall the plot of the novel. The image of a servant holding a baby, tearfully crying, please, save me. We're just servants. We have nothing to do with the Grand Duke. Soldiers seized all the servants and said coldly, listen here, woman. Because of the woman you serve, the Grand Duke is furious. Find Sanon Barry immediately. You kidnapped Lady Valentina. If she doesn't turn up alive, all of you will die in her place. Sanon, terrified and crying, was hiding somewhere. A deep, warm male voice called out to her. Miss Sanon, so you are hiding here. I've come to save you. Let's escape from this place. The soldier effortlessly picked her up. Sanon struggled in fear, shouting, let me go. You're just a nameless knight. How dare you touch me? The soldier calmly reassured her, please bear with me a little longer. We must cross the border and meet the Duchess. Although Sanon was in tears, her voice was still loud. Even if you take me to enemy territory, I will stay in this castle where I belong. The soldier called out to her in a low voice, Miss Sanon, this castle, this family's reputation, and even the Grand Duke's name, None of it belongs to you. Before I became a nameless knight, I was also a servant of the Duchess of Kastak. Even if it is enemy territory, I can still save you, my lady. Santa was surprised. What? The soldier seriously introduced himself. Van High Kastak, that is my name. At this moment, Selena thought to herself, and that was the last time we saw Sanin in the original novel. Asterisk, why did the author leave Sanin with an open ending? No wonder I stopped reading. Asterisk Van High Kastak. Because of him, Selena had to endure so much. Kidnapping, torture, imprisonment. The more she thought about it, the more she shuddered. She murmured, asterisk, I have to limit my contact with him. That's what I initially thought. Asterisk. Selena pondered. Once Sanin gave him an order, he would do anything to complete the assigned task. What if she got to him first? These thoughts followed her all the way to the monastery. Selena was somewhat distracted while working. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, startling her, Miss Crawford. The person cheerfully accepted the tray from her hands, remarking, you must be tired, having to help manage the farm as a trainee, on top of organizing the tournament. Selena was grateful for the kindness, but replied, it's all right. She chuckled inwardly. After all, it was my plan to find Van High when he was just a slave gladiator. She held an orange-colored bottle, although it looked rather like medicine. And all 7 of them have the same black hair. How am I supposed to find him? Someone from the monastery hurriedly blocked her path as gladiators were being carried past. He said awkwardly, please don't go this way. These are things that you, miss, shouldn't see. Selena appeared worried. She wondered, do you think he's still alive? Are you going to the infirmary? He immediately replied, no, I'm going to the arena. The person continued, even though he always wins, he's covered in wounds. If you give him a sword, he won't hesitate to kill his enemy, so we call him the Berserker. Selena's face became blank. He hastily reminded her, please don't pity him, Mississippi. That man is a monster. As soon as he finished speaking, a commanding voice ordered Van High this way. Hurry up, the audience is waiting for you. The monk beside her added, if he wins 2 more matches, he'll be the champion. Selena couldn't help but ask, so if he's the champion, will he be promoted tonight? But what happens if he loses? The monk replied, I think he'll only have death left. Leaving that place, Selena was filled with anxiety. It'll probably be all right because the winner is definitely Van High. But maybe he'll. The monk said to her confidently, not everyone dies. If he survives, we believe God has given him a chance. They can pray for luck with their priest, but mid-sentence, he suddenly collapsed, unconscious, leaving the 2 of them watching in fright. Selena saw his body covered in blood and wounds, an indescribable feeling rising within her. With such severe injuries, will he be able to live normally? The manager of the place started to panic. Where are the priests? A priest frantically replied, we're coming. Selena was forced to leave. I guess it's not a big deal, right? I can't help anyway. Behind her, a powerful surge of energy emanated, piquing her curiosity. She instinctively turned her head to look. Surprised, she thought that's a mana stone. When using it, a priest can heal people, but during the healing process, the priest can also be overwhelmed. Wouldn't it be better if I asked a higher-level priest to do the healing? Thinking this, she quickly remembered Frank. Selena called out urgently, Priest Frank, startled by her voice. Frank, who was climbing the stairs, shouted, who's there? Selena slowly stepped inside and introduced herself. I'm a trainee, Selena. She held out the gem, radiating a beautiful violet light. Offering it to him, you drop this. High Priest Frank Blackwood stared at the intensely glowing gem in surprise. Amazing, Selena. You've summoned divine power. Selena, unaware of this, looked bewildered. Me? Frank quickly explained. Yes, you see, the gem turned violet when you touched it. But I'll keep this a secret. If this temple knew you could summon divine power, they'd definitely make you a priest. Selena rejoiced inwardly. Is this the female lead's power too? Selena stepped closer, questioning him. Why do we have to keep it a secret? Don't you want me to become a priest for the temple? Frank, flustered by the close proximity of such a beautiful woman, blushed. His voice became hesitant that it's not that. It's for your own benefit, Selena. Because priests can't eat meat. Selena felt as if struck by lightning, stunned. Even chicken, Frank replied sadly. Not even eggs. Selena was shocked. Asterisk, oh my goodness. Now there are even fewer places I can exist. How can I live without chicken? Asterisk, empathizing with her feelings, he said, ahem, well then, if you'll excuse me. After watching Frank take back the stone and put it away, Selena suddenly realized something. Why did the man is stone? Prince Frank. Why didn't it react to Prince Frank? She called out to him, "Are you planning to steal the stone?" Frank was incredibly taken aback. "Hey, why would you say that?" Selena put on a bright smile and asked, "Then why are you stuttering?" Frank quickly denied it. "Miss Selena, how could a high priest be a criminal?" Looking at his embarrassed, reddened face, Selena thought, asterisk, he's so cute. Should I befriend him? I came to the monastery to find allies after all. Asterisk, she spoke up cheerfully. Priest Frank, how about we make a deal? Frank asked suspiciously, what kind of deal? Selena put on a cunning expression and lowered her voice. I have 3 wishes. First, I want that mana stone and some painkillers. And I wish that after I return to the Count's castle, you'll come find me. Frank, so close to Selena, felt his heart pounding. He asked fearfully, what's your next wish, miss? Selena didn't hide anything. She said, I have something. I own my own mana stone mine. My mother gave it to me, and my uncle doesn't know about it. She secretly added to herself, actually, it's in my stepmother's hands, but it's still mine, so it's not really a lie. Frank quickly put some distance between them, nervously saying, surely, you don't intend to buy me with that kind of money? Selena felt a headache coming on. Asterisk, what's wrong with him? I wonder if he understands what I'm saying. Asterisk, having thought this, she gently placed the stone in Frank's hand and said softly, I'll be going to the headquarters of the White Knights. But wouldn't it be difficult to be a priest without divine power? To still be a high priest? Wouldn't it be better to be in the city center? Let's go to the city center together. Come on. Frank had a compromise with her. All right, first, you said you wanted the mana stone, then painkillers, right? Of course, I could prepare those things for you. But how do you plan to use such rare items? The scene suddenly shifted to Van High resting in a dark corner. Selena was worried about him, that I can't believe they're neglecting him like this. How can I ignore him? Even the other patients, no one is as seriously injured as him. Van High suddenly opened his mouth as if to say something. She approached him. What is it? Leaning her ear close to his mouth, she barely heard his whispered words. Leave, leave. Selena lowered her voice. First, you have to lower that sword before we continue talking. Saying that, she helped him remove the sword. She asked, are you planning to hold on to it forever? Next, she gently comforted him. I know you're in a lot of pain. That's why I came to help you. Noticing Van High obediently taking the medicine from her, she thought, I thought he would refuse. Even though he doesn't even know what this medicine is, he still has to take it. Thinking this, she quickly took out the mana stone and cheerfully offered, I'll help you feel better. In her heart, she murmured, it'll be all right soon, according to the novel's principles. Suddenly, Van High grabbed her wrist. At this point, she vaguely remembered, wait a minute, he's a slave knight, isn't he? And I'm sure he has no affection for nobles and priests. Why am I only realizing this now? Cold sweat started to trickle down, her face turning pale. She was terrified that I could be killed right now by this man. Contrary to her fear, Van High said, kill, please kill me. After a few seconds of silence, Selena regained her composure. She cautiously said, please let me go. Please let me go. I've never killed anyone before, so I can't. Hearing this, his grip loosened. Freeing herself from his strong hands, an indescribable feeling welled up within her. She said in a low voice, I can't help you escape, nor can I understand what you've been through. But you can't just die like this. You only need to endure 2 more matches. If you win, even second place is fine. I'll do whatever you wish. Placing the mana stone in Van High's hand, Selena looked directly into his eyes and said seriously, maybe you'll be free again. His hand suddenly brushed against her soft lips. In Van High's eyes, Selena seemed to be radiating a warm glow. His face suddenly flushed. Selena then thought, looking closely, he's quite handsome. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head. Everything around her spun. She wondered what's happening. I suddenly feel so dizzy. A voice called to her from outside. Miss Selena, are you in the isolation room? Selena abruptly woke up. Panicked, she thought, oh no, I have to run. Van High quickly grabbed her, looking at her as if afraid she would disappear. He pleaded, please don't go. Please don't leave. I beg you. Selena gently removed his hand and hurried away, not forgetting to tell him, I'll be back. The door closed, leaving Van High alone with his anticipation. Frank's tense voice rang out, Miss Selena, he's a very dangerous man. Selena questioned, is he a criminal? Frank stammered, no, not that, but he... Anyway, Miss Selena, I think your family is having a bit of a problem. There's a letter for you. Selena looked bewildered. You sought me out just for this? It's just a small matter. She suddenly recalled, oh, is it about the mana stone? Are you monitoring me because I took it? Frank quickly denied it. Monitoring you? Of course not. Selena found his flustered appearance amusing and gave him a bright, gentle smile. Actually, I was just teasing you. We have a pact, right? So, surely, we should be aware of each other's circumstances. Frank blushed at her smile. He handed her the letter and said, that wasn't my intention. She accepted it cheerfully. How cute. Who sent this letter? Someone named Eddie. Is there anyone named Eddie in that novel? It must be Eddie Crawford. Remembering this, she let out a small gasp. She continued to speculate. Or is it Adrian Barry? Adrian Barry, that bastard, Camilla's real son. Startled by her own realization, she told Frank, "Well, I'll be going now." Hurrying down the stairs, she thought, I should probably read this alone. Just reading the name, she could picture him first. Barry is usually the name of illegitimate children born in the South. Selena Crawford, Shannon Barry. Even so, because they're her real children, Camilla naturally loves them more. She held her head as she read the letter, unconsciously sighing. Every time Adrian got on my nerves, Camilla would give me a beating. As for Adrian, in the novel, she remembered the scene where she was seduced by Duke Valentina with his deadly sweetness. Selena, don't cry. You came here to marry me, right? While she was being taken away by Duke Valentina in the carriage, Adrian chased after them on horseback. The Duke's servant announced, "Your Grace, someone is trying to attack the carriage." The attacker was none other than Adrian. He had chased after them on horseback and climbed inside. He called out, "Sister, I've come to save you." In Selena's eyes at that moment, Adrian's hand was her only salvation. She quickly reached out, but Duke Valentina stopped her. He grabbed her, causing her to cry out in pain and awe. He threw her aside and positioned himself in front of Adrian. She weakly called out, "Eddie." Adrian smiled through his tears and confessed, "I love you so much, my sister." The scene ended in bloodshed. That's what happened. He was a supporting character with a painful death, and now he's sending me a letter. She was a little surprised that, "What's this?" Is that all? The letter read, "Asterisk, I want to see you. Please forgive me." Asterisk. Seeing this, Selena felt a sense of wariness and quickly burned the letter with a candle. This kid is quite suspicious. Why would he send a letter like this to his own older sister? I thought I would be safe if I didn't meet the male lead, but now that I think about it, I shouldn't get involved with my younger brother either. A younger brother willing to sacrifice himself to save his half-sister because he loves her? He can't possibly have such a simple past. At this moment, in a library, William urgently announced, "Captain, the madam is not in the library. It seems she hasn't returned yet." "What should we do, sir?" Cedric said quietly. "Send a message to the hunting grounds. If she doesn't return by tomorrow, we will personally go look for her." Two maids were whispering. One wondered, did she go hunting for a whole month and come back empty-handed? The other raised her hand in warning, "You shouldn't say things like that." Elsewhere, Camilla spoke up, "Listen to me, Cedric. It's just a misunderstanding." Cedric questioned loudly, "Misunderstanding? Isn't it clear that you went hunting for a month? Have you forgotten that this mansion is one of the important territories on the front lines?" Camilla approached, chuckling, "You're making a big deal out of it. If there's a problem, I'm sure my family will take care of it. By the way, Cedric, it's been a while since I've seen you. It seems your handsome face has become more rugged." She finished speaking and reached out to touch Cedric's cheek, making him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing his resistance didn't deter her, Camilla continued to coax, "You must have had a hard time without a wife to take care of you. Poor thing. Specifically, in the center of this city, when a woman becomes a widow, her child will inherit." But Cedric firmly pushed her hand away. "That is shameful and disrespectful, madam." Camilla gave a forced laugh. "So, you won't marry me? How long do you intend to stay single? Think carefully. If you were to receive a noble title." The more Cedric listened, the more his brow furrowed. He assessed silently. Asterisk, her personality is still the same. No wonder she married my younger brother. Asterisk, this is the mansion where Joanna should have been living. He suddenly recalled the image of Joanna rushing down the stairs, calling out, Cedric, please wait for me. Please don't go. I'll talk to my father. I'll beg him to let you leave the battlefield." The one who spoke was Selena's mother, Joanna Chester. Cedric replied, "Joanna." At that time, he was 15 years old, Cedric Crawford. Joanna had held his hand, crying and pleading, "Come with me to the city center, will you? Please don't leave me. Although I've never told you, I wish I had." At that time, I had just returned from the battlefield and heard the news that Joanna had been in a carriage accident, and my brother, the one who married Joanna, abandoned her right before I left. He remarried to the second daughter of the Grand Duke, Lady Camilla. I bet he only remarried for Duke Maple's wealth. If only I could go back in time. If I had a chance to go back to the time, I should have proposed to Joanna, but I didn't because I was afraid I would make her a widow. If I had made that wish, then Selena might have been my daughter. Every time he thought about the past, Cedric was filled with regret. He clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions. A moment later, the sound of the door opening startled him. Shannon, who was in the room, turned around. "Mother, was your hunting trip successful?" Camilla walked in and said, "Shannon, I heard a rumor that you ripped Selena's dress." She angrily shouted, "Didn't you realize that Sir Cedric is here? I told you to be careful when he's in the house. Sanin retorted, but I didn't do it. Hearing this, Camilla glared at Emma and grumbled. Well then, it must have been your maid. Can't you even control your own servants? Emma calmly replied, Madam, it was entirely Selena's fault. I mean, she's completely changed. She flirted with the captain and made Benny dress her. Camilla looked surprised. Selena? Emma put her arm around Sanin and said in a flattering tone, Yes, madam. How could she make a farmer's child her servant? I'm just worried about the rumors concerning you, madam. If this continues, how can we hold our heads high? The more Emma spoke, the darker Camilla's face became. She frowned. Who does she think she is? Sanin, feigning innocence, shed tears that I think someone has put a spell on Selena. She doesn't stutter anymore, and she even looks down on me. Camilla was once again surprised. She speaks clearly and looks down on others. Emma immediately replied, Yes, madam. She even joined the monastery. Then, Sanin fearfully added, Mother, I'm afraid she's plotting something cunning against us. What she heard made Camilla think. After a few minutes, she ordered, Call Benny to my room immediately. From somewhere within the house, a scream echoed. Benny was currently being stepped on by Emma. She cried and pleaded, Madam, please spare me. But Emma kicked her, causing Benny to fall. Shut up. Do you think anyone here will help you? Camilla sat opposite her and calmly said, Benny, I have a few questions about my daughter. I heard she has recovered. Benny immediately denied it and, Oh, madam, that's not true. It's just because she just woke up from the sleeping draft that she's behaving differently. She hasn't changed at all. When she's alone with me, she still cries and stutters, like a fool. Camilla smirked that I knew it. Benny continued, She even regrets going to the monastery. Camilla said, I understand. And that dress, you ripped it, didn't you? Benny was startled. What? She saw Emma smirking at her and realized what was happening. They were blaming her. It was exactly what the young lady had told her. Benny recalled Selena's words. Benny, I have a feeling they'll blame you for everything. At the time, Benny had doubted her. Do you really think they'll do that? But Selena had been worried. Maybe not, but if it happens, you have to do this. You'll never see it coming, so take this button. If they suspect you, show them this button. So now, Benny took out the button and cried, Madam, look at this button. That day, the button was on the floor. Camilla picked it up and asked, Did you also report this to Cedric? Benny quickly denied it. Of course not, madam. I was afraid it would cause more trouble. Emma, listening in, became worried. After hearing Benny's explanation, Camilla said, In that case, you may leave. Benny bowed, Yes, madam. As soon as Benny turned to leave, Sanin, frightened to the point of tears, cried out, Mother. Camilla immediately grabbed Sanin's hair. Panicked, Sanin made an excuse. She must be lying. After leaving the room, Benny breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have escaped a severe beating this time. William stood opposite, arms crossed, observing Benny. You make it sound like you're beaten every day. Benny retorted, But it's true. I am beaten every day. It's the truth. I thought it was time you knew. Benny continued excitedly. If anything happens, Miss Selena asked me to seek help from Mr. Spencer. She wrote a note. It said, if Benny is taken away, 1, after an hour, she's probably just being scolded, it's fine. 2, after 2 hours, she's being beaten, but it's okay, she can endure it, so no need to help. 3, after 3 hours, she's locked up and being beaten to the point she can't speak. Please save her. Save me. William stammered in surprise. From Miss Selena? Benny recounted, Yes, Madam often locks me in the annex on the first floor or the hound's kennel. If I'm locked in the annex, I'll probably freeze to death, so please save me as quickly as possible. After listening, William suddenly said, The annex, Selena's room. I suppose the young lady likes cold places. Hearing this, Benny was startled and sighed. You think she liked being locked up there? I'm so disappointed you said that. She added pointedly, I think it would be easier to talk to the fireplace than to explain it to you. Benny's words made William uncomfortable. He suddenly thought, wasn't it because Miss Selena was so shy that she personally requested the annex? The thought of what Selena had endured in the past caused William's heart to clench. Benny, oblivious to his distress, continued bandaging her injuries while saying, Even if I'm beaten to death, it doesn't mean I want Miss Selena to be beaten too. She's delicate, and when she's hit, it takes 2 months to recover. Last time, she fainted. Suddenly, William interrupted. Well then, I'll tell the captain. It seems the young lady needs a strong night. One fine morning at the monastery, the monks were gossiping. I think the young lady is preoccupied with something. I think she seems a bit concerned about the night servants. She's like an angel. As the monks surreptitiously observed and assessed Selena, she was actually fuming inwardly. Number 2, are you alive or not? It's true he's badly injured, so I'm a little worried, but he's quite obedient. Suddenly, she thought of Frank, his face tearful as he cried, Miss Selena, actually, am I attracted to his handsome face? Looking at all the other auxiliary staff, such an anonymously handsome man can't be superfluous, can he? Just like how Selena became the main character with her somewhat unnatural beauty, this is the second time I've entered the isolation room to treat him. A moment later, Selena appeared in a different place, groping her way through the darkness. Looking around the pitch-black room, Selena felt a little scared. Has it always been this dark? Last time it was still dawn, so I didn't realize, but this isolation room doesn't have any windows. So, whether it's day or night, it's all the same to this man. Selena remembered Van Hype begging her, "Don't go. He's always living in this darkness without a single light." Thinking about this, Selena made up her mind. Next time, I should bring a lamp. Anyway, I don't sense his presence. Lost in thought, Selena didn't notice someone approaching her from behind. Is he sleeping? Suddenly, a hand reached out, trying to grab her. Van High, quick as lightning, grabbed Selena and pressed her against the wall. At the same time, Selena turned to see his sword plunged into the wall just a few centimeters away from her. Panic surged through Selena's mind. Wait. She hesitated for a moment. Then, looking down at the hand gripping her clothes, she calmly said, "That's my chest." Realizing his mistake, Van High blushed, startled, and quickly retreated, even dropping his sword. After a few moments, Selena calmly asked, "I guess you're recovering well? You're moving around pretty well now." It felt rewarding to treat him, but now that he's conscious again, it's terrifying. Van High looked at her suspiciously. Who are you?" Hearing this, Selena started thinking about how to explain herself reasonably. "I'm wondering who you think I am." "Who am I?" "I'm a trainee, but actually a noble lady." If she told him that, he'd probably attack her with his sword. Disgusting. Seeing her silence, Van High repeated, "I asked, who are you?" Selena blurted out, "I'm not from the temple. I'm a trainee." "That's right, I'm a trainee." Van High muttered, "A trainee? Then you must be the one sent by the priest. Tell him I'm not joining any organization." A thought flashed through Selena's mind. Is he talking about the Knight's Orders? Talking as if he could win any tournament at any time. I guess while he was in the isolation room, he was completely unaware of Crow's or Femin's skills. Those two are truly terrifying, especially Crow. Thinking about this, Selena shuddered, deciding I should warn him not to underestimate them and to try to survive. And then Selena blurted out, "At least get second place. If nothing else, you'll regain your freedom." Hearing her seemingly nonsensical words, Van High asked curiously, "What?" Selena asked back, bewildered, "Don't you remember? I explained everything last time." Despite this, Selena wasn't angry. She took out a medicine bottle and calmly recounted, "I told you to survive. I want you to be free and live again." After listening, Van High became even more puzzled. "Why you?" Seeing him turn his face away, Selena wondered silently, "What is this?" I was so scared to face him when he returned to normal. Then, Selena approached with the medicine bottle and said, "Please drink this." Selena reached out, wondering, is his mouth open? It's too dark to see anything. It took a lot of effort to care for him, but this is fine. After locating his mouth, Selena quickly poured the medicine in. Van High quickly gulped down the entire bottle of water and medicine. After drinking, he sighed. Hearing the sound from him, Selena withdrew her hand and looked at the medicine bottle with relief. Good, he must have drunk it all, she thought. Van High still hadn't given up. He asked, "You are?" Suddenly, Van High clutched his head in pain and groaned. Selena observed, "Now it's my turn. While he's quiet, I'd better heal him and get out of here." She quickly pulled the stone out of her pocket and chanted, "Oh, benevolent God, please cleanse these bloodstains and heal this wound. I pray for him." The stone immediately lit up, but its light made Selena uncomfortable. After a moment, Selena wondered, will it work? I can't see, so I don't know if he's recovered. Selena felt her body weakening. My throat is burning. I can't continue. She leaned on her hand to stand up. "Water. I need water." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her sleeve, stopping her. Van High said, "Don't go." He desperately pleaded, "Stay with me." Selena hesitated upon hearing him. But a few seconds later, she turned and left. "I'm sorry. I must be out of my mind." Van High watched her leave with regret. He bowed his head, lost in thought. Van High was bewildered. Somehow, this feels familiar. What is it? Have I done this before? Meanwhile, Selena hurried out of the room. She rushed down the stairs, breathing heavily. On the day of the tournament, Jenna was hammering a nameplate when she suddenly exclaimed, "Lady Selena." Jenna asked with concern, "I heard you were ill these past 2 days. Are you feeling better?" Selena replied shyly, Yes, I'm fine." Selena was surprised at herself that I didn't realize I'd been bedridden for the past 2 days after taking care of him. A moment later, Jenna spoke up. "We were just talking about the semifinals. Who do you think will win, Berserker or Femin?" Countess Lady Grayson, Jenna Grayson, the blue-haired girl next to her exclaimed. "Berserker is so handsome." Jenna, hearing this, turned and replied, I heard he's a prisoner from a defeated kingdom. Selena remained silent. A defeated kingdom? The blue-haired girl asked curiously. Really? I wonder what crime he committed. Jenna answered, who knows? But I heard he was imprisoned before coming here. I heard somewhere that he was imprisoned for over 5 years, so I'm sure he's not his right mind. I also heard he might have been experimented on. Suddenly, Selena interrupted the conversation. Excuse me, who do you think will win? The blue-haired girl excitedly chose, I think Berserker will win. I heard his body has completely healed. Jenna also seemed surprised that I wonder how that's possible. He's definitely not human anymore. Could he possibly know about black magic? Hearing them talk like that, Selena just smiled silently. She thought they definitely have the wrong idea about it, because it's all thanks to me. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl was still gossiping. Dark magic or black magic, I wonder? Perhaps because of me, the winner will be different. That wasn't my original intention. It's just, Selena was holding a lamp, walking towards a room. I can't just abandon someone who's about to die. She stood before the door, looking up thoughtfully. Could this be Manhwa? The semi-finals. Only Femin, Crow, and Berserker are the ones left. None of them are good enough to escort Sanin. If it were Sanin, she would just point at them and yell, hey, you slave knights. Selena opened the door and stepped inside. Hearing the noise, Van Hai looked up. As she walked in, she assessed the room. It's so quiet in here. Seeing Van Hai looking at her without any other reaction, she wondered, has he finally let his guard down? Where's his sword? Suddenly, her eyes landed on the sword, broken in two, and some glass shards. Wait, what's this? Selena was annoyed that this his way of rebelling. Is he refusing to take his medicine? Thinking so, Selena approached him and spoke. I'm guessing you're not in pain anymore. Then Hai replied indifferently, thanks to someone. Seeing his attitude, Selena seriously asked, do you know that you have to win the match tomorrow? It's the semi-finals. As Selena spoke, she observed his physical condition, that he seems almost fully recovered. Does he need any more treatment? Suddenly, Selena's gaze met Van Hai's. And then, she froze for a few seconds. Then, Selena hurriedly approached him and patted his head like she would a puppy. Realizing her unconscious action, Selena panicked. Oh dear, did I just unconsciously pet him? But what can I do? Patting his head feels pretty good. Selena continued petting him and thought, wow, he's softer than Tori. What is this? He's human, right? This is why I also get bitten by Tori. After petting his head, Selena got down to business. What I'm trying to say is, it's probably best you leave after this match. Van Hai suddenly spoke. Are you a young lady who has placed her faith in me? Selena replied, as I said, I'm just a trainee. Van Hai didn't believe her and questioned, what kind of trainee heals a slave with gemstone energy? He stood up, looking down at her. Do you think I'd believe that? So, you lied about being a trainee. Selena also immediately stood up. Seeing this, Van Hai pressed closer and continued, if you're not from the temple, then how? Selena panicked. Don't come any closer. At the same time, she shouted, wait. Selena raised the lamp and yelled, I told you I'm a trainee. The light from the lamp blinded Van Hai. After a few seconds, his eyes adjusted to the light, and Van Hai opened them in surprise. What the? Selena's image appeared clearly before his eyes. Seeing this, Selena explained, because I'm just a trainee, you can't say I'm a part of the temple, right? Selena thought, I don't think he'll persist. Determined, but seeing him under this light, he looks so handsome. Selena stared at Van Hai. My God, look at that face. Should I kidnap him? With a face like that, it would be a shame for it to rot. But then, Selena came to her senses. Anyway, I should go back. When he's fully awake, it'll be harder to face him. Before leaving, Selena warned, remember, you better lose this round if you want to live. Then, she turned and said, I'm leaving. Van Hai suddenly called out, wait a minute. What if I stay at the temple and then I meet you? Selena didn't let him finish and resolutely left. I'll be back later, on the day of the tournament. From the stands came shouts, kill him, take it down. I say kill him. Selena, standing inside, heard this and said, I hope no one gets hurt. He was so scared of his opponent that he prayed for a long time. Jenna appeared from behind, curiously asking, are you talking about Femin? He's a slave knight because he's a bandit and massacred a farmer's family. Selena suddenly thought of the image of Femin kneeling and praying. Although I killed people, I'm not a bad person. After hearing that information, Selena was annoyed. He's trash? I'm praying for you, Berserker. Jenna said, I wonder when the match will end. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. 2 monks carrying a wounded man entered, yelling, healer, heal the monk right now. Selena watched them, murmuring, it seems like Berserker won. But this is... Jenna, after hearing information from someone else, whispered in Selena's ear, I heard people weren't very happy with this match. That berserker just stood there and endured blow after blow from the sword, but in the end, he decapitated Feynman with a single swing. Jenna's story surprised Selena. What? He deliberately took the attacks to damage his own body. Selena looked at the wounded Van High and thought angrily, is he crazy? Does he know how hard I try to take care of that body? Witnessing Van High lying dying, covered in blood, Selena collapsed. All the memories of her hard work flooded back. She remembered the times she was exhausted from healing him. Someone get me water. Water. But he doesn't appreciate his body. Selena had a headache. Forget it. I won't heal him this time. Even though he begged to die, I won't accept that he tried to destroy himself. But since I think about him suffering in the darkness, I'm worried. But suddenly, a voice startled Selena, and she turned around. Miss Crawford. Frank, holding a box, cheerfully asked, what are you thinking about? Selena exclaimed, oh, Priest Frank. Frank, seeing that she hadn't noticed him, suggested, if you're not too busy, would you like to take a walk with me? They walked together. As they were walking, Frank stopped and said, Miss Selena, I heard that you'll be returning home after the tournament ends. Selena nodded. Yes, there's not much time left. Hearing this, Frank said sadly, I understand. So, it's almost time for you to leave. Selena, afraid he was upset, comforted him. It's okay. You promised to visit me at the Count's castle, right? While Frank was happy, Selena chimed in, oh, by the way, Priest Frank. She put on a pitiful act like a small cat and asked, would anything happen if you didn't hold the man of stone? Seeing her like that, Frank immediately replied, oh, no problem at all because that stone's lifespan is already over. Selena acted surprised. Is that so? I thought it was used up earlier. Is there any other exceptional reason? What? A mana stone has been used up completely. Frank realized something and suddenly shouted, wait, could it be you? Then he gently asked, Miss Selena, did you go to the isolation room to heal the berserker? Seeing Selena remain silent, Frank became certain of his answer. He was bewildered. How could that be? Miss Selena, you didn't heal that man's wounds at all. Selena asked, confused what? At this moment, Frank explained, I was certain it looked like you had just healed him, but unlike ordinary people, he has the ability to heal his own wounds. No matter what, he won't die. As soon as he finished speaking, Selena said in astonishment, even if his head gets cut off, then I guess he'll win. Frank slowly answered her question. Well, I don't know if he'd survive getting decapitated, but he's not someone who's easily defeated. I don't know what kind of arena that was, but by now, the two had walked to a different place. Suddenly, Frank turned and whispered, the whole temple is betting on him, using Viscount Hamilton's name. Selena was secretly surprised. What? Following that, Selena criticized, but gambling in the temple is illegal. Frank was silent for a moment, then calmly replied, wouldn't it be better if everyone lived according to the law? However, in reality, this is how the world works. Hearing this, Selena seriously asked, are you allowed to say that as a priest? Frank spoke up, of course not. But I was planning to live a quiet life in this rural area until Miss Selena dragged me to the capital. Frank clasped his hands in prayer. So that means you and I, Miss Selena, are one, you understand? Selena wondered, why are you using the word one? Suddenly, Frank turned back and reminded her, Shaluk. Selena looked in the direction Frank pointed. What are you? Before their eyes, a monk was flung far away, followed by the cries of other monks. Bring the chains. Bring more chains. He's gone mad. I can't hold on anymore. Frank explained the situation to Selena. At least he's sedated, so he's less violent. That man killed his cellmate. Selena understood upon hearing this. That's why he was locked in the isolation room. I did something very dangerous. Selena turned to ask Frank. I heard that man was experimented on. Frank exclaimed, how did you know that? Selena wouldn't say Jenna told her, so she avoided his gaze. Frank regained his composure and whispered, I don't know what kind of experiment it was. I only know that no matter what they do, won't die. After hearing the information, Selena thought to herself, so they experimented with whatever they wanted on the prisoner from the neighboring country. The temple has truly rotted to its core. Still, I understand somewhat. I think that man is Van High. Selena looked at Frank hesitantly. Should I ask? After a few seconds, she decided to speak. Was Crow a criminal before, too? Frank immediately replied, ah, that man. He's from a defeated kingdom. I heard he's the only surviving general after his kingdom attacked us. After hearing this, Selena was bewildered. So Crow is also from that kingdom? Then both of them could be Van High. So in the end, I guess I have to wait for the winner. Selena suddenly sighed and asked, how much does it cost to buy a knight from the temple? Seeing Frank staring at her without saying anything, Selena became annoyed. Why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, Frank said, what do you mean? By a knight from the temple? I heard that a noble woman secretly met with a priest in the temple. Frank suddenly had a guess. He blushed and asked Selena, Miss Selena, are you supposed to be that noble woman? As soon as he said that, Selena had already imagined the scene of her teasing Frank. Cute, she thought, but Selena quickly regained her composure and yelled, Huh? No, that's not what I meant. She punched Frank. What are you talking about? Jeez. Then, Frank seriously replied, even if you offered any amount, it would be quite difficult to buy a knight. How could you take a knight from a temple for personal reasons? He's not a mercenary. The two of them focused on their conversation, while the other monks lamented, please don't come here anymore. After listening to Frank's explanation, a huge question popped in her head and oh way. Then Sannon. How did Sannon get Van High? At night, when everyone had gone to rest, a cloaked figure entered the prison cell. The person was none other than Selena. While avoiding the guards, she thought, even if he was experimented on, he can't win with that chaotic body. It's not that he can't stand or hold a sword. If he fights Crow in this condition. Thinking of this, Selena gritted her teeth anxiously. Then I definitely have to check. I'm just going to check if he's healed. What's this? Is he still bleeding? At this rate, he'll die from blood loss. Selena hurriedly approached Van High. After observing for a while, she put down the lamp. How deep is his wound? Selena stood up and took off her hood. I can't even hear him breathing. Then she sat down, determined that I have to check if he's still alive. Selena gently reached out, wanting to see if Van High's heart was still beating. Then she chose to press her ear against his chest. Suddenly, Van High opened his mouth. He looked down at her and asked, why are you so late? Hearing his voice, Selena was surprised. Huh? Wait, when did he wake up? Looking at Van High's blood-covered face, she suddenly thought, was he waiting for me? Why are you so stubborn? It's so late, and you're still awake. This person, harming himself, so reckless. Do you know how much effort I've put into taking care of you? It's obvious you were experimented on. I've heard that if those subjects can't overcome it, the only thing waiting for them is death. Selena's face darkened with worry. After a while, she couldn't help but scold him. Not if I hadn't come here. What were you planning to do? Just because I promised to come and heal you whenever you were injured. He replied in a low voice, but you still came. Selena blushed and turned her face away. That's true, but she didn't finish her sentence before Van High moved his face closer to hers. And why, lady, won't you come with me? Startled, Selena recoiled, and oh, I had to make arrangements to come here. I couldn't bear the discomfort I felt every time I saw your wounds. Blushing, she continued to ponder. I even realized that what I just said isn't what I originally wanted to tell you. I spoke too hastily. My face is burning up. Is it because he's too close? Van High suddenly exclaimed, please don't avoid me. Look, as he raised his hands with an innocent expression, Selena mused, I'm not that scary. Is that what you wanted to tell me? Having thought it over, she took out a small bottle of medicine. Here, let me heal your wounds. Van High pushed the bottle away, whining, I don't want to drink this. Surprised, Selena said, huh? But this is a special remedy. Selena brought the bottle to her own lips and drank some. Feeling a pang of sympathy for him, she thought, he must have gone through so much in the past 5 years to be this wary now. I'll show him this medicine isn't poisonous like he thinks. She realized with surprise, it even has a cherry flavor. At that moment, Van High stared at her intently. Then he asked, if I live, is there any benefit to you? Does this fight really need to happen? Selena thought helplessly, it's not like that, but even if I said it, you wouldn't understand. Aloud, she replied, who knows? Van High gently took her hand. Tell me, I'll do anything you want. She soberly asked him, even if it means your own death. He calmly replied, anything, as long as you wish it. Suddenly, Selena pulled her hand away and stepped back to, oh, I see. So you don't have much desire to live. Looking down at his own body, Van High explained, I don't want death to come to me. It's never been like that. You say you don't want to die, Selena wondered, then reproached him, yet you keep taking these injuries. Selena took out a purple gem that I've thought long and hard about treating you, she thought to herself. Frank's words came back to remind her of their scarce magic stones. Oh dear, Lady Selena, you shouldn't heal him, Frank had exclaimed. Manipulating the gem, Selena thought, I know this isn't right, especially since this special mana crystal is one of only 2 left. Moments later, she was surprised by the miracle before her eyes. Van High's wounds were disappearing, much to his surprise. Selena was equally astonished that he's recovering. Why is my head suddenly so dizzy, she thought. For some reason, she lost her balance. Van High quickly caught her and asked, my lady, what's wrong? Selena thought hazily. Is this a side effect of the special remedy? Has it taken effect already? How could I have given him such a potent medicine? Feeling a hazy sweetness, like being drunk, she struggled to ask him, you asked about what I've always longed for. Survive. I want you to live. Van High, trembling, pressed close to her. Tell me your name. Selena shyly replied, "What about you? I don't know what to call you." He frankly stated, "I don't have a name." Selena retorted, "Don't lie to me. No one is born without a name." Van Hai listened but calmly told her, "I don't remember any of that." Selena froze after hearing that. That's sad. Van Hai smiled and hugged her tightly. A few seconds later, she decided, "So I'll give you a name. When you return victorious, you will be called." Suddenly, a clicking sound echoed. Click. Selena startled awake. She sat up and looked around, unable to maintain her composure as she yelled, "Oh no, when did I fall asleep? It felt like lying on a soft mattress. And why is it so dark?" At this moment, Van Hai brought the oil lamp closer to her and said, "It's morning." Selena jolted, wondering, how did that mattress turn into this man? Van Hai informed her, "The priest will be here soon." Selena was surprised to hear that. What? She panicked and fretted for a moment. Wait, if someone sees me sleeping here, baseless rumors will spread like wildfire. Thinking this, she stood up to leave. I have to leave before they see me here. Selena quickly reached for the door, but she suddenly realized, wait, what's going on? I can't open the door. Don't tell me it's locked. Was that when I heard the clicking sound? With no other choice, Selena had to call out to Van Hai, "I need to get out of here." He didn't hesitate and told her, "Step back." She saw him walk forward and wondered, what is he going to do? He approached the door, and it immediately opened, leaving her stunned. Selena was dumbfounded. Who is he? How can he get out whenever he wants? Why has he stayed here for so long? After they both got out, Van Hai finally spoke here. Selena, still bewildered, instinctively said, "Thank you." He then reminded her, "Don't forget what you mentioned yesterday. If I live, you must give me a name." Selena, hearing him say so, agreed, "All right, I promise." She suddenly sighed, sadly wondering, why didn't he escape before? Frank, sitting beside her, spoke up. The reason is obvious. There's nowhere to go. Who would accept someone who was once a gladiator slave? The only place that would accept him is with the Holy Knights. Selena, watching him comfortably munching on food, felt a little uneasy. She silently wondered, how long does this priest plan to hide here? 39 minutes ago, Selena offered, "I have some meat. Would you like to eat with me?" Frank's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the food. However, he had to decline, "Certainly not. Priests aren't allowed to eat meat." Me, right? Currently, Frank is happily eating nonstop. Looking at his adorable demeanor, Selena couldn't help but praise him inwardly. So cute, she pondered while offering him the rest of her food. But if he's a gladiator slave who performed well in the tournament, wouldn't there be somewhere that would still accept him? After all, he's strong. Eat this too. Frank gladly accepted the food and replied to her question, would Lady Selena bring someone like that into the Count's castle? He has no loyalty to the Empire, lacks morals, and has a very aggressive personality. Even mercenary groups wouldn't accept him. Who would entrust a task to such a person? Selena felt this was incredibly reasonable. She thought to herself, I can't deny it. Then, unable to resist Frank's chubby face, she unconsciously reached out and pinched his cheek, thinking, it's clear that when I see Frank, I don't think this is a terrible world. But, however, I must not forget, this world is a lawless place of ruthless people. I am their prey. After thinking this over, she put on a bright smile and said, I have to go out this afternoon. Selena walked gracefully, her mind full of thoughts, but I still want to see the man in the isolation room one more time before the match. Thinking of this, she unconsciously turned her head back, her eyes filled with sadness. It seems I won't be able to return as easily as I once did. I'm afraid if I meet him now, it might be the last time. The person I should have left in the darkness. What will happen if he doesn't survive the final match? She fell silent for a long time, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. Next, Selena wondered, is he thinking about me? At this moment, the beautiful afternoon sunlight shone down as Van Hai sat quietly, looking at the vase in his hand. His eyes held many unspoken thoughts. The day of the match arrived, and everyone in the temple was busily preparing. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, causing Selena to look over. Oh, there they are. The great priests are here. When they saw the Frank brothers arrive, everyone seemed to put their work aside and started chattering. The great priests of the temple, their brothers. Really? He looks like he's 10 years older. Selena cast a curious glance at them. I know, they really are brothers, right? Suddenly, a small boy called out to her, Miss Crawford. Selena quickly walked over. The boy in the brown hat whispered to her and handed her a piece of paper. This is a message from Mississippi. Selena was extremely puzzled. A letter. She quickly read the contents inside. The East Gate. Who sent this? The boy in the brown hat continued to whisper in her ear. Lord Crawford requested this. Selina couldn't help but be surprised. Cedric is here, hurrying towards the location indicated in the letter. As soon as she saw her uncle's back, Selina called out, "Uncle." Hearing the familiar voice, he quickly turned around. "Oh, Selina." His voice was full of concern. "After scouting the border, I stopped by to see you. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" He looked concerned. "The priests aren't making you work too hard, are they?" Selina smiled happily. She replied yes. Seeing that she seemed all right, he gave her an affectionate smile that "I heard you're doing very well, and the workload is evenly distributed among the other trainees. They even praised you as a good role model. When do you plan to come home? Give me a specific date, and I'll send a carriage to pick you up." At this, Selina suddenly felt awkward. She said, flustered. "Yes, I really should go home." Her uncle, seeing her hesitation, asked puzzled, "Selina, what's wrong?" Tears rolled down her cheeks as she choked out. "If I say I'll come home, will Mother like it?" Her uncle, not expecting this, said, "Of course she will. The Countess will embrace you most warmly. Don't you remember how she cared for you when you were young? She stayed up all night when you were sick. Camilla cherishes you like her own daughter, and of course, so do I." Selina sighed. "Uncle," she thought sadly, "no matter how much you hate conflict, do you really want to deny that your niece is being desperately abused?" Thinking this, she mustered her courage and said, "It's more comfortable at the convent than at home." These words stunned her uncle. Her appearance became pitiful as she trembled and tearfully confessed, "If Mother is home, I might have to start toiling again. If I say this, he won't be able to pretend anymore, right?" Looking up at him with glistening eyes, Selina pleaded silently, "Don't tell me he really doesn't know." Indeed, her uncle looked as if he couldn't believe such a sorrowful thing was happening in his own home. This very expression shocked Selina completely. She thought vaguely, no way, he really doesn't know. He's a knight commander, but does he not understand the meaning of it? After a moment, her uncle gently placed his hand on her small shoulders and said in a low voice, "Selina, no matter what, perhaps the Countess." He looked at her with pity. No, it's nothing. I'll wait for you at home." With that, he quietly left. Selina began to question herself. Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Penny, an illiterate woman, sent dozens of picture letters. That person hasn't contacted me once. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Selina. "Oh," the MC's voice boomed. "We will now begin the final round of the tournament." Selina thought, "I'll go watch the final match." As she was about to leave, she bumped into someone. "Oh, I'm sorry." The person immediately embraced her from behind, causing her to cry out in alarm. She trembled. "What is this?" With a strong physique and overwhelming Selina with his strength, Adrian easily pulled her into his arms. This made Selina, who was on guard, tremble inwardly. What is he doing? How can he carelessly hug someone like this? Isn't this person? He said to her in a whiny voice, "Sister, I missed you so much." Selina realized he's that child, Camilla's only son, Adrian Barry. In the original story, Selina's thoughts on Adrian were summed up in a single sentence. While Selina was frightened to death, Adrian said affectionately, "I thought I was going to die. I missed you so much." She quickly pulled away from this frighteningly sweet embrace. Hurriedly, she said, "Let's talk after you let go of me." Seeing his face fall, she thought, but it's a little strange, the resemblance. Selina, Apple, Shannon. He doesn't look like Shannon at all. And how is he so strong? I thought he was just a naive child in the original story. Sister, read me a story. Who knew he'd be such a big, vicious brute? Come on, sister, won't you read it? Adrian's gentle voice sent shivers down her spine. Sister, she quickly interrupted him. Wait a moment. His hand immediately reached for hers, and she inwardly cried, "Don't touch me." Adrian hastily took her hand and brought it to his lips. "Don't you remember me?" he asked sweetly. Selina felt her soul leave her body. Mechanically, she replied, "I remember you." Adrian looked at her with affection. "You just stuttered. Mr. Crawford said you've recovered." Selina firmly pulled her hand away from Adrian's unwelcome grasp. "Don't you consider him like an uncle?" she asked. "I'm denying him because I can't accept that he's family." Adrian gently inquired, "Sister, do you know how long it's been since we last saw each other?" She answered uncomfortably, "I'm not sure. Let's sit down and talk first." Adrian stated bluntly, "It's been half a year." Selina thought, "Please, just listen to me." Having made up her mind, she quickly put some distance between them and stammered, "It has been a while, hasn't it?" Adrian sulked, "I don't want to be away from you for another moment. When my training is over, I'll come home." Selina was startled. Apprehensively, she said, "Because of me?" "You shouldn't. Adrian suddenly became angry, shouting directly at her. Why do you always reject me? Frightened, Selena covered her face and cried, hick hick. Adrian realized he had scared her. He apologized remorsefully. I'm sorry, sister. Did I frighten you? I didn't mean to get angry like that. I just missed you so much. Sister, when we were little, we had such good times. You would read books, and we would play hide and seek. It would be wonderful if time could just stop at that moment, the moment when it was just the two of us. That was when we were children, Selena told him, her voice trembling slightly. Don't say things like you miss me. If Mother knew about this, she wouldn't forgive us. Adrian smiled, a radiant glow emanating from him. He confessed, I don't need Mother's forgiveness. If I die, I'm willing to go to hell. Right now, I just want to be with you. Selena clutched her head in silent agony. Look at how he's treating his sister. Resolutely, she drew a line. Adrian, we're not children anymore. Adrian looked hurt. That you're so cruel, sister. It's been so long since I've seen you. Do you really have to scold me like this? Selena's mind raced. Asterisk, what am I supposed to do with this child? Should I scream? Asterisk. Asterisk, there aren't any priests around because the tournament has started. Don't tell me his intention is... Asterisk, he suddenly said, don't call me Adrian. It sounds so distant. He reached out to pull her closer again. Call me Eddie instead, or you'll kiss me. Selena was terrified, screaming internally, what the heck? He cheerfully placed a hand on his lips and reminded her, the last time you kissed me, remember? Are you still shocked? Selena was flustered, thinking, what am I supposed to say? She kissed him before. Forced to answer this sensitive question, Selena stammered that day. Suddenly, the roar of the crowd outside interrupted her. She quickly changed the subject. I think the tournament is over. You should go back. Let's just forget what happened that day. At that moment, in the stands, the onlookers started to get angry, shouting, what's going on? Pay up. Using this as her excuse, Selena hurriedly slipped away. I'll see you at home. I'm going back. Adrian watched her hasty retreat, his eyes turning cold. Sister, you've never called the Earl's castle home. It's been 5 years since we've seen each other. She froze, thinking I've been caught. The noisy stands echoed into the room. The winner of this year's tournament has been decided. The valiant hero is Berserker. Selena laughed loudly. Haha, what a shame. This year's slave tournament was the worst. Selena looked bewildered. Worst? Selena covered her mouth, laughing, and replied, that's right. That's why I told you to clean that dark bathroom and not leave. Selena innocently wondered, I guess there's no prize then. Selena said, when the match started, everyone was excited. The bloodthirsty spectators yelled, victory, beat him to death. Selena continued. Crow and Berserker didn't fight. Immediately, even though his opponent approached, he didn't even bother to turn his sword. Instead, they whispered something. Crow suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! He was in tears, knelt down, and looked up. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into his own chest, shouting, long live the Kastak kingdom, forever glorious. Selena was horrified by the story. She asked, he killed himself after shouting like that. Jenna replied casually, that's right. It's only been a few years since the battle between the king and that kingdom, so the knights from the church came to check on the winner. By the way, that guy was crazy. Selena questioned, did he really work for Captain Vice? Jenna, biting into an apple, said, in the end, he defeated most of the knights and became the champion. Selena quickly left her seat, wondering, I bet he'll join the knighthood soon, right? Why did Crow do that? Did he assess his opponent's strength? While wiping the floor, she said, it's obvious. Selena suddenly thought, that man in the isolation room. Crow, the defeated generals of the previous kingdom. That's why that guy turned around and shouted glory to the kingdom. Van High Kastak. So, because he came from the family of the defeated kingdom. I heard that Van High left with the Holy Knights to go to the temple. Although I've never seen him leave, I heard he left without being chained. Up. Meanwhile, Jenna cried and pleaded with Selena, please don't leave, my lady. What'll I do without you? I'll be so bored here. Selena decided to return to Count Frank's castle. Frank, with a flushed face, stared intently at Selena. She thought to herself, actually, I want to stay here a little longer. But she was worried about her situation with Adrian and Van High. Adrian, that awful guy, was getting closer, and you never knew when he'd show up unexpectedly. So it would be better to be at Count Frank's castle. Though she acted as if it were her main concern, Selena gave a bright smile and said, see you later. It really wasn't easy to fool someone who had only liked one person for a long time. Crawford Castle. A voice echoed from within. What is your name? The maid, Penny, bowed her head and replied to Cedric. It's Penny, sir. She listened timidly as he spoke. The reason I called you now is because I want to ask a little about Selena. Of course, I also asked Camilla about her. Camilla became agitated and cried out. What did you just say? Are you saying I've been neglecting Selena? She clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face, and said, I've devoted my entire youth to raising that child, and in the end, this is what I get. Those around them began to rebuke Cedric. Captain, how could you say such a thing to her? Don't you know how much she cares for the young miss? I've lived here for a long time and have witnessed everything between Madam and Miss Selena. Because of my responsibilities to the knights and the kingdom, I rarely stay at the castle. On the other hand, Camilla and Selena have lived together in this castle for 10 years. Does that mean Selena has been abused all this time? And is that also the reason why she stutters? Cedric sighed briefly. This is unbelievable. I don't even want to believe it happened. He continued to wonder if Camilla... Penny spoke politely, realizing he had noticed her sneeze. Forgive me, sir, Cedric said with concern. If you feel cold, you should tell the head maid that you are ill. She explained, Oh no, Captain. I'm not sick. It's just that this annex is very cold at night. The temperature here drops so low that someone could freeze to death. Hearing this, Cedric asked in alarm, Really? Why are you and Selena living in such a cold place? Penny nervously clutched her skirt and hesitated. It's because no one brings firewood to burn. She and Selena huddle together during the freezing nights. None of the other servants listen to us, she said. When the captain returns to the castle, they only pretend to help us. In the middle of the night, Selena would shiver and call her name Penny. Penny continued, Every day when you weren't here, I held her tight while she slept, worried she would freeze. Cedric went to discuss this with William. Camilla said that Selena said she liked the annex because she felt very hot. He questioned, Why didn't you come and tell me this immediately? Penny asked Cedric, Captain, you're only at the castle 3 days a month, and aren't you scheduled to inspect the territory tomorrow? He held his head in exasperation. What is that butler doing? If something like this happens, he should inform me immediately. Penny continued to reveal more. But Captain, the butler, he was brought here by Lady Camilla. She bowed her head respectfully as he said, All right, you may leave. William offered a suggestion. Captain, I think Lady Selena needs a knight to accompany her. Cedric immediately questioned the feasibility of it. How could they go with a child who didn't even go outside? He voiced his concerns. The danger could be within the castle itself, not outside. I even heard that woman treats Miss Selena and her maid harshly. Cedric maintained his initial belief, saying, However, we shouldn't doubt Camilla. She's the Duke's second daughter. I don't think she would abuse a child or do anything terrible. William became somewhat agitated and exclaimed, I heard she beat her until she fainted and even locked Selena in the annex closet all day. Sir, he shouted, What? Is this true? He replied, That's just a rumor and there isn't any proof. Then let me bring you proof. William resolutely suggested, Captain, please allow me to be her protector. Selena, upon stepping out of the carriage, saw Cedric and wondered, Why is Cedric here to pick me up? He called to her, Selena. Cedric said affectionately, I'm glad you're back. The last time I saw you, I was very worried. Is everything all right? Of course, nothing happened. I just wanted to come back, Selena said with a forced smile. Because of that Andrian, Cedric avoided her gaze and said, Selena, after careful consideration since you left, I've decided something. He continued as William blushed, looking at her. From now on, you'll have a knight by your side. Selena looked over at him amiably and asked, A knight protector? She thought to herself, Hello, handsome. Cedric asked her, Has your mother given her permission? You don't need to worry about that. He then said, Speaking of which, Selena, let's go to your bedroom. Camilla, clearly annoyed, frowned and said, Excuse me, why so suddenly? Cedric glanced at her and bluntly said, That annex room is too cold and unsuitable for a delicate young lady. Of course, some people don't think so. We'll switch your bedroom with Camilla's. Selena, full of questions, said, Excuse me. Cedric affirmed, From now on, that's how it will be. Selena rejoiced inwardly. Yay. Camilla thought to herself, My plan was to switch rooms with Sanin, but I'm switching with Selena. Wonderful. Penny happily greeted Selena. Selena thought, While I was at the convent, Penny did her job. She turned to Cedric and said, Let's go inside first, Uncle. Selena was suddenly surprised. Right behind Penny was William. She thought, William, he spoke, my lady. He bowed respectfully and said, Allow me to carry your luggage. She handed him her bag. Penny said excitedly, Miss, I heard the captain will be staying at the castle for a while. He's also sent some others to inspect the territory. Selena asked, Really? William, his face flushed, looked at her and replied, It's true, my lady. William Spencer. I know he's a proud knight. I never thought he'd lower himself to become my escort knight. Astor Spencer is also the next captain of the White Eagle Knights. After the confrontation with Camilla, he was the one who led the knights and left the family. Astor, Selena thought as she walked inside. All right, I like this, she said. Sir Spencer, I think he can protect me from Andrian. William bowed his head slightly and respectfully said, yes, my lady. Selena also carefully asked, would it be a problem if I called you by your name? Penny suddenly called out in alarm, a lady. Selena looked at William and thought to herself, of course, except for even Camilla and Sannon speak to the knights very politely, with all due respect and gratitude. Although his salary comes from Camilla's house, I don't have the money to pay him right now. She gave a gentle smile and called him, William, I need my knights to be loyal to me, even if I can't afford them. At the same time, Selena was also a little worried that, am I being too casual? Actually, it's okay if you don't like this. She said that I heard that you're the same age as me, right? William still bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes, milady. Penny was extremely panicked and worried when she heard her words to William, that if you are my protector, you will always be by my side, right? It would be better if we became friends. What do you think? She tilted her head and asked him, you don't like it? If you're not happy with it, I apologize. William nervously said, oh no, it's not that. Selena's eyes widened as she watched him stammer. So from now on, William, completely flushed, said, please, feel free to call me William, milady. Selena, seeing William's nosebleed, rushed over in alarm. William, are you all right? Blood flowed continuously from his nose. Perhaps you need this. Please use it for now. He said embarrassedly, I'm fine. Selena, while wiping the blood from his nose, exclaimed angrily, you call this fine? William responded shakily, thank you very much, milady. Selena paused for a few beats. Wow, I should reconsider believing he was a rather shy person. After a while, William returned to normal, and then he cheerfully said, you can call me when if you like, my lady. There's another idiot here, Penny muttered while packing to my lady. There was already a big argument here. She recalled when she entered the room to inform Selena. The captain asked, madam, has she mistreated you? Then she said it wasn't fair. You were angry after hearing that. Not fair. Selena mused to herself. There's no such thing as fair in this world. Doesn't she know that better than I do? Camilla, in principle, she's like a viper until death. Now, her body covered in bloodstains, she said in a low voice. Selena, I'm the one who laid hands on Joanna, your mother. Camilla's clothes were disheveled, torn in places, and her neck was covered in blood. Camilla said frantically she didn't even have time to struggle before she died. Do you know her terrible despair at that time? You will also feel what she went through. Selena looked at her fearfully. Camilla laughed maniacally as if she had lost her mind. Ha ha ha. Selena cowered in fear, blood everywhere, and this gruesome scene was imprinted in her eyes. Why do these bloody grudges always exist? Who will be chosen as the victor and reach the final ending of the Circle of Salvation series? If I possess that powerful beast, surely the chosen one must be the Grand Duke, but he has a... Squirming, Penny sadly turned her back to her. I feel saddened that winter's journey is nearing its end. Madame Camilla will have to endure another midwinter freeze in that side house. Selena, while reading the letter, replied to her. Soon she'll reclaim what belongs to her. The faith Cedric placed in her won't crumble so easily. Did that mother of ours do anything to you? Are you hurt? Penny proudly put her hands on her hips. No, I'm fine. Madame Camilla is too busy keeping an eye on Captain Cedric. Besides, it seems she still can't believe that my lady can speak so clearly and articulately. Perhaps she never thought this could happen. Selena joyfully asked her, are you sure? That's wonderful. Penny honestly recounted, yes, Emma keeps watching me and saying things like, a servant like you doesn't deserve to stand in the same place as me. But besides bullying me, she doesn't dare do anything else. Ha. Selena sympathized with her. You don't need to worry about Emma. Penny, understanding, replied, yes, the real problem lies with Miss Sannon. She'll play tricks on my lady again. Selena smiled, looking thoughtfully at the letter for a moment. Actually, Sannon doesn't care too much about this. Penny, because she's dependent and quite foolish. Without anyone to rely on, she won't dare cause trouble. Someone to lean on. Could that be the reason Van High fell in love with Sannon, and he won't suddenly turn his back on me? I worked so hard to heal that wounded body. Whether he becomes a sharp sword or not is up to him, so it should be fine. Perhaps he's waiting for me at the monastery. Lung Lin, as I told him, that I'm cultivating there. I also promised to give him a name, but I abandoned him. After a while, Selena prepared to leave. She said her final words to Penny. I hope this letter reaches its destination. Then, as she walked, she muttered to herself, I shouldn't have promised him. Perhaps I'll see him another day. Suddenly, someone's angry voice startled her. Do you hear me? Light the fireplace immediately. Selena stammered. Please tell me the way to the mailroom. A servant was surprised to see her there. Oh, Mississippi. It turned out the shouting was from Camilla. She continued to scold. Do you want me to die in this cold? Outside in the hallway, the servant gently said, You can leave this to me, madam. Selena stammered in reply. Then, please take this letter and deliver it to the monastery for me. She thought smugly. My goodness, who would have thought that a madam would be thrown into the side house? I don't need to care about this. Anyway, if that letter isn't taken by Sannon, it'll end up in Emma's hands. Hey, Selena saw Emma standing on the other side and called out, Is that Emma? Are you well? I heard you behaved inappropriately towards Penny, Sannon's maid. I hope you can get along with our Penny. Emma didn't respond, but Selena still smiled. Amiably, Selena added, making Emma grind her teeth in frustration. Even though you've done a lot, I'm not one to hold grudges. Then Emma yelled, That's not it. I didn't do anything. Penny, that lunatic is trying to blame me. She's the one who ripped your dress. Only she could have touched your clothes without you knowing. It couldn't have been anyone else. I really didn't do it. Selena calmly reassured Emma. All right, I understand. Seeing the situation wasn't good, she left. Emma left with an angry face. Now alone, Selena had a realization. She's going to Camilla, isn't she? Even if I don't hear what she says, she'll definitely tell her everything. A while later, Selena returned home. As she was about to open her door, Penny approached her and asked, Miss, do you have something to be happy about? I've seen you smiling since earlier. Selena proudly told her, Oh, it's because I'm allowed to move to a different bedroom. Selena thought to herself, that house next door, whether its movement or the range of vision, is fixed like being locked in a cage. But here, one glance is enough to take in the scenery of the garden, especially now that winter has passed and each flower is blooming and showing off its colors. Then she folded her arms and explained to Penny, and I chose Mother's room. What could be better than that? Penny, after hearing this, exclaimed in admiration, My lady, Madam is truly a frightening person. She's from the capital, isn't she? If you ignore what I say, I'll be very worried if something unfortunate happens. So, please don't worry about her too much. Selena replied to herself, Of course not. Doesn't Penny know about Camilla's ability to concoct and use poison? I suddenly remembered the poison that Selena kept trying to drink and her confession about switching my drink. Though thinking back, how did she know that medicine was poisonous? Surely, Penny must have cried terribly in front of Selena at that time. I'm sorry, miss, but I can't help it. When I think about your deceased mother, I can't pretend I don't. No, she suddenly had a suspicion. Don't tell me Penny also knows the truth that Camilla killed Joanna. At that time, Penny was very happy and grateful to Selena. She said, If it weren't for you, I would have been considered the culprit. Hearing this, Selena exclaimed in surprise, You're the culprit? No. Penny patted her chest and affirmed, Absolutely not. She sadly turned her head and continued, Madam even tried to blame me. In the end, it came out that Emma did it. Selena asked, Then why did Emma accuse you of doing it? Upon hearing this, Penny appeared extremely surprised. Did Emma accuse me? Selena replied, Yes. She said you were the only one who could have done it. Penny, extremely angry, clenched her fists and shouted, Oh my God, how could she say such a thing? That's definitely a lie. Selena chuckled, That I'm just teasing. Your reaction is too tempting. She placed a hand on Penny's shoulder and comforted her. I know we didn't do it. Benny, touched, said, Miss, thank you for trusting me. Selena smiled. Isn't it because you're still so young? Your emotions are still so transparent. Looking at Benny, she affirmed, Of course, I trust you. In this mansion where everyone wears a mask, Benny, you're the only one as pure as a blank canvas. Suddenly, a loud call interrupted their conversation. Miss! Benny remembered something and scolded. Oh, wait, how dare you come in without knocking? The newly appeared servant hurriedly said, My apologies, but this is urgent. Selena listened seriously to what he was about to say. Miss Selena, the Countess wishes to see you. At this moment, the Countess was coldly waiting for Selena to arrive. Seeing her, Selena called out, Mother, did you call for me? Camilla smiled, feigning friendliness as she asked, Yes. Why didn't you come to greet me, Selena? It's been a month and a half since I last saw you. Selena approached her and explained, Oh, I was planning to. Camilla reached out and touched her face. Right, how was the convent? Selena's body trembled, and she stammered, at the convent. In front of her stepmother, she suddenly knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Overwhelmed, Benny, extremely worried, rushed over and asked, Miss, are you all right? This is the mansion, not the convent. Camilla crossed her arms, looking at Selena with smug satisfaction. You must have been through a lot, Selena. I shouldn't have asked. She smirked coldly and thought to herself, as expected, nothing's changed, has it? Cedric's suddenly getting angry. I thought she'd snitch something to him. Cedric was furious, scolding her. It doesn't matter how much Selena likes it. If she were your own daughter, would you send her to the annex? However, Camilla wasn't afraid. She sneered back at Cedric. What about the annex? It has everything a young lady needs. Cedric continued irritably. What? That's not what I'm talking about. As soon as he finished speaking, Camilla yelled, Then you go there and stay there. Now, staring at Selena, she thought, after all, that Emma girl is the reason. If only that damn dress hadn't been ripped. To Selena, she said, I heard from your uncle that you went to the convent to reflect. Did you really reflect, or were you trying to run away from this house? Selena, frightened, hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that, mother. Camilla pursed her lips. I can't believe this beautiful girl is mine. A plan that would decide Selena's entire life formed in her mind. As soon as Selena is of age to marry, I'll marry her off to Count No, even though he's already 70. The Count's fortune is more important to me. Camilla smiled reassuringly at Selena. You don't have to worry about anything, Selena. Whether you like it or not, you'll be leaving this mansion soon. She asked coldly, By the way, didn't you know this is the best bedroom? Open the secret door, Selena. Benny supported Selena and explained on her behalf, Madam, my lady doesn't know about it. Ever since she woke up after taking the sleeping draft, her memory has been a little hazy. After hearing this, Camilla immediately asked Benny, Benny, don't you know where the secret door is? Benny speculated, I think it's somewhere under the bed, madam. I don't know, because madam never opens it. She turned her back on them and said, That's it then. You can leave. Camilla looked at the bottle placed on the table and laughed. It seems there's somewhere I need to stop by. Elsewhere, upon seeing Emma appear, the girl in front of her was overjoyed. Oh, mother, why are you visiting me today? Were you just about to visit me too? Suddenly, Camilla's voice, filled with anger, rang out from outside. It seems Selena has seduced a man at the convent. She wrote a letter to a priest named Iron. She waved her hand, ordering the servant, Close the door and get out. The male servant bowed his head and replied, Yes, madam. Emma, frightened and bewildered, uttered yes. Camilla suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Emma's head. Emma screamed in fear. She stammered, Madam. Camilla glared, furiously shouting, as the daughter of a lowly knight, How dare you play games with me? Emma hurriedly explained, Madam, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything. However, Camilla didn't accept her explanation. She forcefully threw Emma backward. In pain, Emma cried out, Camilla grasped the necklace around her own neck and said, I know you planned all of this. You were the one who told Cedric everything, weren't you? Emma looked at the fire behind her and cried out in fear, Camilla approached and threatened, I'll burn this face of yours. Emma's face paled, and she hastily pleaded, Madam, please spare my life. Camilla's face was filled with malice. She smirked coldly. Don't worry, Emma, it won't hurt. I'll give you a medicine that will kill you instantly. She ordered, Go into the forest at dawn and drink all of this. Otherwise, your father will die in your place. Camilla placed the bottle of medicine in Emma's hand and smiled menacingly. Then your mother, and then your brother. Emma trembled and whimpered. Camilla placed the bottle of medicine in Emma's hand and continued, Save your family, Emma. Meanwhile, Benny, while brushing Selena's hair, excitedly recounted, Miss, I was so surprised. I really believed you were stuttering. Selena curiously asked, How were you able to be so convincing? I was crying like a river. Selena smirked, thinking proudly, How could I be so good? Well, because my specialty is acting. Benny laughed as she relayed the news she had just heard. Oh, and there's big news. Apparently, Emma has been kicked out of the castle. The other maids were also surprised by this news, exclaiming, Really? Selena, while braiding her hair, asked, How long has Emma been working here? Benny recounted, I believe she's been with Miss Sano ever since Emma's mother used to take care of her. They say Madam only takes care of Master Adrian herself. Selena expressed sympathy, saying, It's a shame. Sano will be sad. Benny was surprised by her attitude and exclaimed in disbelief, What? You pity her? Benny angrily reminded Selena, Miss, don't tell me you don't remember what happened before. Emma pushed you into the pond in the middle of winter. She left a vicious hound in your bedroom and ran away. She even fed you rotten fish. Moreover, she tore her dress. She did it twice. Selena pursed her lips. Well, even the usually sweet Selena, upon dying, felt joy. That's what I saw. After thinking it over, she instructed Benny, Please call William first. Benny smiled and replied, Yes, milady. Selena explained to herself, The reason I feel sorry for Emma is because I know who the real culprit is. Before the two of them left, Camilla said, You can go. It seems I have somewhere to be. Vinny looked at her and gratefully replied, "Thank you, madam." Selina affirmed, "It wasn't Emma who tore my dress. The one who tore my dress was myself. Ha ha ha." Vinny's worried voice rang out. "Aren't you going to rest, milady? The sun is about to rise." Selina silently looked out the window and replied, "I need to confirm a few things." "You go to sleep first, Benny." She crossed her arms. "I've secretly given William orders." When Selina allowed him to go to bed, Benny laughed happily. "Thank you very much, milady." Selina's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She looked at the dark figure below and speculated, "That person doesn't look like William." From the gap in the window, Selina realized he had a slimmer build. Who dares to walk around so brazenly in the dark like this? She descended the stairs and walked towards the figure. Selina raised her lamp and ordered, "Stop, you there." The mysterious person turned out to be Sano. She gritted her teeth, glaring at Selina. Selina asked suspiciously, "Sano, it's so late. Where are you going?" "Are you here to say goodbye to Emma?" she urged. "Then hurry up. I'll pretend I never saw you tonight." However, Sano suddenly turned and ran away. Selina shouted, "If you're afraid to go alone, then I can." Seeing Sano determined to leave, Selina said angrily, how absurd. I was foolish to worry about you." At this moment, Sano was running away, crying as she went. The pain of losing a friend had completely consumed her mind, but for Sano, not having Emma around was for the best. Selina affirmed. Now, she can live peacefully and not cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a call interrupted her thoughts. "My lady!" William, wearing a cloak, unexpectedly appeared before Selina. Selina exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, William." She hurriedly asked him, "How is the task I gave you coming along?" William knelt and replied, "Everything has been carried out according to your arrangements." Selina was still a little worried. She asked, "Will anything go wrong?" William confidently affirmed, "No, milady." Selina gratefully said, "You've worked hard. Thank you for helping me with this matter." Then she coldly instructed, "During this time, I want you to keep your mouth shut, even to my uncle." William blushed and replied, "Yes, I understand." Selina approached, placed her hand on his shoulder, and asked again, "Really? You promised me?" She thought, keeping this secret between her and William must be difficult for him. In principle, William was only loyal to Cedric, because he's Cedric's sharpest sword, and a weapon can't deceive its master. The sword's oath will bind him for life. Selina explained, "I used the word promise so it wouldn't feel too burdensome for him." But William didn't hesitate to reply, "Yes, milady." He kissed Selina's hand and affirmed, "I swear." The next day, a surprise cry rang out. "Oh my goodness, have you heard the news?" A body was found washed up on the riverbank. One maid whispered to her friend, "They say it's Emma's body." The ring on her finger is proof. The blue-haired maid asked curiously, "The ring she wore with Lady Sano?" The brown-haired maid said scornfully, "Wasn't Emma always boasting about being the lady's childhood friend? But look, Lady Sano hasn't even left his room." Seeing Selina appear, she continued, "Me neither." But thankfully, Lady Selina arrived and arranged a funeral for her. Upon hearing this, the other maid exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, milady is so kind." Selina was just as surprised as they were. She wondered, why did I do that? Selina's perspective. Benny sympathetically thought, what will Madame and the young master do? Selina looked at the closed door in front of her and speculated, oh, Mother seems unable to overcome the shock. Or maybe she's just putting on an act. And Sano keeps locking himself in his room like that. I'm the only one left who has to care about this. Seeing Cedric, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, uncle." Cedric called, "Selina." Selina smiled and said, "I heard you had a very busy day today, uncle." Cedric replied, "Indeed, but I still came to offer my deepest condolences." He said, Emma's father was a member of the White Eagle Knights. Suddenly, a loud call interrupted him. "Captain." Pachan angrily ran over and asked, "Madame Crawford isn't here, and neither is Lady Sano." He complained to Cedric. How could they behave like this? They didn't even want to see Emma off on her final journey. Pachan was heartbroken, constantly reproaching others. My daughter was the longest-serving maid, the most devoted to this castle. Why did no one acknowledge her death when she served the Duchess and her daughter for so long? He closed his eyes, reminding himself, I will engrave these things in my heart, never forgetting. Cedric watched them leave and said awkwardly, Selina chased after Pachan and took out a letter. Excuse me, please accept this letter. She said, it's Emma's last words. After Pachan took the letter, her task was complete. She turned her head to look in one direction. However, upon seeing a young boy standing nearby, Selina wondered, is that boy Emma's younger brother? Emma's brother, Sackley. She was puzzled by the boy's actions. Why is he always following me? Selina turned and asked Sackley directly, may I ask, are you a servant of the Duchess and Master? Sano? Why are you following me instead of going to the Duchess? Seeing the Duchess appear, she angrily scolded herself. This jinxed mouth. She stammered. Mother. Camilla covered her mouth, laughing loudly. Oh, Selena, I heard you were the one who organized Emma's funeral. Selena shyly replied. No, Mother, I only helped Uncle with it. Camilla reminded her. Really? If you see Cedric, tell him I'm not feeling well. Selena bowed her head low and said, Yes, Mother. Suddenly, Sackley whispered to her, Miss, you probably won't believe me, just like the others, but dozens of people saw my sister run out of the mansion after being slapped by the mistress. The boy tugged on Selena's dress and continued, My sister always said, if we don't grasp the devil's weakness, one day we'll enter oblivion, vanish without a trace. Not even rodents like rats or birds can sniff us out. Selena exclaimed in astonishment. Sackley affirmed, the Duchess is that devil. Selena was also taken aback by the boy's attitude. She speculated, this boy doesn't seem like he's helping Camilla much. It's highly likely the heavens have given me this opportunity. She bent down, smiling as she asked Sackley, Sackley, would you mind helping me with this? I need you to deliver this letter without anyone knowing. A few days later, Sackley returned with a reply from the temple. Selena held the letter in her hand and praised him. You did well. Let's see. The letter read, To Miss Selena, I received the gift you sent. But next time, I'd still prefer jalapeno sausages. Selena's face darkened as she crumpled the letter in her hand. Is that what I wanted to talk about? Who cares what kind you prefer? She said helplessly. I wonder what happened to Plan B. And you haven't even noticed the sausages that came with the letter. Benny anxiously asked her, Miss, did something not go according to your plan? Selena ordered, Benny, prepare my cloak. She propped her chin on her hand and laughed. I've thought of the perfect excuse. I'll go to the temple myself. Selena immediately set off for the monastery. On the way, she thought to herself, no one will question why I'm suddenly visiting the monastery. Recalling the words of the young ladies and gentlemen from before, she was so scared to enter the young lady's room without permission. No matter how small she is, she must be sent back to the building immediately. Selena propped her chin in thought. I said I would return immediately because I was afraid Camilla would find fault with me further, as she was busy with the vassals of the council. In the castle, she turned to the opposite side. Moreover, Sano followed me out today. After a while, the carriage arrived. Selena suddenly said to Sano, Thank you for joining me, Sano. Then the two of them walked up the stairs together. Selena spoke as she walked. Uncle Cedric went to scout the barbarians, right? She turned to Sano and smiled. I'm worried he's a bit slow. We'll pray for his safety. But in reality, Selena thought, even though that's just an excuse. Seeing Sano's silence, Selena suddenly had an idea, even if it's not for our uncle. If you want to pray for someone in particular, you could do so too. Selena wondered. Yesterday, she cried so much that her face is all swollen today. Why did she say she would come with me? Actually, I can't just leave her alone somewhere. After a few more steps, in the blink of an eye, they arrived. Selena, seeing a familiar face, called out, Sister Irene. Irene was surprised to see Selena today. Oh, Lady Selena, it's been a while since we last met. Selena cheerfully replied, It has been a while. How are you? Irene answered, I'm very well. I see you've come to pray. Who is this young lady with you? Selena, seeing Sano avoiding eye contact and looking away, was puzzled. Why is she acting like that? She's completely ignoring the sister. After a moment's thought, she politely replied to Irene, this is my younger sister. Then, Selena prompted, Sano, you should greet the sister too. Seeing Sano step forward, Selena gestured and introduced her. This is Sano Berry of the Crawford family. Irene, learning the other girl's identity, greeted her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Berry. Suddenly, Irene asked Selena, By the way, while you're here, would you like to visit the bishop? He's currently hearing confessions. Selena repeated, Confessions? Thinking about the contents of the letter from this morning, Selena had a hunch. He must be praying for that. At the same time, she gently replied, Yes, we should visit him. Thank you, Sister Irene. Following this, the two of them proceeded inside. Sano quickly removed her hood and spoke up. Who are you calling your younger sister? Selena, while closing the door to the room, asked back, What did you just say? Selena took a few more steps and then suddenly blurted out, Now that you've seen her, you understand, don't you? Sano asked, confused, What? Selena had to explain. Irene, the person in that letter wasn't a man. As soon as she finished speaking, Sano was so startled that she stammered. You knew I read the letter? Selena calmly replied, Of course I knew. I'm not stupid. And then she mocked Sano. You opened someone else's letter without permission. How very admirable. Pathetic. Hearing this, Sano angrily yelled, "Hey, stop right there." Seeing Selena stop, she suddenly stepped forward and tightly grabbed Selena's wrist. Sano angrily questioned, "You knew, but why? Did you trick me into coming to the temple to humiliate me? How dare you act so high and mighty in front of me?" Sano's actions left Selena stunned for a few seconds. Then, Selena flung Sano's hand away. "You're the one who wanted to follow me." Sano, unexpectedly pushed away, cried out, "Ah." A few seconds later, Selena, unable to hold back any longer, warned, "Don't be so rude. You try that again, and I'll break your wrist." Seeing Sano's defiant expression only made Selena more irritated. "Aren't you going to answer me?" Hearing this, Sano snapped, "Shut up, you stuttering idiot. You can't even speak a proper sentence to my mother. It should have been someone else who died, not Emma." While she was cursing, Frank suddenly appeared. He saw Selena and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, Lady Selena." Selena immediately replied, "Frank." Frank, while approaching her, asked, "What are you doing here?" Selena didn't answer immediately, but instead said, "I apologize. Were we being too loud? But who are you looking at?" Suddenly, Sano, blushing, rushed over and introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sano Berry of the Crawford Earldom." Selena, watching Sano's forward behavior from behind, muttered, "What the hell?" Sano continued to engage with Frank. "It's an honor to meet you." Selena, watching for a while, became bewildered. Wait, is this Sano's usual demeanor? Meanwhile, Frank cringed at Sano's enthusiasm. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Mississippi. Selena questioned life itself. What happened to Van High? They're like two opposite poles. Frank, in Selena's mind, was like a kitten held by the scruff of its neck. "Save me." Regardless of what you're thinking, Sano is continuing her attack outside. "Why did you come to the confession room? Even if you were as pure as an angel, you must have faults as small as dust particles." Frank replied, "Oh." He chuckled and said, "Yes, I suppose so. It's all right." Suddenly, Sano spoke up, surprising everyone in the room. Everyone makes mistakes, but even with sincere pleas, having wicked intentions toward the bishop is a sin. After finishing her sentence, she stared intently at Frank. "Shall we finish our conversation inside?" Frank stammered in fear. "What? No, wait." Selena was completely taken aback. "She's crazy." After a few seconds, Selena reconsidered. "No, this might be better. This is a chance to get away from Miss Sano." Thinking so, Selena called out Frank. Hearing her voice, Frank looked at her with pleading eyes. "Miss Selena." But Selena ignored him and turned to leave. "Ah, I apologize." Seeing her actions, Frank yelled, "Miss Selena, don't leave me here. This is my chance to see Van High." Selena quickly moved to another location when a shout rang out, "Halt!" The cavalry training instructor, an intimidating man, announced sternly, "No one is allowed here without permission." It was Maximus Clark. He looked at Selena and asked, "State your name and reason for being here." Selena formally introduced herself. "I am Selena Crawford, eldest daughter of Earl Crawford. Not long ago, I assisted with a martial arts competition here." Maximus continued in. Selena had to explain, "The patient I was caring for one. I heard he joined the cavalry." After a few seconds of listening, Maximus replied, "He's gone." Hearing this, Selena was surprised. "What? Why?" He was a calm and gentle person despite his inherent nature. Maximus announced, "Abandoned training, intentional desertion, murdered his instructor." She thought, "The little puppy I tried so hard to bring here abandoned his sturdy shield." Maximus continued, "If you see him, tell him that after causing such a chaotic uproar, the next time he faces me, Max Clark, his life won't be guaranteed." A while later, she was outside, looking distraught. "This is worse than I thought. We haven't even met. And I just found out he ran away." Suddenly, Frank yelled, "Lady Selena," startling her. "Whoa, Frank, are you all right?" He propped himself up smugly. "Of course. Barry is in the small confession room. Do you think this is the first time I've dealt with a nasty woman? So, where did you go, Lady Selena?" After regaining her composure, she forced a smile and replied casually, "Ah, I had some business with the knights, but why is the atmosphere so gloomy?" Frank replied, "The temple is in an uproar because the tournament winner, after calmly joining the knights, his attitude completely changed. After marching for 15 days without food or water, he reached the desert. I heard he even killed the knights who isolated and abandoned him. It's shocking what he did. He also said that he's looking for a trainer at the temple." Hearing this, she was surprised. "He joined the cavalry and then deserted, all because of me? Did he just want to see me?" The scene shifts to the battle where Cedric is gravely wounded. He looks up, the young man clutching his subordinate's coat. He asks, "Who are you?" Frank finds Selena and approaches her, reporting, "I think he's looking for you, Lady Selena." Selena, hearing this, thinks, "He probably thinks I'm at the monastery." Ah, he was knighted with the hope of finding me, but that mission disappointed him, to the point that he completely stopped eating and drinking. He probably hates me because he left without a word. Frank, seeing her standing listening silently, worries, Lady Selena, are you all right? Seeing Selena still silent, Frank reminds her in a low voice. He might have learned your true identity. You have to be careful. Don't go alone if possible. Selena thinks to herself, careful? But outwardly, she smiles gently. Yes, thank you for your concern, Priest Frank. But inwardly, Selena is calculating. But I'm more concerned about how we'll meet. Then, Selena starts to leave and says to Frank, I'll go in today. Hearing this, Frank immediately replies, yes, travel safely. I'll wait for your letter. In the blink of an eye, it's evening, and a voice calls out from the carriage. Hey, why are you lost in thought? Inside the carriage, Sano bashfully covers her face. Do you know what the priest said to me? He told me to come back anytime I want to be cleansed. That means he wants to see me again, right? Sano continues to mutter. Does he like me? What should I wear next time? Meanwhile, Selena, sitting beside her, falls into contemplation. How can I find Van High? I can't even put up flyers. I'm looking for a man, description, black hair, blue eyes, handsome, but quite fierce. Reward if found. After thinking, Selena sighs. Sano, suddenly interrupted, gets angry. What the heck? Seriously, why are you sighing? Then, Sano speaks up, but since when did Sir Spencer become your knight? Did you ask Uncle to assign someone to escort you? Selena replies indifferently. Why do you care? But Sano complains. It's not fair. Why are you the only one with a knight escort? Selena looks at her intently. Oh, so now you want an escort like me? Initially, Sano was supposed to bring Van High back, but because of her active efforts to change her fate, I've completely changed the original story. Now I know that things won't go as planned anymore. If things continue like this, I'll be able to avoid the attack. However, seeing Selena drift off again, Sano shouts, Hey, are you even listening to me? Selena, startled, asks, What did you say? Sano replies seriously, I was also going to ask Uncle to find me an escort. Hearing this, Selena is shocked, and immediately after, she asks, So you're going to give me the title of older sister, but also take it away whenever you want? Selena questioned back, Sister? What do you mean, sister? Weren't you the one who toyed with my family whenever you felt like it? Sano spoke with a hidden meaning. I wonder if the noble countess is truly that kind. Would you want to be sisters with an illegitimate child who doesn't even know her father's face? Selena vaguely realized something. Judging by Sano's tone, it seemed something had happened. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding between them. Selena called out Sano, but Sano ignored her and continued, I knew this wouldn't work. You should get off the carriage and walk from here. Selena was surprised what? She couldn't understand what Sano was saying. Sano repeated, Get off the carriage and walk from here. Selena inwardly scoffed. Sano was riding in her, Selena's, own knight escort's carriage. How dare she tell her to get off and walk? Sano continuously urged, What are you doing? Stop this carriage. Selena thought, Is this a joke? Really? She bowed her head in exasperation. Fine, as you wish. Then, Selena ordered, William, stop the carriage. Back at the mansion, Benny curiously asked, Did you go to the convent with Miss Sano? Selena replied, Yes. Benny said, I heard Miss Sano wouldn't be going, but Selena responded, she went closer to evening. Selena also recounted the situation from a few hours prior. She seemed to want to get off the carriage, so I stopped it and left her in the middle of the forest. Benny was aghast. Oh dear, Selena asked, did anything happen at the mansion? Benny stammered, I have something to tell you. Mississippi Madam gathered all the servants to scold them. Selena turned back in surprise. What? She's doing that while Uncle is away. Benny said sadly, Uncle isn't the head of the family right now. Since Madam is the head, she can do whatever she wants. Hearing this, Selena concluded, so she can make decisions on family matters, even without Cedric. She suddenly spoke, all right, Selena thought. So Camilla's grip is stronger than I expected. Seeing Selena's seriousness, Benny decided to explain, Miss, you lost your memories, so you probably don't remember, but it wasn't like this before. Madam was an outsider, and she didn't have any children with the Earl. People used to say she wasn't worthy of being Countess Crawford, but that changed with the war. After listening, Selena deduced the territory was completely devastated after the war. All the costly expenses for restoring the territory and the border troops came from Camilla's pocket. Outwardly, she's known as a good foster mother. Selena covered her face in frustration. There's no reason for the servants to disobey her. Just then, Sackley called from outside the door, Miss, are you in there? Selena, unsure why Sackley was suddenly looking for her at this time, asked Sackley. Sackley immediately explained, I apologize, I came in a hurry. I have urgent news. A few minutes passed. Selena grasped the situation and asked, You went to the meeting with the servants? How did you get in there? Sackley obediently replied, "They didn't suspect me because I'm young. I went in pretending to serve." Recalling the situation, Sackley had been serving when he witnessed an angry man shout, "How dare you throw the Countess into the annex? This is an insult to the entire family. As soon as Lord Cedric returns, we will hold a trial." Immediately, Camilla calmly said, "No need. We can't bother a lord who's working for his territory. Besides, there are more pressing matters." She announced, "I'm thinking of arranging early marriages for the children." Then the others replied, "Oh, I see. Do you have anyone in mind, madam?" And Camilla answered, "I'm thinking of Selena." After listening to Sackley's story, Selena asked, "Is that the end? You mean the discussion was cut short?" Sackley replied, "Yes, because..." Suddenly, an urgent voice interrupted their conversation. "Miss, I think you should come out. The captain has returned." In the mansion's hall, the servants were in a flurry because Cedric had returned covered in blood. In the room, William loudly announced to Selena he was attacked by assassins and has been seriously injured. Upon hearing the news, Selena sat frozen for a few seconds. In an instant, she regained her composure and ran towards Cedric's room. William called after her, "Running like that is dangerous." Then he also cried out, "Miss." Selena quickly reached the door and opened it. As soon as the door opened, she rushed in and called out, "Uncle." Cedric, now bandaged, looked up at her. "Selena." A few seconds later, he said, "You must be startled. This is the first time I've been injured like this. I apologize for making you worry." Selena denied, "No, it's not that. I'm just worried." But before she could finish, he interrupted, "All right, even if it's not that, I was going to see you because I need your permission for something." She was bewildered. "My permission?" Cedric then explained, "It's a long story. As you know, the barbarians are living on the outskirts. They're a group of bandits. We were dispatched to help those who were robbed, but there was a counterattack, and we were outnumbered. However, a warrior suddenly appeared and helped us. Thanks to him, my life and the lives of my fellow knights were saved. So I want him to join the White Eagle Knights." Camilla strongly objected, as, he's currently living in the village. Hearing this, Selena asked, why? Cedric immediately replied, "Well, his background. I don't know if you understand, but they say he was once a slave. They say he has no name and no memories. Perhaps he committed a serious crime in the past and is trying to deceive us." But Cedric suddenly recalled the situation at the time. He looked at Selena and asked, "So what do you want?" The warrior had replied, "You don't need to compensate me. Even if I'm called to be a servant, I will gladly obey. Please, allow me to sacrifice my life for the Crawford family." After recounting everything, Cedric concluded, "No matter how I look at it, he doesn't seem like a liar. Of course, if you also object, I won't let him into the Earl's castle." Selena was silently surprised. "I feel admiration for Cedric's discernment for the first time." But Cedric's voice immediately brought her back. "What do you think, Selena?" Selena realized Cedric is recognized as one of the best warriors in the entire empire. So she said, She thought I was right. After a few seconds of hesitation, Selena spoke, "I will follow your wishes." She rejoiced inwardly. "Him." Then, Selena remarked, "His background or name doesn't matter. What truly matters is the fact that he saved Uncle's life." Selena had figured it out. It was Van H.A.I. in the garden. Selena asked, "William, where is the new knight working?" He replied, "This is the outdoor guard unit I used to be in Mississippi." Hearing this, Selena thought, it's been 10 days since Van High entered Earl Crawford's castle. I don't know how Cedric could persuade Camilla. I'm not even curious. She raised her head, looking up at the window, continuing, "But I want to know how the relationship between Sano and Van High will progress." Thinking about this, Selena wondered aloud. If someone is from the outskirts, they don't work in the city center. So why does Mother object to it? William closed his eyes and replied, "He's a lowly person, so it's not hard to understand why Madam objects to it." "Didn't you see him at that martial arts event?" Selena replied, "I did, although I didn't meet him directly." William said, "It's a relief that Miss didn't have to witness that horrible thing firsthand." Selena asked in surprise, "Horrible?" He blushed and replied, "No, not like Miss thinks." "Well, how could a beauty like you be mixed up with those prisoners?" Hearing him say that, Selena smiled brightly and said, "I'm gorgeous in your eyes, aren't I?" William replied, dumbfounded, "Yes, what?" "Of course, everyone thinks so." Sano, seeing the two talking intimately, angrily muttered, "Such a waste." She thought, "I wonder how much longer she'll be flirting there." As soon as Sano returned from the monastery, she was grounded. She yelled, "Selena, where are you? Come here quickly, you crazy, stuttering woman." Suddenly, Camilla's voice rang out. "Sano, anyone who makes a racket in front of adults, come to my room immediately." Camilla, she was very strict in raising her daughter, and Sano clearly knew this, but still couldn't control herself. Selena patted William's shoulder and called, "William." An idea popped in her head. Instead of waiting for Sano know to leave the room. It would be faster if I just went to see him. Then she said, there's a place I want to go. Meanwhile, at the outpost, a voice suddenly rang out. I heard there's a newcomer there. Is he adapting well? Suddenly seeing William, the pink-haired knight said in surprise, oh, look who it is. Sir Spencer, long time no see. William asked, want to smoke? The pink-haired knight chuckled and replied playfully, of course. After William led him away, Selena, hidden in the bushes, thought, great, now let's go inside. Stepping in front of her room, she wondered, will Van High be here? Spencer will have to buy us a lot of time. Selena raised her hand, and the door opened. Seeing Van High, she instinctively recoiled in fear. She thought, for a moment, there was a very familiar scent. Selena's eyes stared intently at Van High. Pennywort, sage, lavender, and rosemary, the scent I smelled in the darkness, distinct, the familiar scent of healing. The moment Van High turned around, Selena cried out in panic. Turning too quickly, she lost her balance and yelled, ah. Hearing the scream, Van High continued, walking nonchalantly. Seeing this, Selena thought someone fell because he bumped into her and he's just going to ignore it and leave? Thinking this, Selena angrily called out, wait. Hearing the call, Van High abruptly stopped. Selena thought he stopped. I guess he recognized my voice. I thought he had forgotten me. Then she asked, are you pretending not to know me? I thought you were waiting for me. Or no, maybe I was the one waiting. Hearing this, Van High turned around, his face full of surprise. Selena slowly walked towards him and said, hello. It's been a while, hasn't it? After a while, under the tree, Selena said, if the Earl comes and asks you to become Sanon's knight, it would be best if you accepted it. Van High coldly asked, why should I be a knight escort for your sister? Selena replied, because I want to keep you close. Seeing Van High's face redden, she wondered, did I speak too frankly? But I'm completely serious about this. I want to look at his bright face up close and for a long time. She then said aloud, I can't sneak out of the mansion like this every time. Then she thought, I heard that he was forbidden from eating or drinking in the monastery. I guess he's living well here. Selena thought to herself, goodness, he's so handsome. She added, Sanon's room isn't that far from mine either. Then she thought again, I said this just to see him more, but I don't think him becoming Sanon's escort knight would be a bad idea. That way, I can keep an eye on Sanon and also see Van High more often. He rubbed his chin and asked, is that all you have to say? Selena frowned. Humph, what more is there to say? Van High didn't answer, only sighed. Seeing this, Selena became embarrassed and angry. How could Santa not like him? Look at his nose. After a few seconds, she suddenly changed her mind. He's so handsome, regardless of anyone's taste. After a while, Van High asked, why did you treat my wounds? Selena stammered, well. Hesitating for a moment, unable to find an answer, she countered, well, why do you think I did it? Van High was speechless. She added, I realized it, but you're too quiet. Van High quickly said, no, that's not it. I don't know what to say to make people happy. Selena smiled. Oh, you finally looked back when I pretended to leave. Then she asked, are you trying to make me happy with your words? Van High looked at her blankly, his face full of urgency. He said, the end result wasn't what I wanted. Selena was dumbfounded. What was he talking about all of a sudden? Didn't he completely forget about that martial arts competition? Van High explained, I tried my best to fight fairly. I tried to make that match enjoyable. Selena asked, confused what? He added, but he didn't want to point a knife at me. So, hearing this, Selena somewhat understood. She asked, startled, no way. Do you still think I'm a servant in the monastery? And that's why I treated you. Van High didn't answer, but his expression made it clear. Seeing this, Selena was exasperated. Treating your benefactor like a spy. Oh my goodness, am I right? Then she said, okay, well then, if that's how it seems, then there's nothing else I can do. I'll just continue being a fool from now on. Goodbye. With that, Selena decisively left, while Van High stared blankly after her. I don't want to stay here and try to explain myself. I don't even know what to say. At that moment, Van High suddenly spoke, but I had already won. He said, even if my opponent hadn't finished themselves off, I still would have won. Because I promised you. These words made Selena stop. Finally, I realized why he suddenly mentioned the martial arts tournament finals. Her words from the prison suddenly came back to her. Then if you win, one quiet night, just the two of us, I'll give you a name. This man, remembering the promise from that day, had come to see me. Van High blushed and said, so please give me a name. Von Howie, Kastak. It must have been Crow who revealed his real name. So, Selena immediately asked Van High, but you really don't remember your name? I'm sure you heard it during that match. He lowered his head, sighed, and replied, but I don't have any strong feelings about that name. as if it wasn't mine. This couldn't help but confuse her. He didn't remember it all? This wasn't how it was in the original story. At this point, Selena began to speculate. Could Van High's memory loss be related to that injury? Or did it happen before he was brought here? None of this was certain, because in the Circle of Salvation, he was just an unimportant side character, so there weren't any details clarifying his background or even stories about his life. Thinking this, her thoughts became chaotic. Please come back, Lady Valentine. Then, Selena continued to assess Van High. He definitely wasn't the same as in the original story. He didn't seem to care about what happened in the past, not even the lost memories. Looking at the expressions he was showing, the more she thought, the more troubled she became. Who knew if in the near future, he might be defeated in a fight as the heir or betrayed and thrown here. If that didn't happen, then, as someone bearing the name of royalty, there was no way he would be sent to enemy territory with amnesia. But then, Selena brushed those thoughts aside. Stop thinking about this. No matter what, I don't want to interfere with his past. Just try to survive in this world is tiring enough. She smiled at Van High and asked warmly, "Are you injured anywhere? I heard you saved my uncle's life. Is your body all right after I treated you?" He didn't say much, only replying, yes. Hearing this, Selena thought to herself, asterisk, he's too humble. Not like the rude guy in the isolation room. Asterisk, then she kindly continued, well then, let me take a look at those wounds. These words stunned Van High, his eyes widening in surprise. Seeing his reaction, Selena explained, I want to check and make sure there aren't any lingering issues with your body. Not long after, the two of them left that place, the fire for the fireplace blazing, illuminating the room. Van High remained silent. Then, he slowly removed his cloak. Myself, here. Seeing this, Selena's cheeks flushed slightly. Then she heard Van High whisper, please come closer and help me look. As soon as he finished speaking, Selena cautiously reached out to check, and indeed, there were no injuries. Then she looked directly into Van High's eyes and asked with heartache, can you promise me you won't let yourself get hurt again? All right. Van High was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed, I promise you. Suddenly, William's panicked voice rang out. Lady Selena. He looked around frantically, calling out repeatedly, Lady Selena, where are you? At this moment, Selena realized, oh, it's William. I need to go back. So, she turned decisively to leave, but before she could exit, Van High called after her, Selena. Selena stopped at his voice. He said without hesitation, that's a beautiful name. Van High's words made her chuckle. Oh my, I thought you were a very rigid person, but unexpectedly, you can also be smooth-tongued like this. So, she gently bid him farewell. Anyway, it's time for me to leave. I'll see you soon. Although Selena had said so, Van High still followed her out. So, after taking a few steps, Selena looked back. She stared at his tall figure, her thoughts in turmoil that he's still standing there, watching me. I pushed him into a hopeless darkness, yet he's still standing there waiting for me. After hesitating for a moment, Selena decided to give him the answer he was waiting for. Van High, that's your name. From now on, I'll come and look after you often. As evening approached, Selena returned to the palace. Upon seeing her, William was extremely worried. My lady, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Hearing this, Selena replied, I'm so sorry. I got lost. He didn't continue to question her, but sighed in relief, saying, I was so worried when you left the Earl's mansion. At this moment, Selena noticed two people in the distance. She wondered to herself, is that Camila? Why is she here at this hour? And who is that man beside her? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but they didn't seem to notice Selena's presence. The man politely said, please come inside, madam. Camila replied, all right. Then, as if nothing had happened, she slowly returned to her room and found Penny, who was drowsy, my lady. Why are you back so late? Selena smiled and replied, I had some things to do. Were you waiting up for me? I have something to ask you. Hearing this, Penny immediately became alert. Yes, my lady. Selena asked, this morning, I saw a man standing next to my mother. He had blonde hair and a rather high hairline. Hearing Selena say this, Penny nodded, Then she said sadly, my lady, do you really not remember anything? How could you not remember the head butler? Oh, my poor lady. These words made Selena stunned. The head butler. So, Selena quickly left. There's no way. Could he be the head butler? If he hadn't bowed to me, I might have mistaken him for Camilla's slave. Seeing this, Penny worriedly reminded her, my lady, you should go to sleep. Unexpectedly, Selena didn't pay any attention and said, you go to sleep first. I need to clarify a few things. Hearing this, Penny immediately replied, how can I sleep before you? What are you looking for? At the same time, Camilla was with Reuben. She asked, you see? This question made him wonder, why this house? Is there something making the mistress suspicious? Hearing this, Camilla chuckled. Reuben, the head butler in the Earl's castle. Reuben became even more curious. It seems like you're in a good mood today. Isn't that right, Camilla? So she excitedly asked back, oh really? But immediately after, Camilla quickly recounted. To be honest, Cedric bowed to me today. Hearing this, Reuben couldn't help but be surprised. Cedric, she nodded. That's right. He asked me for help with something related to the barbarian who keeps trying to sabotage the estate where he lives. I told him that this would be the last time he could ask for help from our family, and I gave him two choices: either marry me or hand over control of the military to our family. After listening, he praised her. You did well, Camilla. Then, Reuben cautiously asked, but, my lady, do you think we should be more careful? Camilla frowned and asked, about what? He said, us frequently meeting at this house. What if someone sees us? Unexpectedly, she wasn't worried at all and smirked, saying, you worry too much. When I go out, it's perfectly normal for me to call you along. After that, Camilla added matter-of-factly, no one has the free time to care about what we do here. Back with Selena, Penny sheepishly said to her, I'm sorry, my lady. I couldn't resist my sleepiness. Selena immediately continued, that's why I advised you to go to sleep earlier. Despite this, Penny still insisted, but I'm really worried and wondering what will happen. Hearing this, Selena chuckled and looked at Penny. I'm just like you right now, when I learned that Camilla and Reuben were childhood friends. In the original story, the butler knew all of Camilla's wicked deeds. That's why, after being threatened by Duke Valentina, he agreed to be a witness in the trial. Camilla's ending was filled with bloody tears, betrayed, and then executed. The second half of the story is full of sadness. I only skimmed through it. I need to verify the details according to my memory. Suddenly, her train of thought was interrupted by Penny's exclamation. Huh? Isn't that the head butler? Looking at the man before her, she wondered, why is he coming out of the mistress's room in the middle of the night? Penny's eyes widened. And suddenly, she realized something, her cheeks flushing crimson. She let out a yelp. Then, Penny stammered to Selena and ran back to her room. I'll go to sleep now, my lady. Witnessing this scene, Selena remained incredibly calm. I'm sure she'll kick me out of the house whenever she wants. It's no coincidence that they're in that house. After all, everyone knows that the side house is the ideal place to avoid unwanted attention. Eyeing her surroundings, this is the perfect cover for a lie. Penny's worried voice rang out. My lady, you're awake. Selena rubbed her eyes, focusing on Penny's words. I was so worried when I heard you didn't sleep well last night. She glanced back, recalling the butler's appearance from yesterday. It's because I was shocked by that butler. If Mother was going to have an affair, I thought it would at least be with a hot, charming man. What exactly is appealing about him? Finishing her thought, Selena reassured Penny. I think it's because I slept late. Don't worry. At that moment, both Selena and Penny looked towards the door in surprise. Camilla's appearance startled Penny, who exclaimed, Madam, what are you doing here? Camilla coldly ordered, Leave us, Penny. I need to speak with Selena. Selena was being dressed and her hair brushed by the maids. Suddenly, a jealous maid asked, Is it because you don't go out often, miss? Your skin is so smooth, without a single blemish. It's really not fair. I wonder why they came so early in the morning. Does Mother want to play dress up? She glanced coldly at the maids behind her and thought, I'm pretty sure these maids have pulled Selena's hair once or twice to bully her, just like Shannon used to. A maid's voice interrupted her thoughts. Miss, you're like a doll. The short-haired maid gripped Selena tightly and continued with a smile. Even if you don't talk, don't scream, okay? Outside, William suddenly heard a loud scream. Hey, Sally, holding a tray, asked, Mr. Spencer, are you going in? William looked at the closed door and replied, Not now. The young miss said. Inside Selena's room, chaos reigned. William reiterated Selena's instructions. Whatever Madam does, don't interfere. Camilla's face darkened. She slapped the maid holding the scissors hard. You lowly maid, how dare you harm my daughter? She angrily issued a warning. If this happens again, I'll cut off your hands, understand? Selena's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my, Mother is truly angry. The maid who tried to attack Selena stammered in fear. I apologize, madam. Camilla thought cruelly, it's best that way. I need to package her carefully to sell her off. I can't let a stupid maid leave any scratches. She put on a kind facade and smiled at Selena with feigned concern. Selena, are you all right? Selena flinched and quickly replied, Yes, Mother. Then, Camilla said to Penny, All right, try the other dresses. I'll leave the rest to you. Penny's eyes widened, and she quickly agreed, Yes, madam. A moment later, Camilla's surprised voice rang out, Oh my, because your skin is so beautiful. Even this color suits you so well. Selena, dressed in a light pink gown with her hair styled up, silently admired herself in the mirror. A radiant aura seemed to emanate from Selena. Camilla praised her wholeheartedly. Indeed, you're dazzling. Selena muttered to herself. It seems like they've checked if I'm a warm or cool tone. I think I suit cool tones better. Camilla's loud laughter rang out continuously. Ho ho, you're so pretty, Selena. You look like an angel. Selena looked incredulous, stammering. And me? Camilla reached out and touched a lock of hair by Selena's cheek, then declared, yes, as long as you keep your mouth shut. Or no, you look like a fool. Camilla turned to order a servant. Sanon has an emerald green gown, right? Bring it here. The servant replied, yes, madam. Selena irritably wondered, how long is she going to keep this up? In the original novel, Camilla prepared Selena for 10 days, then took her to meet the lord of the neighboring country. As a result, Camilla received a lot of money, Selena's arranged marriage. Before the wedding day, at the Queen's birthday banquet, Selena recalled the plot from her memory. She met the Duke. So, Camilla canceled the engagement and brought Sanon to her residence. Camilla placed a necklace around Selena's neck and asked her opinion. Should we try this necklace? Sanon was forced into the abusive marriage to take her place. But not long after, her husband died of old age. When Sanon returned to the mansion as a widow, Camilla took that position after killing Cedric. She coldly asked, Sanon, you don't plan to stay here long, do you? Unfortunately, there was no place in the mansion that held Sanon. Camilla made a list and informed Sanon, I have a list of candidates. It starts tomorrow. They will come to meet you. Because Sanon couldn't hate her birth mother. In the end, Sanon agreed to Camilla's demands. Yes, mother. She believed that her downfall began with Selena. That's why she ordered Van High to capture and torture Selena. Selena pursed her lips, reaching up to touch the necklace on her neck. After all, the real villain who caused all of this was. She pursed her lips, looking at her reflection in the mirror. Camilla continued to praise her wholeheartedly that you're perfect, Selena. Selena affirmed in her heart, it's you, Camilla. Camilla requested her, now twirl around. Selena didn't hesitate to agree. Yes, mother. She closed her eyes and held her forehead, thinking, this is so tiring. Suddenly, Penny's panicked voice rang out, Miss. She cried out, supporting Selena, and pleaded with Camilla, Madam, I think Miss is very tired. Can I let her rest in bed? Camilla sighed and agreed, fine. I suppose she is prone to fainting. Selena peeked one eye open at her and wondered, in the original, she married me off to the lord of the neighboring country, right? Before leaving, Camilla instructed the servants, I'll be back tomorrow to make sure she doesn't escape. Another voice replied, yes, I'll tell Mississippi. Selena tried to recall the details of the plot. I wonder who the lord of the neighboring country is. She tiredly rubbed the back of her neck and asked Penny, Penny, can you find out who Madam plans to marry me off to? Penny said, I believe it's Grayson, the elderly lord. Sackley knows about this. Hearing this, Selena was extremely surprised. Emma told him. Selena suddenly felt extremely curious. Asterisk the elderly lord? How old is he to be called that? Asterisk Penny looked troubled, stammering, Hitchet. Then she relayed everything she knew to Selena that I heard he's 73 this year, and because of his joint problems, he couldn't personally come and meet Mississippi. Selena's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped. What? She exclaimed. Lowering her head, fury burning within her, she thought, I'm 18 years old and about to be married off to a 73-year-old geezer. If she loves money that much, she should marry him herself. Why sell me off? Penny asked anxiously, Miss, are you all right? Selena touched her chin, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Wait, she mused, if it's Lord Grayson. I've heard that name somewhere before. Jenna smiled and said, oh, you must be new here. She introduced herself to Selena. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi. I'm Jenna Grayson. Suddenly remembering, Selena quickly asked, Penny, did Mother say she was going out this afternoon? Penny confirmed, yes, I'm sure she did. Would you like to go with Madam? Selena pulled out a necklace, and oh, she explained, I have a better idea. Penny, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Miss, what are you planning? Selena smiled reassuringly. It's not what you think, so don't worry. She fastened the necklace around her neck. I'm going to see Uncle, she told Penny. Just then, a knight's voice rang out. The captain has returned. Selena stood before Cedric and called out, Uncle. Cedric laughed heartily. Come in, Selena. He said, IT feels like it's been ages since we last saw each other. After looking at Cedric, Selena remarked, you look thinner than before. Is it because you've been too busy? Then she added, I have some things to discuss with you. Cedric sat down in a chair. Good, he said, I have something to tell you as well. Selena asked curiously, what is it? Cedric revealed his intentions, that I'm thinking of retiring. Selena was stunned. This deviated from the original storyline. But this is before the poisoning incident. She thought that he's deciding to leave the Knights on his own. Why would he do that? The uncle I know would let himself be buried with the White Eagle Knights. She voiced a crucial question. Then who will be the next captain? Selena felt a surge of anxiety. No one can replace you, Uncle. Cedric reassured her, don't worry, Selena. There's always Adrian. Selena's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped. What? She gasped, repeating the name under her breath. Adrian. She found the unfolding events utterly unbelievable. No way, she thought, that he's going to hand over the entire elite force to Camila? That lunatic is about to become the next captain? What kind of madness is this? Selena held the necklace from around her neck out to Cedric. Uncle, she asked, do you know what this is? Cedric immediately replied, well, I don't. Selena clutched the necklace tighter. It's poison, she explained. Penny found it while cleaning Mother's room. Seeing her uncle's bewildered expression, Selena realized he didn't seem to understand what she was talking about. Cedric wondered aloud, why would there be poison in her room? Selena sighed in exasperation. This is why you were so easily poisoned, huh? Cedric still didn't fully believe her. Is there any proof that this is poison? He asked. You can't suspect someone without evidence. Before he could finish his sentence, Selena poured the contents of the vial onto a nearby potted flower. It's not that I don't trust you, Selena. Just then, the flower's petals began to change color. Selena quickly said, look, Uncle, this is the truth. Cedric suddenly reached out and gripped her shoulder tightly. Selena stubbornly continued, even if you turn a blind eye. Cedric's eyes widened, and he yelled, stop it, Selena. He looked directly into his niece's eyes and said that, contrary to her appearance, the Countess was supposedly kind-hearted. So even if it were poison, he didn't believe she would intend to harm anyone. Selena wondered in confusion. Asterisk, does he even hear himself? I think he really doesn't want to get involved in the fight between me and Camila. Asterisk, however, Cedric still had to be wary of Camila. Having thought it over, she revealed an important piece of news. There's a will on Emma's body. Selena reached out and pushed the hand on her shoulder away. I quietly gave it to Sir Patron, afraid it would reach Mother's ears. Mother sent poison to Emma. It seemed she couldn't bring herself to drink it and jumped into the river. Selena, without holding back, asked Cedric directly. Asterisk, Mother easily abandoned such a loyal maid. Uncle, who do you think will be next? Asterisk. Faced with that question, Cedric remained silent. Selena took her uncle's hand and reminded him, Asterisk, you are the leader of the White Eagle Knights. Adrian is still young. Asterisk. She looked at Cedric's bandaged hand. It seemed the wound hadn't fully healed. Cedric closed his eyes and said, Asterisk, Selena, we'll talk about this later. I have to leave in a few days. Asterisk, Selena asked worriedly. Is it because of those barbarians? Cedric explained, Asterisk, yes. They've lost their best warriors, so they won't stay put. So, instead of destroying those barbarians, we'll accept them as citizens of this territory. Asterisk, he tiredly rubbed the back of his neck. Easier said than done. Selena looked at Cedric with great concern. Asterisk, how will you ride a horse when your hand hasn't healed yet? He's stuck between his niece and his sister-in-law. And on top of that, he's still protecting the territory all alone. Does he think anyone will acknowledge these efforts? Asterisk, she asked, Uncle, can you keep a secret? Cedric told Selena. Asterisk, I beg your pardon? Well, it depends on the secret. Obviously, there has to be a good reason. Asterisk, Selena confidently asserted. I'm guessing you'll keep it after this. Cedric exclaimed in confusion. Selena. Between Selena's hands was a glowing stone. She smiled and said, because you certainly won't send me to the convent to become a priest. Cedric looked at his healed hands and exclaimed in surprise. Asterisk, good heavens, Selena. I never thought you would have this ability. Asterisk. This power, Selena explained to him. I told you that's how I knew about Van Hau. Cedric asked back, confused. Asterisk, Van High? That knight's name is Van High. No matter how many times I ask, he never answers. So, I suppose he doesn't have a name. Asterisk. Selena gave a strained smile and asked Cedric about Van High's situation. How is he doing among the knights these days? She continued, well, he's new, so he needs more time to adjust. Cedric's eyes lit up. He was incredibly proud of Selena. Asterisk, by the way, Selena, you're truly amazing. It's a shame I have to keep this to myself. I can't even be proud of it. Moreover, you wish I would just listen to you. I don't think he'll continue to listen to me anymore. It's time to leave. Asterisk, thinking this, she immediately said to Cedric, Uncle, I just came back today. Well, a lot of time has passed. She asked her uncle a question. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it. Uncle, how long have the housekeeper and my mother known each other? Excuse me. I heard they've known each other since they were young. They said they knew each other before they both entered the academy. Selena remembered and continued. They've known each other for a very long time. So I guess that's why they're always together in the annex until late at night. She smiled and continued. Despite the fact that I almost suspected their relationship, Mother is a warm-hearted person, unlike her appearance. The next morning, inside the carriage, Penny's worried voice rang out, Miss, are you all right? Selina, pale and tired, said, "This body is poor stamina. Being busier than yesterday made me tired too." Penny rubbed her eyes and asked Selina with confusion, "But Madam is so brave. How could she leave the poison behind just like that after leaving the room?" Selina exclaimed, "Oh, poison?" Selina was exasperated. "Cedric and Penny, how can you both be so naive? Those who have suffered in the past don't even know what suspicion is. There's no way Camilla could have left poison in her bedroom." Selina suddenly declared, "I was the one who gave it to her." Penny's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Selina asked, "Eternal sleep, remember? I just switched the bottle." She smirked, covering her mouth with a smile. "Mother isn't exactly a sentimental person, you know. I told my uncle that you found it while cleaning. You're okay with this, right? They say true loyalty comes from fear." Whatever pity remained in Penny's eyes disappeared. Penny bowed her head and replied, "Yes, Mississippi." And empathy. Selina took Penny's hand. A moment later, Penny didn't hesitate to affirm, "If it's for Mrs. Benefit, then I will," she declared resolutely, "do everything." Her fear was replaced by deep faith and trust. The main temple in the north, the Monastery of Light. When you come to the temple to pray, your image will become serene and mature. Before going inside, Selina turned back to bid Penny farewell. "I'll be back later, Penny." Penny anxiously said, "Please come back soon, Mississippi." This is a method that even nobles, who aren't usually religious, use. For example, when they have to find marriage partners for hooligans who have reached marriageable age. As Selina was going inside, someone's loud laughter suddenly rang out. "Haha." Jenna grandson was a prime example. She looked at the girl in front of her and called out, "Miss Jenna." Jenna exclaimed in surprise. When she saw Selina appear, she shouted excitedly, "Oh, Miss Selina." Selina was startled, her face darkening. "Oh dear." Jenna ran over and hugged her tightly. "Oh my goodness, it's been so long." Selina said helplessly, "Oh no." Jenna hugged Selina tightly and asked, "You came here to pray, right?" Selina responded awkwardly, stammering, "Yes. Yes, since I realized I'm here, I might as well talk to you. Do you have some free time?" Then, she shared some news with Jenna. The Crawford family is planning a wedding. Jenna replied, "That's right, I also heard the news recently." Selina continued, "Ah, that's why they sent that letter." Jenna, feeling incredibly curious, asked, "I heard that your grandfather will be visiting the Crawford family soon. How greedy is that man? Your cousin is setting up a wedding, right? She must be very young. What a pity." Upon hearing this, Selina was also surprised. She couldn't believe it. Selina covered her mouth, feigning embarrassment. Actually, she thought confidently, "Because I'm still young, this marriage is obviously not suitable for me." Of course, in front of Jenna, Selina decided to reveal the whole truth. "The person Kano is marrying isn't my sister." Jenna asked her, confused, "What?" Jenna's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Then who is it? Don't tell me it's Selina." Selina chuckled coldly. "Shannon and I aren't the only unmarried women of count. Crawford," Selina suddenly revealed, "our mother wants to remarry." Jenna finally realized she likes her grandfather that much, so she kept sending him letters. Selina confirmed she has secretly admired him for a very long time after hearing about his achievements. Having said that, she anxiously reminded Jenna, "Oh, please turn a blind eye, Miss Jenna." Jenna affirmed, "Certainly. I bet grandfather likes it too." She laughed and asked Selina, "I didn't know the Countess had such affections." Having achieved her goal, Selina gloated triumphantly. "Great, from now on, the rumor will spread far and wide." Jenna forced a laugh and asked, "Ah, oh, are you leaving so early?" Selina smiled in response. "Yes, I have to go meet someone. If I don't see him first, I feel like he'll be waiting for me all day." In the dressing room, Camilla's voice rang out, "Are these small earrings prettier, or do these long ones look better?" Selina recounted silently. The night the news of Duke Granson's visit to the castle arrived, Camilla's doll-playing reached its limit. Camilla tried on a pair of yellow earrings and felt satisfied. "All right, these will suit you." Wearing them, Selina indeed became more radiant. Camilla said with satisfaction, "It's so beautiful when you wear them. It's wonderful when you wear this. Oh dear, what should I do with you? Make sure you sleep early tonight. We don't want to see your skin." Puffy in the morning. Selina's face was expressionless as she replied, "Yes, mother." Camilla, unconcerned with her daughter's lack of enthusiasm, walked to the door and said, "I think I have to leave now. See you tomorrow, Selina." She coldly replied, "Oh, good night, mother." As soon as Camilla left, Penny looked at Selina with a hint of pity. Unable to bear it, she anxiously asked, "Miss, you're not really going to marry that old count, are you?" Selina softly replied, "Oh, Penny, do you think I'm crazy?" "No way." She gave a bright smile and instructed Penny, I'm going out for a bit. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I've gone to bed. Penny replied, yes, Mississippi. A moment later, Selena was standing at Sanon's door, knocking. Sanon opened the door, slightly annoyed. Who is it at this hour of the night? Selena's face was radiant as she reminded her, you shouldn't be like this, Sanon. You shouldn't open the door without asking who's there. It's not there. Seeing Selena, Sanon grew more irritated. She lowered her voice and said, what do you want? Selena replied, I went to the monastery today. Sanon's attitude suddenly changed, and she asked with some interest, really? Truly, Selena seemingly ignored the shift and hesitated. And the thing is, Priest Frank asked me a few things, good things about you. Sanon's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Really? Selena cheerfully replied, yes, he wants to go with you next time. Sanon asked, with Priest Frank. Selena answered yes. Hearing Selena's confirmation, Sanon's flushed face became happier than ever. However, Selena thought to herself, asterisk of course, that's a lie. I couldn't even meet Frank because he was so busy. Asterisk then, she informed Sanon, next time you go to the monastery, you should ask Mother if you can come with me. It'll be fine, she'll agree. Sanon wanted to go but feigned apprehension. I doubt Mother will let me. Selena gently reassured her. I went with Mother's permission too. I think she wasn't worried because a knight accompanied me. Thanks to these words, Sanon felt a little less anxious. She replied, oh really? Okay, we'll see. That's all right, isn't it? Selena casually answered, yes. It would be great if you had a knight escort you too. Before Selena could finish, Sanon left her and slammed the door shut. This annoyed Selena immensely. William spoke up, my lady. Let's leave now. Selena cursed under her breath, that girl. Then, she walked out to the garden next door, escorted by William. He suddenly asked, my lady, are you planning to go to the camp by the lake? Again, Selena calmly replied, yes. William sounded a little worried. If you go there frequently, you might attract attention. Selena politely said, thank you for your concern, William. She didn't realize that her smile had caused his face to flush. He remained silent for a few seconds. Selena wondered, asterisk, is it because I haven't removed my makeup yet? He can't even look at my face. Asterisk, after walking a while, William told her, I will bring him here. Selena replied, thank you. As she was about to leave, he quickly called out to her, my lady. Selena looked back, puzzled. What is it? He hesitated. Is that the reason why you want to see him so often? Selena gave a bright smile. Yes, a very important reason. He asked shyly, does your uncle know? Selena replied nonchalantly, of course. Do you think I come to see him just because I'm bored? William lowered his head, scratching his ear nervously. That's not what I meant. However, if he keeps meeting a beautiful woman like you frequently, he might develop feelings that he shouldn't. Do you feel that way when you look at me? Seeing her staring at him, he suddenly asked, is something wrong? Selena softly said, you see me every day. Doesn't that mean you feel the same way too? She lifted William's flushed face with her hand. Am I wrong? If so, tell me directly. William was so flustered by her action that he didn't know how to respond properly to Selena's gaze changed, and she suddenly pushed his face higher. He had no choice but to reply, you are right, my lady is always right. Meanwhile, Van High opened the door and stepped out, witnessing the entire scene. She was inwardly panicked. Asterisk what? Was he inside the whole time? Asterisk. But what he's holding in his hand is that a cigarette. She let William run off in embarrassment. A moment later, she and Van Houw stood under a tree and started a conversation. Van Houw said casually, I suppose bothering people is your hobby, isn't it? Selena quickly replied, does it look like I'm bothering him? I don't think that's the reason. Ask him when you see him. Having said that, she cheerfully added, William was the captain of the guard before he became my knight, and now he's doing the same for you. He'll treat you well. All right. She glanced at the cigarette in Van Houw's hand and feigned concern. Do you smoke too? Give it to me. I think you shouldn't smoke it because... He handed her the cigarette. She said, I think you shouldn't smoke it because there's no way to light it. As soon as she finished speaking, Van Houw snapped his fingers. A spark appeared from his hand and lit the cigarette in her hand. Seeing the flame burning brightly on the cigarette, Selena couldn't help but be surprised. You know how to use magic? Van Houw calmly replied, it's elemental magic. I only know how to control the spirit of fire. At this moment, Selena wondered to herself, are elemental magic users common in this world? This is actually the first time I've seen it. Van Houw crossed his arms and said in a low voice, it'll be troublesome if others find out. Selena agreed. Yes, you're right. Because she had been holding the lit cigarette for a while, the rising smoke made her uncomfortable, and she quickly covered her nose. Wait, this smell. She quickly returned it to him. I can't hold it for another second. I'm sorry. The smell is very strong. Selena covered her nose and said apologetically, it doesn't smell like a cigarette at all. What is it really? Van Houw's face was expressionless as he indifferently replied, tobacco. They say it's a type of tobacco. It can erase memories. Hearing this, Selena's eyes widened as if she had learned something terrible. She exclaimed, Van Hao. Van Hao. She faced him and asked anxiously, what kind of hardship are you going through that you have to use this? Is someone bothering you? Van Hao, are you okay? Van Hao, are you really okay? Seeing her expression change because of him, an indescribable feeling welled up in Van Hao's heart. He asked suspiciously, why do you care about me so much? This critical question made Selena freeze for a few seconds. Van Hao deliberately avoided her gaze and said in a low voice, I'll be leaving soon. I'm about to join the battle, the one your uncle is preparing. Hearing this, Selena was startled. You mean the war with the wild tribes? Van Hao frankly admitted, yes. Selena's heart was in turmoil. No way, why would he do that? It was Cedric. The plan was for Andrine to take the position of captain, and then in the end, it's him. She was silent for a moment, then she seriously told him, that war won't happen. Van Hao replied indifferently, it doesn't matter, there will be war somewhere, and She suddenly shouted, have you forgotten? A tinge of sadness colored Selena's face as she reproached him. You said you wouldn't get hurt anymore. You promised me. Van Hao gave a wry smile. You worry a lot about someone who hasn't even been knighted yet. Hurt flickered in Selena's eyes. Why is he keeping such a distance? Is it Sanin? Or perhaps Camilla? She wondered silently. Then, looking away, she asked softly, has my mother met you? Did she ask you to become Sanin's poet? Is that what you came here to ask me? He responded calmly. Selena fell silent. After a moment, she spoke. No. Van Hao was puzzled, then why? She answered honestly, your face. I came to see your face. Van Hao hadn't expected her to look at him like that. His heart skipped a beat. He turned away, a little embarrassed. It's a good change. Selena was bewildered. What is? Van Hao's face flushed. He mumbled, your face. Selena still didn't understand. She leaned closer, curious. A moment later, it clicked at you mean my makeup? Thanks. She gave him a bright smile. That mother's trying to marry me off. The man she's chosen for me is coming tomorrow, so she's been very particular about how I look. Van Hao watched her speak cheerfully about her arranged marriage. That's ridiculous, he said. She continued without hesitation. Do you know who she picked? I assume some nobleman worthy of you, Van Hao guessed. Selena casually asked, have you ever heard of Count Grayson? He's 73. Van Hao was utterly shocked by the number. Selena seemed to take some pleasure in his reaction that my mother is going to sell me to him for the highest price she can get. She added, that's her ambition, at least. But aren't you a legitimate daughter? Van Hao asked, concerned. I am, Selena replied bluntly. He looked at her with a touch of pity. Then why would you agree to such an absurd marriage? Her eyes widened slightly. Oh, so he calls it absurd. I'm starting to like him. She quickly added, my father is dead, and my mother is actually my stepmother. Didn't you know? No, Van Hao replied. Selena speculated. Since he got that cigar, he must be getting along with the other knights. They don't talk about me? Am I that insignificant to them? She quickly asked, no news about me at all? Van Hao looked flustered. They don't talk about those sorts of things. She stepped closer, her voice questioning. Then what do they talk about? He became even more flustered. About how beautiful you are. Selena was a little surprised at Van Hao scratched his head, embarrassed. He elaborated, your soft voice, your sparkling blue eyes, and your golden hair. They say everything about you is nature's masterpiece. That it all makes you very beautiful, elegant, and lovely, or something like that. Selena was overwhelmed. That doesn't necessarily mean everyone sees me that way, does it? I don't go out much. Van Hao replied honestly, that's what I've heard. The air suddenly became quiet. She secretly observed him. He looked so calm while saying such embarrassing words, perhaps because of his royal blood. Thinking of this, she suddenly spoke. So, what do you think? She gently raised her hand to his handsome face. Her eyes twinkled with amusement. When I'm here facing you like this, how do you see me? Van Hao blushed. He reached out and touched her hand, stammering. To me, you are like a dream. Hearing these sincere words, her green eyes flashed with surprise. After her secret meeting with Van Hao, Selena returned to her room and rested. William said unhappily, he seems like a very ambitious person. She was suspicious. Ambitious? William replied, yes. The more experience he has in battle, the faster he will be promoted. She appeared doubtful. So what do you mean? Selena speculated. Is that why he said he wanted to fight? Because he wants a promotion? Is that really it? At first, he said he wanted to support his uncle. Thinking of this, she sighed. If he wants to contribute more, he must be knighted. Then he will join the White Eagles. The image of his face, full of enchantment, flooded back to her. To me, you are like a dream. This made her inwardly flustered. I can't forget his eyes when he looked at me, when he said that. William was silently observing her. Selena suddenly said, "Can I ask you a favor, William?" He quickly replied, "Yes, miss, what is it?" She spoke seriously. "Can you provide more information about the Gastar kingdom?" "No. This will help me search more accurately for the genealogy of this kingdom's ruling family." On a beautiful morning, Selena's stammering voice rang out. Count Grayson. She struggled to get the words out. It's a pure pleasure to meet you. I am Selena Crawford. Count Grayson gave a gentle smile. "Well, what a lovely girl. It's a pleasure. I him Gout Grayson." Selena curtsied gently and continued to speak to him. Would you like to take a walk around the garden?" Camilla, seeing her strange behavior, cheerfully said, "Oh, Selena, she's so happy to meet you that she's nervous." Selena stammered, "Oh, yes." Her mother, fearing she would ruin her plans, squeezed her shoulder tightly. "Selena, I will take him for a walk around the garden." Saying this, she quickly took Count Grayson's arm, smiling brightly. "This way, sir. Let me escort you." Count Grayson, being so attentively cared for by her, seemed extremely pleased. Ho. Selena watched them walk a distance away. She crossed her arms, lost in thought. All right, she just wanted him to see my face. The way he looked at me. She smirked. That certainly wasn't the look of someone choosing a future spouse. Camilla carefully guided Count Grayson along. She softly said, "She doesn't usually stutter so much. She must be nervous in front of such a distinguished person as yourself." He calmly replied, "There's nothing to be nervous about. When we become family, we can take care of each other." Camilla, seeing that he didn't seem to mind Selena's flaws, was overjoyed. "What did you say? You like what you saw?" Grayson slowly replied, "Of course, very beautiful. Thank you for letting me know your decision, Camilla. May I call you by your name?" She replied, "Of course." He continued slowly, "The sooner, the better for me." Camilla started to feel something was amiss. She asked, "Excuse me?" Grayson began to mention about the wedding, I didn't expect him to bring this up so quickly. Camilla said, "Oh dear, that makes me a little worried, honestly, as her mother. I want to find a fiancé around her age." Hearing this from Camilla, Grayson suddenly froze. She didn't notice his angry expression and continued talking about Selena, but she's very stubborn. She insists on marrying an older man. "What can I do to stop her?" "Since you're remarrying, you should choose someone young and beautiful." Grayson trembled, wanting to stop her, but Mrs. Crawford, Camilla, oblivious, continued, "Haha, you see, she's truly captivating, but she's the most wonderful woman in the West." Grayson's expression changed. He began to suspect, "Mrs. Crawford, are you trying to have me marry your daughter?" A pause of about 5 seconds. Grayson suddenly raised his voice. "What do you mean?" "Don't be absurd. How can I marry a girl young enough to be my granddaughter?" Camilla innocently replied, "But in the letter, you said you were interested in someone in the Crawford family." Grayson admitted, "Yes, I was talking about someone my age." Camilla refused to understand. She asked, "Someone your age? Who exactly are you talking about?" Grayson blushed, looking embarrassed. "Who else is there besides you, Lady Crawford?" Camilla was aghast. She was stunned. "What? Me? Grayson was equally surprised by her shocked expression. "Wait, you didn't think of this?" Camilla screamed internally. "He wants to marry me? How dare he?" Grayson, trembling, pointed at her and demanded an explanation. "Then why did you send me so many invitations when you said you'd be happy if I remarried?" Camilla quickly denied. No, I wouldn't do that even if you held a knife to my throat. Why would I do that when I'm at the beautiful age of 35? Grayson was furious. "What do you mean by that?" Camilla looked at him with disgust, cursing inwardly. Is he out of his mind? How dare he even think of marrying me, this crazy old man? Thinking this, she turned and left. Grayson hurriedly called out, Wait a minute. Mrs. Crawford, where are you going?" And so, Camilla abruptly left the frail old man in the middle of her castle's vast garden. He continued to call after her with all his might, "Stop, Mrs. Crawford." A few days later, Selena was enjoying tea and asked, "Does she want to go hunting again?" Benny quickly replied, "Yes, I heard so." She was ill for days after meeting Mr. Grayson. She calmly took a sip of tea, pondering. But she suddenly left when Cedric returned. How irresponsible. After Camilla escaped from Grayson that day, all discussions of marriage between the two families ceased. Of course, it was a great shock to Camilla to be called the same age as the 73-year-old Grayson. This became a topic of gossip among the nobility whenever Camilla passed by. However, even more shocking was that the agricultural contract we've had for over 100 years with the Grayson family was canceled without any notice. That contract was a significant source of income for the Crawford family. Due to a large workforce, the Crawfords had to borrow land from the Graysons and receive half of the food they cultivated. This allowed the Crawford family to receive more taxes and obtain food from the surplus land. So it was like killing two birds with one stone. However, that contract has been terminated. I hope Cedric can rectify this soon. Selena set down her teacup with a sigh. she wondered aloud to Benny. Did she take the butler with her again? Benny quickly confirmed, yes, miss, after Lady Camilla left. The butler said he needed to be away for a few days due to a family emergency. Selina said worriedly, he's using his family as an excuse. Benny suddenly noticed the small potted plant on Selina's table looked a bit unusual. Who is this plant for, miss? Selina casually replied, I'll send it to a high-ranking priest. Benny seemed to know who it was, murmuring, oh, him. During that time, Frank had become quite famous in the area. The reason was a bit unusual. Sanon's image, hands clasped in prayer. Father Frank brought me to God. It was because Sanon, who never showed piety, had suddenly become a devout believer, making everyone around her sick of it. Benny, seeing her holding the potted plant, offered, should I have Sackley deliver it? Selina nodded, yes, and tell Father Frank that I will visit him. Benny smiled brightly, yes, Mississippi, as Benny cheerfully carried the plant away. Selina's expression turned serious, her mind deep in thought. Camilla may be a reckless villain, but she's really putting on an act without any worry. About Cedric, she'll quickly plan to kill him. Cedric isn't a life-threatening situation, Selina quietly observed, then called out, Cedric, you seem quite tired. She realized, you must have endured a lot. Yes, I understand those things. Cedric finally returned, but the current situation made it difficult for him to make a decision. And Camilla, who should be responsible for explaining this mess to you, she's off hunting instead of helping you. It's hard to believe you haven't exploded into pieces yet. How much have you endured? Cedric looked at her tensely. He hesitantly requested, Selina, could you repeat that again? Selina looked bewildered. Pardon? Cedric frowned. He said, William told me about Camilla's incredibly cruel actions toward you while I was away. Selina softly replied, I don't do it often, but whenever Mother is around, I start stuttering again. Her face suddenly became melancholic. I've also endured many beatings from Mother. My whole body aches, especially on rainy days. Saying this, she suddenly gave a bright smile. But like you said, I know everything she does is for my own good. Mother would never hit me without reason. Seeing her so understanding, Cedric felt a pang in his heart. He felt sorry for her. However, Selina's heart had long since grown cold. She thought, there's no need to pretend you care about my situation. You didn't even try to stop it, always making up some excuse to justify your own escape. Even if you act sad now, it won't change anything. I've met this kind of person before in my past life. They're the worst. How long will you hesitate? Night is falling, she mused. Selina wrapped herself in a cloak, a lit lamp in her hand. Benny spoke up. My lady, are you preparing to meet that swordsman? Selina smiled at her. That's right. Benny looked worried. Don't you find him frightening? Fun how? Benny whispered. Is Van Hao his name? Then it is that man, my lady. Selina spoke confidently. He's not dangerous, at least not to me. Benny still couldn't help but worry, but you should still be careful. He is a swordsman after all, and he's been in prison for a long time with other prisoners. Selina thought the truth is different. He dealt with all the prisoners he was placed with, so he ended up alone in a cell. But I can't reveal that. Benny stepped forward to adjust her cloak, gently reminding her, my lady, if you keep going out late at night like this, it might cause others to misunderstand. Selina gently reassured her, I know, it'll be fine, so don't worry too much. Benny's eyes were full of admiration as she exclaimed, oh, so everything is within your plans then? Of course. Then, she bid Benny farewell. I'll be back soon. This time, William continued to escort Selina to meet Van Hao. As they walked, William's eyes kept following her, and he looked sad. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke, my lady. Selina turned, signaling him to be quiet. William hesitated, but Selina understood what he wanted to say. She quickly replied, I know, don't worry. She thought to herself, standing in the middle of the manor at this hour will definitely attract attention, and it wouldn't be surprising if someone is still tailing me. William had to obey her. He said, yes, my lady. After a while, Selina finally reached Van Hao. His lonely figure came into view. She spoke gently, there you are. Hello. Hearing her sweet voice, Van Hao quickly turned around. He said, stay inside the fortress today. When inside, Selina thought, if we stand outside, they won't be able to hear us, right? We just need to lower our voices a bit. She suggested, let's sit down. He wondered, are you sure you want to sit here? She quickly replied, yes, it's better than sleeping in a room that looks like it's been dipped in blood. They both sat down on 2 large wooden crates. She softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for lending me your coat. He said indifferently, it's wrinkled now anyway. It's fine. Selina showed concern. Your hair has grown quite long. Unable to resist, her hand reached out, wanting to touch his hair. He let her stroke his hair freely. Selena appeared delighted. She said, "Why in the world is there someone with such a pleasant scent?" Van Hao replied in a low voice, "You're no different." Selena laughed, "I'm a royal lady. This is the natural scent of my body." Van Hao calmly countered, "I could be just as clean as you, can't I?" Selena felt that made sense. She awkwardly responded, "Oh, I suppose so." After that, the two of them suddenly fell into a silent void, as neither knew what to say next. Suddenly, Selena made a random request, "Take it off." Van Hao asked hesitantly what. Selena repeated her request. I said, "Take it off." He looked at her with an indescribable expression. Van Hao slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his toned six-pack abs. He said in a deep voice, "You keep talking about things like joining the war, so I'm making sure my body is all right." Selena watched with her chin resting on her hand, unable to contain her curiosity. "Why is that?" Van Hao blushed as he continued undressing. "Well, you'll see. You have an easy job making money. Why should you throw it away and join the war?" By now, his shirt was completely off, revealing a strong physique and rippling abs. Selena was astonished to witness this magnificent sight. Seeing her covetous expression, Van Hao chuckled. Slightly annoyed, she asked, "Why are you laughing?" "Stop it," he teased. "Can't I laugh when I want to?" Selena stated bluntly, "No, you can't." With that, she quickly stepped forward and pulled him closer. Facing him, Selena's expression softened. She said sweetly, "I healed you when you were at death's door. So this body of yours, don't you think so?" Van Hao was taken aback by her strange logic. However, he replied, "All right, you can have it." Selena's eyes became mesmerized. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught Van Hao's attention. He growled, "Who's out there?" Selena thought he was being overly cautious. She said, "Humph, there's no one out there." The sound of wind rustling past answered them. She guessed, "Haha, it's probably just the wind." Although she said that, Van Hao's warrior instincts told him otherwise, and he kept looking outside. Seeing his distraction, Selena quickly reached out and pulled his face back towards her. She asked, So, do you like the name I gave you?" She mused, "Well, technically, I wasn't the one who gave it to you. You heard it from the crow." Not hearing a response, she quickly continued, "Your body is mine, and I named you. So all of you is mine." Van Hao's eyes were fixed on the door, but he still managed to answer her, "I can't deny that." Next, she showed concern for his preferences. "Do you like that tattoo?" He replied coldly, "Not really." She continued to question him, "Does it look that bad?" Van Hao hesitated. Actually, Selena realized, this tattoo, it means this Van Hao is a fighting instructor. Honestly, just saving Cedric and his knights from that ambush should be enough to save his knighthood. So the reason he couldn't join the war effort or even set foot on the manor grounds is because of this tattoo, a representation of his history. She pensively presented her thoughts. If you don't have a specific reason to keep it, wouldn't it be better to remove it completely? Van Hao didn't respond. A moment later, he coldly exclaimed, "Do it." Selena, surprised, replied, "Huh? You want me to remove it?" Suiting action to words, he strode off aggressively, causing a frightened Selena to cry out, Wait. What do you mean?" Van Hao continued walking and picked up a branding iron. Seeing this, Selena immediately became horrified. Van Hao didn't hesitate. He thrust the iron into the fire in front of him and waited for it to heat up. Selena hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, you want to use that to remove your tattoo?" Van Hao's eyes were filled with determination. Selena was aghast at No way. "We shouldn't do it in such an uncivilized way." He indifferently asked, "Is there any other way to do this?" She pleaded, "There is. You can't just use that to hurt yourself like that." Van Hao handed her the heated branding iron. She stammered in terror, I can't do this. I've never done this." He looked at her seriously. "You said I'm yours. I want a mark on me." Faced with Van Hao's unwavering resolve, Selena trembled. But how can I do that to you?" He gently took her hand, bringing the heated brand closer to his bicep. He encouraged her, "Do it. Make sure everyone knows I'm yours." She showed no willingness to do it at all. However, the sound of burning flesh rang out. Selena yelled, Stop it." She fearfully retracted her hand. Extremely distressed, she cried, "How could you ask that of me?" Van Hao examined his bicep. His bicep had a large burn, but he appeared extremely satisfied. Selena was utterly bewildered. She thought, he must be crazy. It looks so painful. There's no reason to leave a scar like that. I should heal him with a mana stone. I can make it heal without pain or scarring. I have to treat him. With that thought, she quickly went to her cloak and searched. However, she couldn't find her mana stone. She started to panic. "Where is it? Did I leave it in my room?" Thinking this, she turned back to him. "Wait here. I'll be back with a mana stone." Van Hao replied, "Don't go." She worried, but the scar. Van Hao said seriously, please don't go. Selena was stunned. Oh, she thought, confused. Is it because I haven't seen him a long time? She suddenly spoke with concern. If it's not treated now, it will leave a scar. He quickly affirmed, it's your mark, not a scar. Are you scared now? Selena immediately denied it, that it's not that. Van Hao smiled. It's too late, Selena. She defended herself, saying, I'm not scared. I just don't want you to be anyone's slave. That tattoo could have meant complete freedom for you. You were starting a free life, and maybe you would get married someday. Van Hao was confused. What does that mean? Why do you care about the freedom of an auction item? Why would noble ladies sympathize with a lowly person like me? You treat me as if you don't know me at all. From the beginning, she treated me as an equal, like a normal friend. Selena's face clouded with a hint of worry as she mused. That's because he comes from the royal family. Van Hao cast back. How in the world could we not meet again? One morning, as Benny was about to draw the curtains, she suddenly noticed outside the sound of a horse's hooves growing louder and louder. Benny cried out, Miss, Lady Crawford is back. Selena asked back. Moving closer to where Benny stood, she adopted a gossipy tone. What do you mean? Benny began to tell her, you know how angry Captain Crawford is with her. Selena sounded a little disbelieving. Uncle Cedric is still drinking heavily? Benny immediately replied, yes, even when my father intervened. Selena recalled, Benny's father seems to be running a brewery. She quickly wondered, isn't he happy to have more business? Benny laughed. Haha, miss, you're joking. Lady Crawford will surely go to the Grayson house to beg for forgiveness, won't she? Selena felt naive. She thought to herself, you still don't understand Mother, Benny. She would never do that. Thinking it over, she instructed, Benny, go and call Uncle Cedric for me. Benny asked, to your room, miss? Selena nodded, yes. Tell him I have something to discuss. Benny bowed her head respectfully, yes, Mississippi. Selena smiled with extreme satisfaction. She praised herself inwardly. Benny carries out my requests very well. I'm a little proud of her. A moment later, William called, my lady. From inside came the reply, come in. Sackley timidly hid behind the door, my lady. Selena cheerfully said, hello, Sackley. Have you noticed anything strange? He stood up straight and answered clearly, no, all is quiet. He quickly reported to her, Madam has gone hunting, I presume, from the actions of the staff, and the butler has gone with her. Selena nodded. Ah, that's right. She thought to herself, lately, Sackley has been helping me watch for anything suspicious. I don't know if it will come from a cook, one of Cedric's servants, or a maid, but I'm worried that Cedric will be poisoned. At the party held to celebrate my engagement to Coke Grayson, Cedric ate food poisoned by Camilla and died. Of course, that's all in the novel. I've made adjustments to avoid the engagement, so there won't be a party. But how will I know when she'll kill him? Everyone here is on Camilla's side. I can't help but think their careless attitudes will kill him. Thinking this, she leaned down and whispered, Sackley, we'll talk about this later. I have to meet a guest now. Sackley obediently replied, yes, my lady. Saying that, he turned and left. At this moment, Selena was lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought that I'm so worried about Cedric being poisoned. Why has he never suspected Camilla? Suddenly, a noise outside the door made her sit up. Slowly opening the door, she overheard William sternly replying outside, I am guarding Miss Selena on Captain Crawford's orders. I cannot leave without permission. Reuben angrily shouted, how dare you disobey the Crawford family butler's orders? William still seriously replied, I cannot let you pass. Reuben snapped, don't make me call the guards. He coldly said, call them. Seeing the sword about to be drawn, Selena, who was eavesdropping inside, couldn't help but panic that he doesn't need to draw his sword, does he? Stop it. Then, she opened the door and called out, wait. Her voice was quite loud, so everyone outside turned their attention to her. Realizing her actions were a bit over the top, she quickly regained her composure. She feigned a welcoming tone to Camilla. What brings you here, mother? Camilla pondered for a moment, then replied, Selena, I need to talk to you. Selena replied, yes, mother. And then, for some unknown reason, the servants grabbed her. Selena struggled and pleaded, no, let me go. The maid holding her hand felt annoyed and said, loudly, stay still. Camilla crossed her arms, looking at Selena with disgust. She sternly asked, what's the real reason you went to the library, Selena? Selena fearfully said, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Camilla snarled, you went there to seduce a man. And not only that, she tightened her grip on the whip in her hand. Then Camilla approached, aggressively lifting Selena's chin. She gave a sly smile. You brought that lowly bastard to my private study, you brat. Where did you learn these dirty behaviors? I never taught you to act like this. Selena asked in bewilderment. I did. Camilla spoke menacingly. You sneak out every night to meet that gladiator. It seems you have a rendezvous at the fortress every night. As an unmarried woman, aren't you ashamed? With that, she swiftly slapped Selena as punishment and added, because of your improper behavior, your marriage has been canceled. Selena stared at her tensely, laughing inwardly. Ha. So now you're blaming me for what happened with Coke Grayson. There's so many things you can pin on me. It's not fair. It's not like we even kissed once. Camila put her hands on her hips and ordered, tell me, were you planning to seduce him and run away from home? Selena indignantly denied, no, mother. Seeing her persistent denial, Camila said, fine, you've ruined the family's reputation, so you must be punished. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her whip. Selena felt extremely frightened and pleaded, mother. But in her heart, she thought, good, go on, hit me. If Cedric sees this, it will definitely be to my advantage. Camila said coldly, Laura, Sandy, pull up her skirt. Her two close servants quickly obeyed. Yes, madam, they replied. Selena's skirt was pulled up, revealing her trembling white legs. Camila's voice rose in accusation. Your vulgar actions have caused problems with the Grayson family, so you must pay the price. I think 20 lashes will be enough. Selena couldn't believe the punishment was so severe. She silently pleaded, 20 lashes. Hurry up, Cedric. Each lash echoed with a sharp, heart-wrenching pain. Selena's tears fell with resentment. Soon, her white legs were marked with red welts. She thought in agony, this will kill me. If she hit my face, at least people would see. But she's only hitting my legs. Isn't Cedric coming? Why is he taking so long? Come in here and see this. Camila shouted, stay still. You're being punished. Sandy, suddenly acting with undue authority, yelled, don't move. I told you to stay still. With that, she slapped Selena across the face. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. Selena was slumped on the floor, holding her cheek, clearly in pain. Everyone in the room was startled and tense. The person who opened the door was Andrian. Having just witnessed the painful scene, he called out in shock, Sister. Selena was taken for treatment and was now resting in her bed. Her eyes slowly opened, and she recalled everything. I fainted. My cheek still hurts. Is someone near my bed? Is it Penny? Thinking so, she sat up and softly called, Penny. However, Selena was surprised to see Andrian sitting beside her bed. Hearing her voice, he looked up with concern. Sister, you're awake. His eyes shone as he looked at her affectionately and called again, Sister. She thought with dismay, damn it, I remember seeing him before I fainted. Andrian smiled warmly and asked, Sister, how are you? Does it still hurt? Selena forced a smile and, oh no, I'm fine. She was frightened. Why is he still in my bedroom at this hour? And what is Camila doing? After I fainted from the shock, I don't have any memory of what happened next. Panic rose within her. And Cedric, what happened in the end? Andrian, sitting beside her, told her, you haven't woken up for 2 days. I was really worried. Selena gasped, 2 days? Her fear intensified. She thought, that means he's been sitting there for 2 days. Someone get him out of here. Selena nervously asked, could you call Penny for me? Andrian looked at her sadly. He stood up abruptly and said bluntly, Sister, can you look at me? Selena hesitantly replied, No, I can't. Andrian looked dejected. He asked suspiciously, Do you hate me because of Mother? Is that it? I hate it when she's my mother too. He gritted his teeth in anger. Sister. Selena felt this was all wrong. She said in a panic, What were you talking about? You have to try. Please call Penny for me. And I want to be alone right now. Andrian's face was etched with hurt. He then told her, Penny is currently talking to Captain Crawford. She'll be here soon. If you need anything, just call me. You don't look very comfortable, so I'll leave. He then quietly left. Selena watched his retreating figure, unsure. Andrian, does he no longer suspect me? I asked Penny not long ago, and she said he and I really haven't seen each other in 5 years. A memory surfaced from the convent when she had told him, I'll see you at home. Goodbye. I called this manor home. She breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad he doesn't seem suspicious now. As Andrian reached her door, he suddenly called, Sister. Selena responded blankly, What Mother said. Tell me it was all a lie about you being involved with that lowly man. Mother made it all up just to blame you. Right, sister? Selena's back suddenly went cold. She quickly replied, Oh, right. Andrian smiled and opened the door. That I thought so. I knew you'd never go near a stranger. Get some rest, sister. Her hand unconsciously clenched. Her face filled with extreme terror. Asterisk, I was afraid of him for a second. Now I'll continue to see him, won't I? Asterisk. Penny suddenly threw open the door and shouted, My lady, are you all right? Seeing Penny, Selena felt a little relieved and smiled. Oh, Penny. Penny ran to hug her, crying, My lady, your face is swollen. Selena comforted her. I'm fine, Penny. Where's my mother? Penny looked at her worriedly and said, Oh, Lady Crawford is under house arrest. Lord Crawford called me and asked if she often beat you. He said Lady Crawford will come to apologize to you when you wake up. Selena was surprised. Oh, really? She thought to herself. Asterisk, so Cedric finally spoke up. I'm glad the beating wasn't in vain. But honestly, asterisk Penny said, but honestly, I'm also worried that he'll misunderstand your relationship with that man. But Earl Crawford said that's impossible, and he even told on Lady Crawford. What in the world? Did you tell the Earl? Selena asked, embarrassed. Well, what did he say? The scene replayed. Cedric said loudly, how could you be so foolish as to misunderstand? She hit her? Camilla calmly defended herself. It's natural for a mother to discipline her child. It's not a misunderstanding. You think I don't know, but Selena has been going out every night, secretly meeting that man. That's not something a noble lady should do. Cedric's voice deepened. Lady Crawford. Camilla quickly continued. Selena met that man while she was at the convent. Then she tricked him into working in our country. Honestly, it's even embarrassing to say. Cedric held his head, not expecting things to turn out this way. He exclaimed, what nonsense is this? Selena vehemently opposed him coming to the manor. The reason she went to see him every night is because I asked her to. Camilla was astonished. You asked her to? Cedric snorted, annoyed. That man is an extremely skilled warrior, but he was expelled from the Holy Order. Camilla was utterly surprised. The Holy Order? She thought, asterisk, I thought he was a gladiator. He used to be a knight in the Holy Order. Asterisk, Cedric recounted gravely, he saved my life. I really wanted him to join the White Eagle. Knights. But Selena stopped me multiple times. She said if I accepted someone with a past like that, it could cause trouble for the convent. So she went there to beg for his forgiveness. It's nothing like a love affair. She was there to persuade him. Cedric explained the whole situation in a low voice. Selena only visited him because I asked her to. I thought if someone he knew persuaded him, he might apologize to the temple. Camilla raised her voice accusingly. But how could you ask Selena to meet such a dangerous man? You've truly gone too far, Cedric whispered. No one has ever seen him hit a woman. Camilla retorted angrily, you're mad. Cedric lowered his voice further. He's truly not a bad person. Camilla frowned, putting on the air of a grieving mother. But we don't know what he's thinking. How could you send my weak little Selena there? Cedric suddenly raised his voice. Lady Crawford, you are the one who beat weak little Selena until she was unconscious. Hearing this, Camilla was immediately struck speechless. She deflected. Why was he expelled from the Holy Order? Cedric slowly replied. I heard it was because he refused training. Camilla continued her questioning. So you really think he'll beg for forgiveness from the temple? Cedric saw her trying to steer the conversation. He said, that's not the issue right now. You doubted the innocence of a young, unmarried girl and didn't even bother to find out the truth. You beat her until she fainted, and you call that discipline? Camilla started to defend herself. But if that scandalous rumor spreads, it will make it even harder for her to marry Cedric. At the mention of marriage, Cedric's brows furrowed. He became serious, questioning, I was about to ask you about that. Camilla, did you really invite Earl Grayson to the manor as a potential suitor for Selena? Camilla hesitated. It's because the territory is struggling. I need Selena married quickly, at the very least. Cedric shook his head. She's only 17. You really think she should marry an older gentleman? Do you think I would like that? Camilla started to act distressed, her eyes welling up, and she choked out, as a mother, when I think of such a harsh marriage. I cried all night and couldn't sleep from pity for the child. But in that sadness, even when the Earl teased me, do you know how surprised I was? Cedric fell silent. Camilla knew she had hit a nerve. She stated bluntly, you need money. Cedric, my father is adamant about not supporting us anymore. So what else am I supposed to do? Either let Adrian take over YXG, or we have to marry. Those are the terms he set. You should choose one or the other. This was indeed Cedric's dilemma. He spoke. As you know, YXG was founded by our family, and we've held the reins ever since. How can we hand over control to another family? As for marriage, I can't do it. Camilla glared at him. Then I have nothing more to say to father. Father said that you've been trying to fill a bottomless jar. If one can't craft the jar, why would they want to fill it? Having said that, she made to leave. But Cedric called her back. Lady Crawford, I only ask one thing of you. Don't beat Selena again, please, I beg you. Camilla looked at him with hostility. But then, she softly said, of course, this started because of my mistake, so I will go apologize to Selena when she wakes up. Also, to acknowledge my wrongdoing, I will confine myself. Inwardly, Camilla wondered, Cedric, do you really think you'll be all right? Indeed, if I can't gain anything, I'd rather. A knock on the door echoed along with William's voice. Why, lady, may I come in? Selena sat on a chair and said in a clear voice, come in. William. Moonlight bathed Selina, making her seem to glow. William was stunned by her beauty. "My lady," Selina asked excitedly, "did you bring what I asked for?" He quickly replied, "Yes, these are the genealogical records of the Castak family." Selina was a little surprised. "Only 2 volumes? And one looks very old." William explained, "The newer one contains information about the ruling family, recorded during the war by an informant." Selina's face brightened, and she exclaimed, "Oh my, weren't they difficult to find?" William, praised, secretly rejoiced. He replied, "They are top secret, my lady." Selina expressed her gratitude. "Well done." William said softly, "It was nothing. I hope they will be helpful to you, miss." He suddenly knelt before her. "My lady," gently lifting her slender hand, he said solemnly, "Thank you, miss, for giving me the honor of serving you." Being put in this situation unexpectedly made Selina's head spin. She wondered, what is this about? Does he want more praise? Oh, as always, this scene is like something out of a painting. Thinking this, she soothed William's apparently fluttering heart with a sweet voice. "I'm the one who should be thanking you for doing as I asked." She read the contents of the book William had brought. The Castak kingdom and the empire were constantly clashing over religious issues, and war finally broke out. However, the kingdom suddenly requested a ceasefire, and the war ended. She suddenly wondered, but where is Van Huy's name? She quickly turned to the next page. Resting her chin on her hand, she assessed, this handwriting is difficult to read. Funhowie. Suddenly, a knock at the door made her suspicious. Who could it be at this hour? I don't think it's Penny. Is it Camilla? A man casually walked in. I believe Lady Selina is asleep. Selina quickly hid the 2 books in a drawer, a sense of wariness rising within her. What's the meaning of this? Open the door. Adrian tiptoed into her room and, seeing her awake, called out, "I thought you were still up." "Sister." Selina was startled, thinking, him again. Adrian explained, "I was outside and saw the light from your window." He suddenly held up a book and asked her, "Read to me." "Sister, I can't sleep." Selina wasn't happy in the slightest. She wondered, you want me to read to him? He must be out of his mind. Selina suddenly remembered what was written in the novel. At night, someone knocked on Selina's door. It was Adrian, taking advantage of his time off to stay at the house. The image of him pouting, clutching a book, just like when he was a child. "Sister, I can't sleep." Selina trembled slightly. "Oh, I remember this person from the novel. Seeing and hearing him directly is quite different from what exists only in words." Thinking, she asked, How did you get into my room?" Adrian, as if familiar with the place, walked straight to her bed and replied, "It wasn't that difficult." He then plopped down on the bed, leaving Selina dumbfounded. It wasn't that difficult," she said fearfully. "Not difficult doesn't mean you could just barge into my room without my permission." Adrian smiled as if he didn't know he'd done anything wrong. "But it's okay. Sister, please sit here." Selina avoided his gaze, hesitantly saying, "Zin, please leave." Rejected outright once again, Adrian's eyes clouded with sadness. He called out to her, "Sister." Selina stammered a request. Please stop. Get off my bed. If you don't leave, I'll scream." Adrian's hand gripped her sheets tightly. Angrily, he said, "Sister, you've always disliked me like this." "Oh, is it because to you, I'm an idiot who doesn't even know who his father is, right? That's why you hate me. Even now you still do." Selina looked at him, lost in thought. Still, everything is so messed up. So, is he close to Selina or not? She sighed. Since when did Selina dislike him? He talked about memories of us playing together when we were young. It seems like there was something else in his words. Adrian muttered, "You weren't like this when we were little, not this bad." Selina reviewed the novel's plot in her head. She always tried to avoid him whenever she had the chance. I'm so curious what happened between them. This is quite complicated. I should still get him out of here first. Thinking this, she said, if Mother finds out, Mother will be furious with me. Adrian smiled. He hypothesized, so it'll be okay if Mother doesn't find out, right? Selina asked back blankly. Adrian continued, "Then you and I." He suddenly stood up, taking steps closer to her. Then, Adrian casually took her hand, his voice playful. "Can be alone in our own world." Selina trembled uncontrollably. You really, I don't understand why. I don't like you because you always do things like this." Saying this, she resolutely pushed him away. "Get away, don't come near me." Adrian's expression suddenly changed. He said softly, "Sister, actually, I came here to hear a compliment from you." Selina asked, puzzled, "A compliment?" Adrian immediately reminded her. "Do you remember those servants? The ones who did this to your face? I've taken care of them. I've chased them away. They'll never be allowed to set foot on Eastern lands again. You won't have to see them in this mansion. I'm not a child anymore. So I won't forgive anyone who dares to harm you, never." Hearing this, Selina thought, "You're the one who hurt me the most." Adrian looked expectant. "I'll do anything for you. You know that, right?" She cautiously thought, what should I do with him? She stammered. Well, you don't need to visit me at this hour. It's late. Adrian said gloomily. All right, I won't do that again, sister. She reminded him, take that book with you. I'll see you out. The sound of the door clicking open echoed. Benjamin was startled to see Selena come out. My lady. Selena greeted Benji. He was flustered. I didn't know you were awake, my lady. Selena replied, I am now. Benjamin bowed apologetically. My fault. I should have asked you first, but I just assumed you were asleep. Master Adrian said it would be all right, so... Selena smiled and said, I just dozed off for a bit. If there's a next time, please let me know. Benjamin replied, yes, my lady. Adrian, not very happy, asked irritably, sister, how can this bastard be treated so kindly by you? Are you close to him, aren't you? Benjamin flinched, yes. Adrian angrily advanced towards him. You, tell me, how close are you to her? Selena's eyes widened in surprise, and she wondered, what is he doing? Thinking this, she quickly called out, Adrian, how can you say such things to Benji? Adrian's mood plummeted. He raged, you even call this bastard by a nickname, but you call me by my full name. Why, sister, why do you do that? Selena responded flustered. Simply because I'm close to him. He's my bodyguard. We see each other every day. Adrian scoffed. You call this guy a bodyguard? His only duty is to guard your door. Selena replied, that's because you asked him to do so. Adrian grabbed Benjamin by the collar, yelling, he's not worthy of being your bodyguard. Do you want it? Benjamin hastily replied, no, sir. Ever since you and Lady Selena became one family, I thought surely a younger brother and older sister. Adrian was truly furious. He glared at Benjamin, gritting out each word, younger brother and older sister. Shut up before I kill you. Benjamin, terrified, quickly replied, I apologize, sir. Adrian roared, what do you know? How can a bastard like you be a bodyguard of this estate? While Adrian was causing a scene, Selena quietly opened the door and returned to her room. She recalled Benjamin, in principle, was the one who had captured Selena and thrown her onto the carriage to serve him. The next morning, Camilla had asked to speak with her. She appeared remorseful. Selena, I am deeply troubled for misjudging you. I realize my discipline went too far. I sincerely apologize, and I'm sure your beautiful face is in pain. I've done as you wished. You need to know that I'm the one who worries about you more than anyone. Selena put on a touched expression, mother. Then she replied with a bright smile, I know, mother. I'm all right now. Camilla was affectionate, like a kind mother, that I'm your mother. I will always care for you, understand? Selena smiled gently, yes, mother. Cedric, standing behind and witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel proud. Selena cursed inwardly. Asterisk, how can someone be so clueless? It must be too late by the time Cedric understands. Asterisk. Camilla caringly advised her, get some good rest, Selena. She obediently nodded, yes, mother. Ending the touching drama, Camilla and the servants quickly left. Benny suddenly called out to Selena, my lady. She replied, Benny. Benny entered and asked, have you heard anything yet, my lady? Selena was bewildered. Is something the matter? Benny quickly whispered in her ear. Duke Rover sent an invitation to an outdoor sketching event, but Lady Crawford has confined herself and isn't convenient to go out. Selena suddenly exclaimed, right, so he invited the artists to the manor. He doesn't want the party interrupted just because of him. It's also been a long time since we've attended such parties. Speaking of which, Selena pondered for a moment. Next, she asked Benny for her opinion. Should we suggest to Cedric that we hold a sketching session at our manor? Benny was surprised, my lady. You want to help Lady Crawford? Selena confidently replied, yes, at times like these, I will help her. It was pouring rain. Reuben, in a black cloak, was leading Camilla, in a red cloak, out the gate. Selena witnessed all of this and grabbed her own cloak. Benny anxiously called out to her, Miss, are you going to see that man again? Please be careful. Selena turned back, smiled, and said, all right, I'll be back soon. A while later, she and William were observing the fortress from afar when she suddenly noticed someone seemed to be at the fortress. Selena speculated, Camilla must be there. William informed her, I heard he's on patrol. She replied, it's difficult to go out in this weather. He quickly said, it's his job. They can't let their guard down for even a second, even in bad weather. Selena lowered her voice. I'm not talking about when high. I mean him, William. So, can you bring him here? He quickly accepted the order. Yes, I'll go find him. He then hurried off. She rejoiced inwardly. Great. Now to find a place to take shelter from the rain. The difficulty of walking in the downpour made Selena think, it's raining so hard, but there's no flooding anywhere. The drainage system is excellent. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. There you are. Why are you standing in the rain? Selena immediately turned around. When High took off his hood and called out, Mississippi. Why are you here, miss? Selena froze for a few seconds, thinking about how to answer him appropriately. However, her mind was filled with compliments. His face, so handsome. He's even more handsome when he's wet from the rain. Then she crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. Are you really going to call me miss? Seeing that he didn't answer, she thought, maybe he can't hear me because of the rain. Next, she quickly tugged on his sleeve. Let's go somewhere else. He wondered, why can't I call you miss? She frankly stated, because you know my name. When Hai indifferently said, certainly not everyone can call you by your name. Selena quickly retorted, you're not just anyone. Seeing him not reply, Selena exclaimed, aha, I knew it. You wanted to hear me say that, didn't you? When Hai said in a low voice, without permission, I cannot call a lady by her name. Selena inwardly praised him. He's so elegant, and his manners are impeccable. He suddenly asked with concern, are you cold? She replied, yes. He continued, then why are you out here? You should go inside. She honestly answered him, my mother is in the fortress. She came to see you. When Hai was a little surprised, see me? Selena excitedly said, I must commend you. She's the type of person who always has to get what I want to. She'll probably tell you to become a bodyguard for my half-brother, Zan. Hilarious. Now that she's discovered I often meet you late at night, she thinks it's for the wrong reasons. When Hai started to worry, that must have been difficult for you. She agreed, yes, but I've already received an apology. She was there just to persuade you. When Hai asked again, an apology? She quickly replied, that's right. For Uncle Cedric to allow you into the ranks, you'll have to apologize to the temple. And I said I was asked to do the job of persuading you. When Hai was doubtful, Captain Crawford really asked you to do this? Selena slowly answered, yes. He continued to question, then why haven't you mentioned it before? She hesitated. Because I hate the temple and the Holy Order. I know you think of them as a religious group. When Hai was curious, so can I ask about you? He suddenly raised his hand. With his keen eyes, he quickly noticed. Behind the veil was a significant wound. He said, it seems you're injured. Without waiting for her permission, he reached out and lifted her veil. Selena yelled and pushed him away. You, what are you doing? When Hai was a little angry. Who did this to you? Who dared to lay a hand on you? Selena sadly replied, who do you think? When Hai already knew, he said nothing and turned to leave. Selena knew what he was going to do, so she hurriedly blocked his way. Wait, where are you going? No, he questioned. Why not? She said loudly. Because you can't. When Hai goes out, I want to kill the person who did this to you. Right now, Selena disagreed. No, that's my revenge to take. When I said I can do it for you. Selena shook her head repeatedly. It's not like that. When I want to take back everything that belongs to me. Power, honor, my family, everything. But to do that, Camilla has to live. I'm going to take her to court. She's guilty of abuse. But that's not all. If you kill her in a fit of rage, then my plan will fall apart. And if the plan fails, the only way for me to escape the Crawford family is through marriage. I'll be sold to a man I don't know, like an animal, spending the night with him whether I want to or not, and bearing the child of a stranger. I don't want a marriage like that. When Hai, seeing her determination, was moved, he spoke. What can I do to help you? Selena replied. Listen to everything your mother tells you, and repeat it word for word to me. He listened and then asked, that's all. She looked at him. For now, that's enough. When Hai was silent for a moment, then agreed. All right, do I need to inform you every time? Selena answered. There's no need for that. She just had to swallow her anger when the arranged marriage for me fell through. Hearing this, when Hai sadly looked away, that's because she had someone investigate me. Seeing his attitude, Selena didn't know how to comfort him. She silently assessed him. He always picked up on strange things quickly. All right, I came to see you anyway, When Hai. At the same time, Selena took When Hai's hand and pulled him away that it's still raining. Come with me. The two of them went to another spot to take shelter from the rain. Standing under a tree, Selena asked, by the way, have you heard about my engagement? When Hai slowly replied, I've heard something about it. It's only natural. When I wore that vibrant coral red dress, everyone was captivated by my stunning beauty. Selena chuckled softly. It's true, I did with a coral-studded dress on. That day, when Hai suddenly changed the subject, let me see your wound, Selena immediately refused. No way. When Hai stepped closer and said, haven't you looked at my wounds enough times? So it's my turn now. Selena saw his persistence and realized something. That's right. I always appear when he's at his most vulnerable, both mentally and physically, on the verge of collapse. Thinking this, Selena chose to compromise. Fine, all right. As she prepared to remove her veil, she thought, he even accepted death for me. If I don't let him see, it would be unfair to him. In an instant, Selena ripped off her veil so When Hai could see her wound. When Hai stared intently at her, when he saw the wound on her cheek, he became agitated. He gently touched Selena's cheek and exclaimed, how dare she do this to you? Did she hurt you herself? Selena softly replied, no. She had her servants do it. But when I didn't want to let it go, oh, you know their names? I don't know. But they were expelled from the Western Territory. Selena looked at him for a moment. Then she decided to confess. But my legs, they weren't so lucky. She whipped them. At this, when Hai became furious, she whipped you. Selena's mood suddenly brightened. That's right. Do you still want to see more? When Hai was taken aback, I can. Selena then covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing her laugh so cheerfully, when Hai was bewildered, yes, something funny. Selena giggled. Your expression. When Hai said seriously, this isn't a joke. Only then did Selena reply, haha, have you forgotten my self-healing abilities with the magic stone? Despite this, when Hai remained stubborn. Even so, the fact remains that she beat you like a servant. He then glanced towards the fortress. After a moment, when Hai regretted it, I shouldn't have looked. Selena stretched and reminded him, no matter how angry you are, what you saw today should be kept in your heart and used to help me achieve my goal of restoration. But don't say you'll help and then ruin my plans like someone else. Hearing this, when Hai became curious, who? Selena replied frankly, someone who admires me quite a bit. Meanwhile, the fortress doors opened. Camilla and Ruben stepped out, but Selena, unaware, continued her story. He never listens to me and just does as he pleases. When Hai had been observing the fortress, when he saw the two of them, he was startled. He immediately pulled Selena into his arms, hiding her beneath his cloak, even as she continued, such a stubborn person. Selena, pulled into the wilderness, asked in a bewildered tone, Van Hai, what are you doing? Van Hai whispered, should be quiet, hide under my robe quickly. Selena, not yet realizing the danger, struggled. What are you doing? Let me go, Van Hai. Van Hai held her tightly, preventing her from struggling further. Seeing this, Selena wondered how he could act this way. I thought when you said you couldn't call a lady dude, you'd find it inappropriate to hug said lady. Selena's train of thought was interrupted by a familiar voice. Are you Van Hai? As soon as the voice spoke, Selena recognized it. Camilla, when did she leave the fortress? A few seconds later, she understood. The sound of the rain and footsteps kept me from noticing their arrival. Panic began to set in. Oh no, she won't see me, will she? If she catches us, I'll lose my advantage in the trial. The air suddenly fell silent. Ruben, seeing Van Hai's silence, yelled, Hey, the Countess is asking you a question. How dare you? Camilla intervened. Ruben, lower your voice. Ruben replied, Yes, Countess. Then Camilla pointed at Van Hai. You're more handsome than I thought. She seemed to become intrigued by Van Hai. Are you sure you're a swordsman in training? Such a waste of that face. Seeing Van Hai remain silent, Camilla quickly asked, Why aren't you saying anything? You don't have a problem with your ears, do you? Selena, hiding under the robe, felt uncomfortable. What's wrong with her? Suddenly, she felt Van Hai's hand trembling and clenching. Selena fearfully pressed closer to him. Don't. You absolutely cannot get angry now. I know how you feel, but you need to hold back. Van Hai gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions. Then he bowed his head and introduced himself. My name is Van Hai, Countess. Camilla walked towards him. What a powerful gaze. She reached out, wanted to touch his face, but I like it. Camilla said, Sometimes taming a wild dog like you is the most interesting. My daughter needs a bodyguard. Tell me, will you become a bodyguard for the royal countess? Hearing her words, Selena felt a sense of familiarity. Everything was finally unfolding as it did in the story. How will he answer? While Selena pondered, Camilla turned and walked away. Even though you were once a lowly swordsman, that is precisely why. After a few steps, she turned back to look at Van Hai, making a promise. But as long as it's what I want, you can still become a sharp blade. I will make you the benchmark of the entire Western Empire. As long as you side with me, Van Hai, I will give you the opportunity to achieve glory with me, Van Hai. Ruben yelled at Van Hai, You there? Answer the Countess quickly. Cat got your tongue. Selena looked up, anxiously calling out. Fun Howie. In the rain, Van Hai replied coldly, I will think about it. Camilla fell silent in surprise. Camilla smirked at Even when you're being arrogant, you're still quite charming. You'll come to me soon enough. With that, she turned and left. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Selena breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone, huh? That was close. Van Hai, seeing Camilla had left, looked down at the cloak he was wearing. After walking a short distance, Camilla suddenly stopped and said, Wait a minute, why do I smell Selena here? That girl must be nearby. Van Hai, hearing this, glanced sideways. Camilla asked, Have you seen her? He calmly replied, Yes, I've met her. Hidden within Van Hai's cloak, Selena's heart pounded. My scent? How is that possible? Especially in this rain. Sensing her fear, Van Hai silently tightened his arms around her, his expression unchanging as he looked at Camilla. She continued, from a mother's perspective, I know I'm biased, but she's very beautiful, isn't she? Such a pitiful child. What do you think? You want to make her yours, don't you? Camilla chuckled, if you side with me, I'll let you have her for at least one night. Hearing this, Van High's hand tightened around the lantern, struggling to control his emotions. He maintained a calm demeanor and said, That's a rather distasteful joke, madam. You seem to be enjoying it. Camilla couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, distasteful? I'm glad you said that. I was worried you might have inappropriate feelings for my precious daughter, but it seems I needn't worry. Selina couldn't believe the vulgar words she was hearing. She's saying it was just a joke? That's absurd. I can't even get angry. Camilla turned to leave. That she's my most beautiful treasure. No one can touch her until she reaches her true value. You'd best remember that. Van High watched Camilla's retreating figure for a moment. Selina rustled within the cloak. Van High, let me out. He then looked down. Van High asked her, There are a few things I want to ask you. She quickly stepped out from under the cloak. Phew, I can finally breathe. What is it? He asked. How long has she been keeping you like this? Since I was 11. Van High asked. You've lived like this for 7 years. Selina pulled the hood of her cloak over her head as she replied, You could say that. Van High walked ahead, continuing to question her. Why did Lord Crawford let this happen? Selina walked behind him. Uncle Cedric is very busy. He only cares about his soldiers. Reaching a shed, Van High opened the door. The fire in the stove was burning brightly. Van High spoke, This is insane. Selina sat on a wooden crate behind him. Van High added wood to the fire as he spoke. There's no reason to listen to such a shameless person. If you hadn't stopped me, I probably would have cut out her tongue. It's humiliating that I have to let a despicable person like her live. Van High clicked his tongue. Even tearing her to pieces and feeding her to the dogs wouldn't satisfy me. Tisk, Selina spoke up. Van High, are you trying to comfort me? The fire in the stove crackled loudly. Selina paused for a moment, realizing something. He really is trying to cheer me up. She continued, Maybe she surprised you. You don't have to try to comfort me. I'm used to it. Van High stood before the blazing fire. I apologize for speaking so harshly. He bowed his head, repeating his words. I apologize, Selina. Selina was utterly surprised by Van High's words. Even Van High pitied her. Or rather, Selina pitied herself. Well, it was true she had endured 7 years of abuse and suffering. What on earth did her stepmother do to make her so afraid? She even attempted suicide. With that fragile personality, Selina thought to herself, Please wait for me. I will avenge you. Van High turned around and asked Selina, Are your clothes dry yet? She lifted the dress she was wearing. Yes, I wore a thick coat, so I didn't get too wet. Oh, by the way, how did my mother know I was there? She raised a hand to her nose and sniffed. Oh, I have a particularly strong scent. I never thought I had a distinctive smell. At this, Selina brought a hand to her chin, lost in thought. There, she raised a hand to her nose and sniffed. Oh, I have a particularly strong scent. I never thought I had a distinctive smell. At this, Selina brought a hand to her chin, lost in thought. Scent? She recalled a scene she had read in the novel. Valentina had held Selina and said, Your scent is very unique, Selina. It seemed the Grand Duke had mentioned this on their first night in the novel. Van High turned his head and called, Selina, everything about you is special. He stared at her intently and declared, I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. The two continued to gaze into each other's eyes. Selina thought, a normal person wouldn't have that kind of look. Who are you really, Van High? Returning to her room, it was late and Benny was sound asleep. Selina sat at her desk, muttering something. Van High Kastak. Her finger continuously ran across the lines of text in the book, murmuring, Von Howie Goshtak. She couldn't figure it out that I've searched through all the royal family members, but I can't find his name. Let me see. There's only one person with a similar name, and that's. At this thought, she seemed to awaken, her eyes widening. It can't be. A new day arrived, the first rays of sunlight illuminating the room along with the chirping of birds. Benny, still drowsy, woke up and rubbed his eyes. Selina entered the room, her body swaying. Benny sat up. Goodness, miss, when did you return? After a sleepless night, Selina's face was haggard and pale. She raised her head. Good morning, Benny. Seeing her like this, Benny couldn't help but worry. Don't tell me you didn't sleep all night, Mississippi. Selina's hand brushed lightly against her dress. You know, Benny, I've adopted a dog. Benny still didn't understand what was going on. I'm sorry, a dog? What do you mean, miss? Selina nodded. Yes, a sweet, gallant dog, like a retriever. Selina's body swayed. Actually, he looks more like a Doberman, but I wish he were a gentle retriever. She lifted her head and looked straight ahead. But when I looked in his eyes yesterday, I realized it's not a retriever or a Doberman. It's a wild wolf, Vanter Hendrik Kastak. He is the Grand Duke of Kastak, known as the Iron Ruler. All this time, I've been searching the family lineage only because I thought that this man, who lost his memory and enlisted in the enemy nation, couldn't possibly be the emperor. Even Cedric, who has spent so many years on the battlefield, didn't recognize Van High when they first met. On the contrary, he was just astonished, wondering where such a talented person had been hiding all this time. But fortunately, Vanna Hendrik appeared at the beginning of this tedious book. Selena, reading up to this point, suddenly realized something seemed to be missing. The book stated that he disappeared 5 years ago. That was also the time Van High appeared in. This empire, because the ruler had vanished, Kastak was forced to halt their almost victorious war. Thus, a ceasefire between the empire and the duchy was established. In exchange for the ceasefire, the empire demanded that the head of the duchy be a king. Those conditions were enough for them to become a kingdom, but their king went missing. And the person I suspect to be their emperor is rolling around here. After reading everything written in the book, she closed it and concluded, after staying up all night reading the surveillance reports, I'm absolutely certain that person is Van Howie. I have 3 good reasons to think so. Selena stood up. First, because Vanna Hendrik had been on the battlefield since he was young. He always wore an iron helmet. It was a helmet made of iron with giant horns. Apparently, he wore it so much that people started calling him the Iron Ruler. There were also rumors that he was a very handsome man, but after he grew up, he became so ugly that he had no choice but to wear that helmet everywhere. He didn't even take it off when he was with those close to him, so that's probably why Cedric didn't recognize him. Otherwise, many people would have seen his real face. Selena rubbed her chin thoughtfully for a few seconds. Then she continued to think about the next reasons, and now for the second reason. In the novel, he told Sano, who was trembling with fear, that she could survive if they reached the duchy gates. In other words, if he returned, he wouldn't be suspected at all, but would be warmly welcomed. Selena looked up at the ceiling and continued to think. Then, the third and final reason. This one is the simplest. There's no one else left alive bearing the Kastak name. According to the family tree, he had 6 half-siblings, but they were all killed 8 years ago. Vanna Hendrik murdered all of his siblings, and there were even more terrible things recorded, like launching wars of aggression and purging a portion of his father's population, all aimed at consolidating his own power. Thinking of this, Selena crossed her arms and sighed. I'm so tired. A tyrant. She leaned back in her chair, recalling past events. At the tea first, I only took care of his wounds out of pity, and then I came back just to enjoy his beauty. Likewise, I don't know if he'll become Sano's bodyguard and torture me, so I have to be quicker than her to get him on my side. But she jumped up from her chair, feeling ironic. What kind of a crazy situation is this? Just to avoid one man, I accidentally picked up the neighboring tyrant? It seems he doesn't like me at all. Maybe he won't be crazy enough to obsess over, kidnap, and imprison me like Selena's other admirers have done. Selena untied her hair and stumbled wearily towards the bed. The more she thought, the more confused she became, but thankfully, in the novel, Van High didn't like Selena at all. It seemed he didn't like her one bit. She sat down on the bed to compose herself. Then she chuckled derisively, thinking he probably wouldn't be crazy enough to obsess over, kidnap, and imprison her like Selena's other admirers had done. Selena's toes scraped against the tiled floor as she remained lost in her tangled thoughts. Thinking about it, it was strange. She wondered, why didn't Van High have a crush on Selena? In the book, Chains of Salvation, Selena was one of the most beautiful girls. Not a single man in the world could take his eyes off her. So why didn't Van High like her? Was it because he had fallen in love with Sandon at first sight? Selena thought and thought, but couldn't make heads or tails of it. So she decided to lie down on the bed. Whatever, I need to sleep. She closed her eyes, placing strong faith in herself. I'll definitely find the answer tomorrow. Yes, I believe in you. Good luck in the future. But a moment later, she opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Even so, I still can't sleep because of this headache. I've been lying here for hours just worrying about him. I think I should go to the library early tomorrow morning. The next morning, she woke up feeling sluggish. While changing her clothes, she told Penny, "We're going to the library." Penny, startled and apprehensive, helped her dress. "Miss, to the library?" Selena rushed to find a book, muttering a single word, Kastak, Kastak. Here it is. She pulled the book she'd found off the shelf. Then she carefully flipped through each page. Finally, she reached the page she was looking for. The content within stated that the Kastak family was originally of imperial lineage. However, the reason this small nation could hold its own in the war and almost win was thanks to Vanna Heinrich. But it seems that when he was young, everyone called him Funhaoi. Perhaps that name was given to him by his grandfather. He was the only one in the family to inherit his grandfather's talent. So, from the moment he was designated to take the throne, he followed his father into battle, and immediately upon returning, he slaughtered all his half-siblings to seize the throne. Selena rested her chin in her hand, feeling puzzled. But why wasn't there any mention of a woman here? Had he ever been married? There's no way a ruler who participated in wars wouldn't have a woman by his side. That's why political marriages exist. Maybe he already has children. At this point, Selena reached an impasse, her chin resting in her hand, pondering like an old woman. She sank into the chair, holding the book up high. She thought and thought, but still couldn't find any clues. At this point, she could only come to one conclusion. A tyrannical official, a warmonger uninterested in women, and someone rumored to be ugly. But in reality, no one knew what he truly looked like. This is a very typical male lead in romance novels. She closed the book she was reading, then held it loosely in her hand. That I just don't understand. How can there be such a man? Not the main character, but just a supporting character. Afterward, Selena returned to her room. Penny followed, informing her, "Miss, Captain Crawford has invited you to attend the banquet." Selena's voice trembled as she replied, "Yes." Penny, sensing that she wasn't her usual self, asked worriedly, "Miss, are you all right?" Selena, looking lost, murmured, "Oh, yes, I'm fine." Selena thought of her stepmother and her weak-willed uncle, telling herself, "All right, now's not the time to worry about Van High. I have more important things to do." Selena was certain of one thing. Whether he was a tyrant or a warmonger, he would soon disappear. After all, in Chains of Salvation, Van High revealed his name to Sanin and returned to the duchy, having regained his memories. I don't know how he regained his memories. It was never mentioned. What matters to me is that he regained them, and he'll return to Kastak. When he realizes he's Vanna Henrich, he'll no longer be interested in me. He's the emperor, after all. She thought of Van High. Selena told herself, "I'll go to the city, and he'll go to the duchy. We'll naturally go our separate ways. Yes, I just need to be kind to him until he remembers who he is and leaves." Selena felt a bit irritated. Is Cedric stupid? We're eating, and he seats Camila opposite me? Ugh. Camila suddenly spoke, inquiring, "Selena, I heard he visited that temple. Is that right?" Selena, a little flustered, replied, "Excuse me? Oh, right, yes. You mean Van High, right? Everything happened so fast." She secretly observed Cedric's excited expression. Wow, he went there after just one day? No wonder you look so happy. I wonder how Van High could ask for forgiveness from those zealots. I'm a bit concerned about that. She hesitantly wondered. So that means he could become a knight now, right? Cedric happily replied, "That's right. He's now a member of the White Hawk Knights. The morale of the knights will be improved by having such an experienced member join our ranks." Camila suddenly interrupted. She feigned concern that we don't need to talk about such things at the dinner table. "Selena, dear, are you all right?" Suddenly addressed. Selena nodded slightly and replied, Yes, thank you for your concern." Camila continued to play the role of a caring mother. "Tell me if your wound worsens, and I'll give you medicine." Selena forced a smile. "Yes, ma'am." She scoffed inwardly. "You want to give me medicine again?" Sounds like she's looking for another excuse to pick on me. She elegantly lifted a spoonful of soup and brought it to her lips. Camila watched her, envy filling her heart. She suddenly spoke. "How can she be so beautiful even while eating? Isn't that right, Cedric?" He nodded in agreement. Camila continued, "Have you heard about a newly famous artist recently? I hear he sketches beautiful young ladies. Apparently, they're lining up to be drawn. Why don't we invite him to do a portrait of Selena?" Cedric calmly wiped his mouth. He replied, "That's not a bad idea, but her face hasn't completely healed yet." Camila praised, "But it still looks magnificent." Then, she turned to Selena and asked, "What do you think, Selena?" Selena gave a foolish smile that, I like it too." Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared in Camila's eyes. She instructed the butler beside her, Reuben, send an invitation to that painter. Oh, and invite other famous painters, along with the noble ladies. Reuben quickly obeyed, "Yes, mistress." From what he had just heard, a question arose in Cedric's mind. "Viscountess Crawford, are you planning to hold a party?" Camila cheerfully announced, "Selena's birthday is coming up soon." Selena was surprised. Why birthday? Camila looked at her sympathetically. She needs to have a place in society before going out into the world. She also needs to make some new friends. Cedric felt uneasy. He said, "But I think with the current situation, I don't think this is the right time. Even the farm's profits will be cut next month. How can we hold such a big party?" Camila suddenly overreacted, slamming the table and standing up in anger. Oh, you want Selena to be unable to get acquainted with high society and live a lonely life without friends? Cedric's voice deepened as he tried to reason with her. I never said that. Camilla put on a sorrowful expression. Cedric, you don't understand anything. Having said that, she stormed off, leaving a heavy atmosphere for Cedric and Selena. Cedric had a terrible headache from the previous issue and sighed repeatedly. Selena silently witnessed everything. She thought, I guess this is how things will go if Camila, her butler, and Cedric are near each other. I guess, So, light shimmered through the door of Selena's room. She was lying on the chaise lounge, her eyes filled with contemplation. I wonder what Van High is doing. It's annoying that he went to that temple alone. Thinking of this, she had to sit up. She muttered to herself, all right, I'll go check if he's really okay. Then, she asked in her clear voice, William, is he off today? William replied formally, yes, Mississippi. He's probably resting in his house near the square. Selena was a little surprised. Really? Prepare the carriage for me, William. William hastily offered, let me escort you. Selena quickly refused no, I'll go there alone. My mother seemed unhappy when we sat at the same dining table. I'm worried that something bad will happen to Uncle Cedric, so I'll leave him to you. William replied, understood. Have a safe trip, Mississippi. The carriage carried her out of the castle. A moment later, Selena gently stepped down, arriving in front of a large house. The servant informed her, we've arrived. She got a brief impression of the place. This house is quite nice. Without hesitation, she went to knock on the door, but no one answered. Selena worried silently. Is he out? Suddenly, the door opened by itself. Selena was startled. He didn't lock the door? Could a thief have broken in? Carefully stepping inside, she called out, is anyone home? After searching throughout the house, she thought to herself, this place is even nicer than I thought. Where did he go? Selena looked around, thinking, I can't imagine where he would be. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching her attention, Selena. She quickly recognized the voice. Van High, she asked. The door in front of her opened, and Van High stepped out, shirtless, his body covered in cuts. Selena's heart ached. She rushed to his side. Her voice trembling, she said, Van High, your body, what happened? Seeing her suddenly appear at his house, Van High asked, Selena, what are you doing here? He turned away, I'll go put on a shirt. Selena's eyes were filled with worry for him. She whined, Van High. Then, her voice turned serious. Sit down. Van High had no choice but to obey. Sitting down with her, he asked, a little puzzled, how did you know this place? She replied softly, I asked William. Next, she took out the manna stone and prayed. Van High watched her serious expression, unable to resist asking, are you too close? She opened one eye and replied, you mean William and me? I think so. He's my bodyguard, he said in a low voice, his tone suggesting a guess. You must have healed him like this before. Selena replied, not yet. Van High's eyes were filled with conviction, but I'm sure he's in love with you. Selena was a little surprised what? Van High continued, maybe he wants to kill me. Selena didn't understand why he would think that. She felt that. I think you look more like you want to kill him. Selena accidentally dropped the mana stone. Oh, Van High politely picked it up for her. As soon as the stone touched his hand, it emitted a strong violet light. Van High said in a low, warm voice, I see this stone has been used. Selena was secretly surprised by his deduction. How did he know that? She asked. Van High, do you have divine power? Van High didn't quite understand. He asked back, divine power? He thought for a moment, are you talking about this? Thinking, he channeled his energy into the mana stone in his hand. Immediately, it radiated an intense and powerful light. This made Selena stare, dumbfounded. The light was so strong that she had to close her eyes. She thought enviously, he's completely overpowered. How can he be good at everything? Face plus 999, strength plus 999, divine power plus 999. She gazed at his face for a moment and thought, no, I should add another 9 to his face. Ding, face plus 9999. She approached him and said, you mustn't tell anyone about this. Van High asked why. She didn't know how to explain, so she stammered, well, just don't. Van High looked a little wary. Oh, you think I'm a monster too? Selena clutched her head. A monster? It's not like that. I'm just worried that you'll be kidnapped by the people of the temple. A huge question mark appeared on Van High's face. Kidnapped? Selena looked at him apologetically and replied, if you have divine power, they'll take you away and make you a spirit. He looked at her innocently. Is this why I wasn't supposed to tell anyone about this? She immediately replied, yes. I guess you didn't know, but priests have to be vegetarians. Which is all well and good, but you've been eating meat your whole life. Do you think you can change? Hearing this, Van High fell in a deep thought. Next, he handed her the mana stone. She thought to herself, he should be better now. She felt a bit frustrated. He's making me lose my focus. I have to heal him faster. Focus. While Selena was praying, the healing light quickly approached and healed the scars on Van Hai's body. After channeling her spiritual power for a while, Selena tiredly said, I think it's okay now. Do you feel better? Van Hai got up and replied, yes, the wounds have healed. He noticed her pale complexion and said, you look quite tired. Are you alright? Selena honestly admitted, yes, I'm fine. Do you have a towel? I'll wipe the blood off. Van Hai immediately fetched her a clean towel. Selena gratefully exclaimed, oh, thank you. Sit down for a bit. She gently wiped his back with the towel. As she was wiping, he suddenly confided, I'm not a normal person. She was startled. Huh? Van Hai's voice was full of emotion. You probably already know, but I'm different from other people. A pang of sorrow welled up in Selena's heart. I thought they said he couldn't live long or die. It looks like I've healed him, but he actually has a special ability to heal himself. There's no way to kill him. Maybe he was born under special circumstances. Since he was young, he must have thought he was a monster. I think Selena is the only one in this novel who pities him. Thinking this, Selena gently comforted him. Van Hai, you are a normal person. You held on because of me, right? Because of what I said. So from now on, I hope you'll take better care of yourself and express your pain. Hearing Selena's empathetic words, Van Hai suddenly sank into thought. After wiping him down, she announced, I think I'm done. Van Hai then spoke, thank you. Selena's voice suddenly became S-H-Y-U-M. Van Hai, can I stay the night here? Van Hai asked back, huh? You want to spend the night here? Selena hesitated, it's late now, you know. Van Hai looked at her suspiciously, but the sun hasn't set yet. Selena quickly added, there's a lot of trouble leaving here. Van Hai seemed to disagree on him. Selena said sweetly, Van Hai, I just want to spend more time with you. You've been very lonely, haven't you? At Crawford Castle, Cedric was in his study. On his desk was a strange vial of liquid. Cedric pondered. After breakfast with Camila, he recalled the moment he held this vial and asked her, Selena, what is this? Did you find more poison in Countess Crawford's bedroom? Selena had replied, no, Uncle, it's an antidote. I just thought you might need it soon. Cedric recalled Selena saying anxiously, you're the only family I have left. I can't lose you. I'm sure my mother is up to something. Selena's face was etched with worry as she instructed him, you don't have to believe me, but you have to promise me one thing. If you ever feel a splitting headache or feel ill, drink the potion I just gave you. It's the only antidote. Meanwhile, Selena lay in bed, lost in thought. Van Hai, lying beside her, also opened his eyes. He saw her staring at the ceiling, wide awake, and asked, when are you going to sleep? Selena sat up and said, who falls asleep as soon as they get into bed? Van Hai replied, well, when are you going to sleep? Suddenly, Selena asked playfully, oh, so you're willing to sing me a lullaby? Van Hai, seeing her teasing him again, didn't answer. He looked at her for a moment, then turned away. Selena, seeing this, asked, Van Hai, are you actually going to sleep? Suddenly, Van Hai said, Selena, when I'm with you, I feel alive. She looked at him tenderly and replied, I think so too. You are human, after all. Van Hai clarified, I don't feel like a monster anymore, but a complete person. Just a normal person. Selena smiled as she watched Van Hai drift off to sleep. The next morning, a new day began. Warm sunlight streamed onto the two sleeping figures. In bed, there was a rustling sound. Selena sleepily woke up. Why do I feel like I can't breathe? Gradually, she felt like someone was holding her tightly, making it hard to breathe. Selena sighed, Dahiz. Suddenly, she was fully awake. Hugging me from behind? Has he been like this the whole time? And yet, with actions like that, he doesn't dare touch women. Anyway, it's hard to breathe. Selena struggled to free herself from Van Hai's embrace. Move! Seeing her stir, Van Hai woke up with a start. Selena, seeing that he was awake, turned around. Van Hai, you're up? Can you let me go now? At that moment, Van Hai realized he had been holding her all night. He quickly let her go and jumped out of bed. Selena was inwardly amused by his reaction, thought, oh my, that was fast. At the same time, she asked, did you sleep well? Van Hai, with his back to her, stammered, Selena, about that just now, that's a sleeping habit of mine. Selena, feeling playful, teased, so you have a habit of hugging women in your sleep? Sure enough, Van Hai turned back around, even more flustered, and oh no, that's not it. While the two were teasing each other, there was the sound of a door opening. A small dog was trying to push the door open to come in. Selena said, I think I just heard the sound of. Before she could finish her sentence, the dog rushed in and jumped on Selena. Woof. Selena was startled. Oh my. She hugged the dog tightly and petted it. So cute. I didn't know you had a dog. Van Hai spoke up. You're the first. Selena didn't hear him clearly and asked, the first what? Van Hai then finished his sentence. The first to sleep with me. You're the first, I swear. Selena turned to look at him and replied, you don't have to swear or anything. Van Hai confessed, I have a bad sleeping habit. Selena exclaimed, you don't snore or anything. But Van Hai immediately denied it, that it's not that, Selena. When I'm asleep or unconscious, my body acts on instinct. Selena still didn't understand him. What are you talking about? Van Hai, don't tell me you kill people in your sleep. At this point, Selena put the dog down. She stood up and walked towards Van Hai. Selena began to slide her arms around Van Hai's waist, and then she hugged him tightly. Selena hugged him and soothed him that it's okay, I understand. Van Hai blushed. Selena, still hugging him from behind, continued, even if you think you're a monster or something, I know for sure that it's not a scary monster. Here, she suddenly tightened her grip. A few hours later, a delicious loaf of bread was fresh out of the oven. Selena was completely astonished by the size of the loaf. She turned and called out, Van Hai. Van Hai, who was wiping his hands, turned around and replied, yes. Selena pleaded, this bread is probably a bit too big for me. I can't possibly finish it all. Van Hai bent down to look at her and, oh, you have to eat it all. If you don't eat it all, it's not a complete meal. Selena gave a wry smile that, this is a bit much. Since you went to the trouble of making this, I'll try it. Hearing this, Van Hai smiled and introduced the bread. It's a fig and cheese bread. It's a hearty meal. I don't know what you usually eat, but animal protein definitely has to be in your meals. Tell your cook to prepare a similar meal. You should eat more heartily. You look so thin you could be blown away by a gust of wind. Hearing him say that, Selena gave a mischievous smile and teased, you held me last night without any problems. Van Hai was embarrassed that I told you. It's a habit. Eat up before it gets cold. His expression made Selena laugh. Ha. All right, thanks for the meal. Selena picked up the bread and prepared to take a big bite. Chewing, she praised, ooh, this is better than I thought. It's so rich. Van Hai felt satisfied with her compliment. Then he asked about her schedule. So, are you planning to go home after you finish this bread? Selena replied casually, no. Since I wasn't home last night, I should probably visit the temple. After the meal, Selena went to the temple. She looked around for someone familiar. Suddenly, Selena spotted a familiar figure. She called out as she walked towards him. Father Frank. Frank turned around in surprise. Lady Selena, you're here early. Are you here to pray? Selena replied, yes, I came to pray, and there's something I need to ask you. Hearing this, Frank immediately asked, really? Selena said, yes, it's something only you can do for me. Frank was curious. And what is that, Lady Selena? Selena smiled. Are you good at lying? A voice rang out from a carriage. And so, we pray for the Crawford family's eternal prosperity and a bright future. For them, Selena, sitting in the carriage, chimed in at my request. Frank, sitting opposite her, was praying with his hands clasped and continued, yes, that's right, at Lady Selena's request, as I have heeded her words. I didn't realize dawn had arrived, and finally, Selena suddenly cut him off. Ooh, perfect, let's do exactly that. Frank chuckled. Haha, I'm a little nervous too. It was rather easy for Selena to make Father Frank confess that he always lies without batting an eye, and so they returned to the mansion. When Selena made the request to Frank, he not only agreed, but was also delighted, saying, I don't know if I've told you this before, but I've always wanted to try doing something shameless ever since I was a child. Recalling that image, Selena thought, he's even more mischievous than he appears. Frank showed her his trembling hands. Look, I'm so nervous I'm shaking. Seeing this, Selena replied, oh, you really are. Inwardly, she felt amused. Haha, he's so cute. As the carriage neared the mansion, Selena announced, we can see the gate. I wonder what everyone is doing. A knight guarding the gate saw the approaching carriage and said, that carriage. Then the knight shouted, halt. The Lord cannot receive any visitors today. Selena, noticing the carriage's sudden stop, peeked out to see what was happening. The two knights guarding the gate pointed their spears at the carriage and ordered, turn back. Even carriages from the temple will not be allowed entry. Inside the carriage, Frank asked in surprise, what's going on? Selena replied, I don't know. They usually let carriages from the church in. Right. Selena's voice rang out from within the carriage. Is there a problem? Hearing the familiar voice, the two knights replied, Lady Selena. Immediately, the two knights knelt down and explained their actions. Please forgive us. It's because something serious happened recently. Selena asked worriedly, something serious? One of the knights replied frankly, well, Captain Cedric collapsed this morning. Upon hearing this, Selena cried out. Immediately afterward, she also collapsed. Frank panicked. Lady Selena, Frank shouted. Lady Selena, please don't collapse too. She's collapsed. Quickly bring her inside. Selena was then taken to her room. Frank sat praying for her to wake up quickly. Selena remained still on the bed. Seeing her like this, Frank began to cry that I didn't realize how fragile you were, Lady Selena. Hearing his voice, Selena thought to herself, I feel guilty for pretending to faint to see his reaction. Frank approached her and whispered, let me pray for you. I hope you'll wake up after you've rested enough. He leaned closer and closer, Lady Selena. Feeling uneasy, Selena started to moan, Realizing she was about to wake up, Frank quickly returned to his previous position. La Lady Selena? Selena feigned weakness. Father Frank. After a moment, Frank exclaimed joyfully, oh my goodness, you're awake. Should I call the doctor? Selena slowly sat up and, oh, don't worry. This happens often. Frank was surprised. What? Really? Selena replied with a smile. Yes, I faint quite a lot. Suddenly, Frank spoke up. There are rumors that the Countess often starves and abuses you. Is that true? Selena was taken aback. People are saying that. Oh, right after that, she got to the main point. So how is my uncle? Frank sadly reported, I just checked on him, and it seems he's in critical condition. Furthermore, I don't think anyone will care that you snuck out last night, miss. Everyone seems more worried about Lord Crawford than you. Frank speculated, he's so thin, I think someone poisoned him. I only glanced, but his condition seems bad. Selena repeated, poison? Frank searched his memories that I've seen someone die from poison before, and his face was just like Lord Crawford's. He then sighed to, I thought this was my chance to lie. Yes, I'm a little disappointed. Selena remained silent, unsure of what to say. A few minutes later, she pulled Frank's hand and said, come with me. Frank worried, Miss, are you all right? Selena led him to a spot and asked, do you see that tree over there? Frank looked in the direction she indicated, but was confused. There are so many trees. Which one are you talking about? Selena described it further. The one way over there with the broad leaves. Frank, spotting his target, asked, you mean the tree with the berries on it? Selena exclaimed, that's the one. Do you know what it's used for? Frank asked back, you mean its uses? Selena replied, yes. Do you know if it's edible or used in medicine? Frank went into scholar mode. I'm sure I've read about this plant before, but I can't remember. Selena hinted, perhaps it's poisonous. Upon hearing this, Frank's memory clicked. I remember seeing it in a book about poisonous plants. I think it's called Widow's Tears. But why is it planted in the mansion's garden? Did he plant it? Selena replied, I didn't. My mother planted it. Then, Frank spoke, as far as I know, planting poisonous trees in this country is illegal. It's strange to see it planted in the middle of the courtyard. Selena chuckled, because it's quite rare. She smuggled it from someone else. No one knew what kind it was, so they just followed her orders and planted it. Frank continued, and you're planning to put her in jail for smuggling and illegally planting it. Selena hadn't considered that. No. That's a good idea, but no. That evidence wouldn't hold up in court, but once my uncle wakes up, you can perjure yourself. Frank nervously repeated, perjure myself? Selena then explained, my uncle was able to overcome this poison because I gave him the antidote, and the person who gave me that antidote was you, Father Frank. You're a genius botanist. Frank imagined himself laughing joyfully at Selena's praise. Selena suddenly interrupted. That's what I need you to say. Frank was startled at, that sounds reasonable enough. But a few minutes later, he began to feel uneasy that I'm worried, Lady Selena. Selena just laughed, Suddenly, Frank wondered, but Lady Selena, this will only work if Lord Crawford wakes up, right? Selena reassured him, don't worry about that. I've given him the antidote. He'll wake up in a few days. Learning this truth made Frank sigh in relief. Such a relief. After a pause, he asked curiously, did you know this would happen? It feels like you were prepared. Selena crossed her arms and replied, me? I don't know. If I knew this would happen, I would have tried to stop it. Anyway, there's something I want to ask you. Frank responded, yes, if it's something I can answer, I will answer with all sincerity. Selena asked, do you know anything about annulments? Frank repeated, annulments? Selena confirmed, yes. The church handles things related to that, right? Marriage, divorce, remarriage, all of that. Before answering Selena's question, the two moved to a more private area. Frank then spoke up. In that case, the accused and the evidence must be clear. Selena responded, so that means they only recognize me if I'm illegitimate? Frank exclaimed, that's right. Selena immediately asked, if someone in a marriage has a lover that their spouse knows nothing about, then their marriage can be annulled, right? Frank nodded. That's correct. But in civil law, marriages are only recognized when the couple has children. Selena replied seriously. So all I need to do is prove that Lady Crawford was seeing someone else before marrying my father, right? Frank quickly stood up and exclaimed, Lady Selena, you mean she was seeing someone else? The evidence of her planting poisonous plants in the garden is enough to get her the death penalty. Selena felt Frank was naive and explained, and all she has to do is say she didn't plant them. If accused, Camilla will deny it. Huh? Who? Me? Selena said seriously. Like father said, I need stronger evidence. Frank worried, but you'll bring shame to both families. They were never really my family, so I don't really care. Thinking this inwardly, she said something different aloud. Of course, I'll also get into a bit of trouble, but as father has seen, Selena closed her eyes and continued. I also have half-siblings living with the tribe. It's quite common for children to grow up without seeing their parents when they are in the fog of war. However, if a patriotic hero is caught up in that war, things change a bit. My father had his first child before meeting Joanna Chester. After marrying her, he had another affair, and I, Selena, am the child of that affair. After hearing her story, Frank asked, half-siblings? And you mean children of Countess Crawford? Selena denied, no, it's embarrassing to say, but my father has some children he didn't raise. My father had an affair with his wife during the war and had 2 sons. Mr. Peterson is taking care of them now. He didn't even want to, yet he dared to remarry Camilla, who already had a child. Pausing for a moment, Selena continued, I heard that if their parents' marriage is annulled, the child can change their last name. I don't want to bear my father's name anymore. Selena thought, well, I'll be fine when the Chester family no longer considers me one of them once I give up my father's name. I'll move to a nice place in the capital to live happily, the Dowager Queen's family, with boundless power. All I need is the Chester name. A moment passed, and just then, a room's door opened. Frank stepped out of the room and gently closed the door. Selena saw him and called out, Father. Frank turned around and replied, There you are, Lady Selena. Selena smiled and inquired, How is my uncle? Frank cheerfully answered, He woke up a day later. Thank goodness he's still healthy. But he can't speak right now, but he's definitely awake. And Miss Crawford is with him now. Everyone believes she truly cares for him. If you saw the way she wiped the sweat from his face. Frank playfully asked, Do you believe she actually has feelings for him? She looks quite serious. Selena felt exasperated with him. As they walked and talked, Selena suddenly spoke. Mother must be surprised too. I guess she didn't expect Uncle Cedric to suddenly collapse like that. Frank was astonished. I beg your pardon, but isn't she the one who poisoned him? Why would she be surprised by what she caused? Isn't that what she wanted? After a series of questions, Frank began to suspect. Don't tell me Miss Crawford wasn't the one who poisoned him. They suddenly stopped. Selena turned to look at Frank and smiled, replying, Believe what you will, Father. Frank looked at her awkwardly and stammered, Yes, Lady Selena, I believe you. Then, Frank sighed. Anyway, I'm not sure I can do this. Selena asked, You mean lie? Of course you can. I have a feeling you'll be a natural liar. Selena stepped forward and placed her hand on Frank's shoulder. She said, Don't worry, Father. If you do what we practiced, there won't be any problems. Frank replied, Thank you for encouraging me. From afar, Adrian spotted them. He called out, Sister. Adrian waved, Sister, it's you. I've been looking for you. What are you doing? Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Adrian asked in a low voice, Who is that slimy person standing next to you? Frank was confused. Slimy person? Selena, sensing the tension, intervened. Adrian, were you looking for me? This is a high-ranking priest. Say hello. You didn't see his robes, did you? Frank retorted, Lady Selena, who is this scruffy person? Selena replied, Oh, that's my brother, well, stepbrother. Adrian said unhappily, Lady Selena. He angrily stepped forward and grabbed Frank's shirt. Who do you think you are to address her so casually? Everything happened so fast that Selena cried out in alarm, Father, Father. Then she asked, What are you doing, Adrian? Adrian refused to let go, replying, He didn't address you by your title. What kind of priest? Selena hastily explained, He's here to treat Uncle Cedric. I think you should behave yourself. Adrian was still furious. Give me a moment, sister. This priest and I have some matters to discuss. Selena intervened. Adrian, no, let him go. Seeing her attitude towards Frank, Adrian clenched his fists in jealousy. Sister, who is this guy that you keep defending him? Why, you don't even want to interact with me. You like this guy a lot, don't you? Suddenly, Frank yelled, Lady Selena, run. He's clearly been possessed by a demon. Run, save yourself. Selena thought in a panic. Oh my God, look what this guy has done. Adrian is angry at Frank because I tried to defend him. In that case, it would be better if I just ignored Frank. After making up her mind, Selena spoke. Immediately, she turned her back and yelled, I really hate it when you do things like this. Seeing Selena turn her back and leave, Adrian called out in panic, Sister. Selena quickly ran away from the scene. I'm sorry. Father, I'll call the guards to rescue you. Selena went to Cedric's room to visit him. Cedric had woken up. He said gratefully, If it weren't for the antidote you gave me, I would probably be in my grave right now, Selena. I would have closed my eyes forever without knowing the reason. Now, tell me the truth. Cedric said sadly, I never imagined a frail woman like her could do such a cruel thing. He looked at Selena. I was too naive. I'm sorry, Selena. Selena was silent for a moment and then asked, "What did you eat this morning?" Cedric recounted the situation truthfully. "I only drank water. I thought the headache and nausea were from drinking too much water. However, it was completely different from a hangover. Yes, it wasn't a normal hangover. Immediately after drinking the water, my head started to spin, and I felt like someone was splitting my head open." After listening, Selena speculated that it must have been the water. "The person who ordered the servant to bring you water was probably Mother." Cedric decided, "I will hold a trial at the temple tomorrow." Selena asked, "Are you going to sue Mother?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Suddenly Selena spoke up, "But you don't have any evidence." But Cedric confidently replied, "I'm sure we'll find some when the trial begins." Hearing this, Selena pressed her cheek and thought to herself, "Cedric really has no brain, does he?" Seeing this, she said, "Uncle, even if we find that maid, Mother will kill her, and that will be the end of it. Just like Emma." Cedric suddenly exclaimed, "Selena, I will win this trial. I'll make sure Crawford receives her punishment." Selena wondered how. Cedric replied nonsensically, "You'll see once it begins. Justice always prevails." Selena was speechless, so Selena was frustrated. "Maybe I should just kill him. He needs to survive before demanding justice. This man is truly crazy, isn't he? Right now, we are completely dependent on the Maple family for money. Doesn't he know that if he gets rid of Camilla, he'll have nowhere to turn?" Selena sighed in frustration. "Daha, we can't go against her right now. First, you have to gain power and status." She continued, "Honestly, you have no money, power, or even evidence. Her family won't take this lightly." Selena began to guide him. "Our house is currently in a terrible state, both inside and out. So let this go for now, and try to treat Mother as well as you can." Cedric asked, "You want me to cover it up?" Selena calmly replied, "Yes. Wait until we've resolved the financial issues first, and find evidence that will defeat her in one blow." Selena sat down on the bed and continued, "I can handle the financial and agricultural problems." Cedric, curious, inquired, "Have you thought of a solution?" Selena patted his hand gently. "Yes. Someone can assist you and replace the Grayson family's workforce." Selena outlined her strategy. "While we lack manpower in the West, those across the border might help. You just need to make peace with them." Cedric didn't understand. "What are you talking about?" "We can lease them farmland and collect taxes. They can also fight for you." Selena's voice lowered. "The reason justice always prevails is because only the victors survive and they decide what justice is. Victory is justice, so you must live." It was dinner time, and a servant placed food on the table for Cedric. Suddenly, Camilla's voice rang out, "We must investigate. You are the head of the family. Cedric." Cedric listened silently to her lament. "When I think about what could have happened to you, Cedric cut her off. "I have no intention of exposing who is behind this incident." Camilla was surprised. "What?" Cedric continued indifferently. "Also, don't enter my room without permission. Camilla Znirda. I only came here to care for you, and this is how you treat me." Cedric stepped down from the bed and said, "Don't bother. There's a high-ranking priest from the temple here, and I'm gradually recovering." Camilla, unable to bear his attitude, yelled, "Cedric, have you forgotten that you were almost poisoned to death?" But Cedric was firm in his resolve. "I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave." Seeing his indifference, Camilla angrily complained, "I woke up early to make and bring you soup. How can you treat me like this when I care about you?" Cedric repeated, "I told you to leave." Camilla stubbornly shouted, "Can't you tell me why I should?" Then she turned and stormed off. "You're truly heartless." Camilla left the room and slammed the door shut as if to vent her anger. She began to have doubts. Cedric, did he really overcome the poison? Who else but me would try to poison him in the first place? Ever since he woke up, it seems like he's been pretending. But why? Why is he doing this? Could it be he knows I poisoned him? Does that fool really suspect me? Selena, approaching from afar, saw Camilla clenching her fists. Feigning ignorance, she called out, "Mother, what's wrong?" Camilla, oblivious to Selena's arrival, raged, "Useless." Her outburst startled Selena. Seeing her distraught appearance, Selena exclaimed, "Mother!" At the same time, panic rose within her. Does she know? Camilla returned to her room and started cursing. "Damn it, I think Cedric suspects me." As Ruben removed Camilla's shoes, he asked, "Really?" Camilla responded glumly, "Yes, I don't know how he figured it out, but..." Ruben scoffed, "Camilla, how could that stupid, rigid bastard know? He's not the type to suspect someone without proof, anyway." Camilla leaned back tiredly. You never know. Someone could have informed the idiot." She felt a headache coming on. "Damn it, now I'll lose all the Knights of the Squad. Who do you think informed him?" A moment later, Camilla turned to look directly at Ruben, speculating, "Petchon. He's the only one. It would take that much effort to do something like that. He still resents me for what happened to Emma." It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. While Camilla was scheming, Cedric was strolling with Selena on the mansion grounds. He looked at her and asked, "Did you tell the tribes?" Selena nodded that I did. "Uncle, they can help you." Cedric looked worried. "I don't think they'll suddenly help us." Selena calmly replied, "Only if you do it alone." She suggested, "Try to bring Mr. Petchon with you." Cedric wondered, "Does he know any members of the tribes?" Selena confidently said, "Yes, I heard he has traded with them many times. I'm sure he'll help you." In Selena's mind, a thought surfaced. Mr. Petchon, having clearly traded with the tribes many times, must be acquainted with them. Cedric hesitated. "I don't know if he will agree to help. He's probably still grieving over Emma's passing." Selena nodded in agreement that he lost his daughter. "So that's obvious. I heard he's been shutting himself up at home, so I'll have Charles send him a letter." Cedric was surprised. "Really? Thank you, Selena." His mood suddenly turned somber. "I should have told you sooner. I must look pathetic." He continued, "You want to get away from Mother quickly, so you could breathe easier. But as he said, it's not easy to get rid of Miss Crawford." Selena replied indifferently, "Is that so?" She laughed and confidently asserted, "But when everyone finds out she's dating a man, whether she wants to or not, she'll have to leave." Cedric's eyes were filled with confusion. "Selena, what do you mean?" Without waiting for Selena to answer, he laughed. "Ha, I'm disappointed in you. How could you say such a thing?" He lowered his head, sincerely reminding Selena, "I truly hope you don't lower yourself to that, like using a woman's chastity to attack someone." Selena pursed her lips, wondering, I didn't know he'd say that. But what else can I do? It's true that Camilla is having an affair, right? Suddenly, she felt incredibly curious. "Uncle, what would you do if you saw it with your own eyes?" Cedric asked, "See what?" Selena didn't answer, only stating a location. "Go to the annex tonight if you want to see for yourself." A worried voice called out, "Is Captain Crawford all right?" Selena smiled. "Yes, he's much better now." The voice spoke again. "Did Miss Crawford really do that?" Selena laughed loudly, then became pensive. It's a little hard to say." Across from Selena, someone held a half-smoked cigarette. They said, "I heard a priest from the temple is here." Van High seriously asked her, "Did you call him here?" Selena touched her cheek and confirmed, "Yes, I called him to take care of my uncle." Van High replied, "I'm sure Captain Crawford is grateful." As soon as he finished speaking, Selena exclaimed, "What? You were standing too far away, so I couldn't hear you. Come closer and say it again." Van High stamped out his cigarette. After he sat down beside her, Selena teased, "You held me so tight all night that I couldn't breathe. What's the point of playing shy now?" Van High crossed his arms, his voice cold. He hadn't finished his sentence when Selena interrupted. "Are you trying to tell me it was just an accident?" Van High looked to the side and denied no. He affirmed firmly, "I wouldn't be so careless. I just wanted to say I was being impolite." Selena silently called his name. "Von Howie." She stared at Van High and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I wish someone would come and get this tyrant. If no one comes, I might just keep him for myself." Selena broke the silence. Van High, don't you remember anything?" Van High asked curiously, "What am I supposed to remember?" Selena explained, "I mean, before the match, for example. Do you remember your real name?" "No, wait. Did Crow say anything to you at the finals?" Van High replied, "I don't remember." "Why do you ask?" Selena said awkwardly, She speculated sadly. "Maybe he doesn't want to tell me, but I want to know roughly when he's about to leave." Selena tilted her head and looked at Van High. "I'm sure you had another life before becoming a knight." Van High didn't answer but coldly countered, "Even if I did, what does it matter now?" However, his hands were secretly clenching. Finally, Van High resolved to confide in Selena. "Before I met you, my life was completely meaningless." He said with concern, "More importantly, did anyone happen to come here to see you?" Selena narrowed her eyes, assessing Van High. Why did he change the subject? Is it that he doesn't remember or not? She asked a question that startled Van High. "Van High, are you married?" Selena leaned closer to the man beside her and exclaimed, "Are you worried your wife will come to see me and demand her husband back?" Van High was completely bewildered by her thoughts. He replied loudly, "What?" Selena was determined to get to the bottom of it.so. "Me being your first love was a lie?" "Humph." Van High stammered. "What are you talking about, Selena?" Selena voiced her doubts. "I'm just wondering why you hugged me as naturally as if I were a body pillow." She touched her chin, smiling teasingly at Van High. Is it because I'm not your first love, huh?" As soon as Selena finished speaking, Van High knelt down on the ground and, Selena, that really was my first time." Then he made an oath. "If I'm lying to you, if I've ever slept with another woman before, may the gods strike me down, even if it's a god from the east or the west." Selena's eyes widened in surprise. Does he mean the Empire in the east and Kastak in the west? Why would he say that? It sounds like he's an outsider. Van High gently took her hand and declared, "If anyone has ever been close to me or slept with me, you're the first, Selena." At this point, Selena was speechless, surprised by his sincere words. She pursed her lips without a sound. Selena's face flushed crimson. Roy covered his mouth with his hand. He knew he had to do everything he could, even without lying down. Van High spoke up in a panic that, in the West, there are magical items that could check one's purity. He anxiously sought the opinion of the girl before him that we can use them to be sure. So if you want, I'll go right now. And Van High hadn't finished his sentence when Selena suddenly burst into laughter. Why are you so serious? Haha, I was just joking because I put up with you squeezing me all night, so I thought I'd tease you a bit. He apologized. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize I was doing it. She recounted, I thought my mother told you to crush me to death in my sleep. Van High quickly denied it. What? Of course not. Selena, extremely curious, asked further, have you met my mother again? Selena said, why not? Van High answered her, because I have no reason to. However, Selena then said, it's a good opportunity for you. Van High asked back in bewilderment, a good opportunity? She offered a piece of advice that, don't you want to officially become a knight? Van High confidently affirmed, I can do it myself without Lady Crawford's help. Selena seriously said, but getting my mother's support is the fastest way. Despite her kindness, Van High continuously refused, I don't want to see that bothersome woman again. I'll manage on my own, Selena. Selena stood up, facing him. Even if I tell you what to do. Van High exclaimed in confusion. Who? Selena suddenly grasped his hand tightly. She gently said, swear to my mother. Swear to join her side. Van High still felt worried. What if she doesn't believe me? At this moment, Selena's eyes were filled only with Van High's image. She said, then, repeat it to me, and then she'll believe you. While Selena and Van High were spending time together, Cedric was extremely busy. Uncle, please come to the annex tonight. Later, as promised, Cedric went to the annex. Alone, wearing a cloak and carrying a lamp, he walked through the night, suspicious. Selena said she already has a lover? No, it's all a misunderstanding. If she were seeing someone, she wouldn't be desperate enough to want to get engaged to me. He entered the building. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, he pulled down his hood and looked around. Out here, why aren't there any guards stationed here? Then Cedric proceeded to pull open the door and stepped inside, thinking to himself, I'm not here because I suspect Camilla. I'm just checking the first floor. There's no harm in looking around while I'm checking. Upon reaching a room, Cedric was surprised to hear a familiar sound. Belonged. What's that? It sounds like a cat. Does she have a cat? Not hard to imagine, but it seems to be coming from this room. The light was on. Cedric glanced at the door of the next room. He walked towards it, but when he heard the sounds inside, he felt something was wrong. I don't hear a man's voice, and I don't hear Camilla's either. Just as I thought, it's a misunderstanding. I should leave before I'm seen. Thinking this, Cedric turned around. But at that moment, he heard a voice from behind the door. Yes, Reuben right there. Wonderful, Reuben Harder. Cedric trembled, seemingly frozen in place. Cedric remembered the name he had just heard. Reuben, wasn't that Camilla's butler? The two of them were in there together. And those sounds, if Selena hadn't said those things, I wouldn't have imagined it. I've been too idle. Thinking so, he decided to turn back. At the dining table, Camilla was cutting the fragrant meat on her plate. She asked while eating, what? What did you just say? Selena tore off pieces of bread and delicately brought them to her lips. She listened to their conversation before them. Benny bowed her head fearfully and replied, the young ladies of the Hope, Fitzwilliam, and Avalon families all declined your invitation to the banquet. Then she raised her head and looked directly at the woman sitting in front of her. Some declined due to personal matters, and others said they had to go to the capital that day, so they couldn't attend. Camilla, hearing Benny's words, felt insulted. How dare they? She flew into a rage, stabbing her meat knife into the beef in front of her, repeating, how dare they? Benny, seeing this, paled. Camilla ordered Benny, are you sure? Bring their letters here immediately. Yes, madam. I'll bring them right away. Selena remained impassive. After finishing her last bite, she calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin. After wiping, she placed the napkin on the table. Only then did she speak up. Changao, mother, you don't look well. You've been through so much lately. I hope you'll stay calm. Saying this, she sniffled and shed a few tears. I'm fine if we don't have the banquet. Camilla, calm down. It seems I just chose the wrong day. I heard there's a traveling circus performing in the capital. The ladies and missus will be attending on that day. I wanted to introduce you to my close friends, but it seems I made a mistake. Selena, hearing her say this, appeared touched. She feigned innocence, uttering, mother, but inwardly, a cunning smile played on her lips. Camilla told Selena of her decision. Well, perhaps it's for the best. I'll take this opportunity to send your portrait to the sons of the noble families in the capital. She imagined herself proudly saying, this is my beautiful daughter. Raise your hands. Who wants to marry her? She assured Selena, after seeing your portrait, I'm sure they'll be lining up to meet you. Selena, watching her smugness, couldn't help but quip, "Ah, are you putting me up for auction?" Camilla, complacent, replied, "Ha, I have many opportunities to meet excellent candidates from elite families." "You're very lucky, Selena. While Mother is in this position, she should find a marriage for me and Sano." Mother said, "Oh, haven't I told you? I'm thinking of sending a proposal to Marquis Wairos in the north." Selena remembered this character, not even mentioned in the novel. "Wairos, who is that? We don't really interact with the north, so I'm not sure." Camilla gave her daughter a gentle smile. "Sano is also of marriageable age. I think they would make a wonderful couple." Returning to her room, Selena asked Penny about Marquis Wairos. "Marquis Wairos, do you know who that is?" Penny didn't hesitate to answer that, "Of course, I do, Mississippi. The rumors about him are terrible." "Really? What kind of rumors?" Penny told her about the rumors she'd heard. "He's been married 6 times already, but all of his wives have gone missing. All 6 of them. Some say he offered them to demons as sacrifices. Others say he beat them so mercilessly they fled in the night. He's very stern and cold, even to his wives. So people call him the Dark Marquis." Selena lay on her bed, chin in hand, listening to the barrage of newly acquired information, then asked Penny, "How old is he?" As far as I know, 40. He's around 40 years old. Oh wow. Camilla has definitely lost her mind. Selena couldn't help but scorn her mother. Sano is only 17. I can't believe she would do that to her own daughter. Penny found it strange that Selena was asking about the man, wondering aloud, "Why are you asking me that, miss?" Selena sat up from her bed, then said, "Mother is planning to send a proposal to him." Penny seemed utterly shocked to hear her mistress say such a thing. "What? Madam wants you to marry him. Not me, Sano. Too bad. It must be very cold in the north." Penny remained bewildered as she listened to her mistress. In the evening, the moon hung high in the sky. Selena looked up at the person standing opposite her. In a place where no one knew, Van High took Selena's hands and said, "I swear I'll join her side. What if she doesn't believe me?" Selena was still apprehensive, her eyes now only holding Van High's image. Then afterward, "Ask me to respond. She'll believe you, if that is what she wants." Van High whispered affectionately, his hand gently brushing her face. Suddenly, Van High heard someone's footsteps approaching. He glanced over to the other side. Selena's face pressed against Van High's large hand. She stared at him without blinking, until he quickly left, leaving her alone, bathed in the moonlight. A man in the distance happened to be walking over Selena. Selena recognized the familiar person, Uncle Cedric. He walked closer to her, asking with concern, "It's quite cold. What are you doing outside? You didn't even bring a guard with you." "I just wanted to think about a few things." "Why are you still out so late, Uncle?" "Ahem, I also have a few things to think about." He continued, "Selena, I don't know if you've heard anything, but I'm trying to treat Miss Crawford well, as you wanted. We even agreed to go hunting together." "Oh, really? I'm glad you finally believed me." Her eyes sharpened. "But Uncle, I have another request. Can we use an informant? I know it's the right person." Inside the room, a strong gust of wind blew in from outside, causing the curtains to flutter incessantly. Camilla lay on the bed, shivering from the cold. She couldn't get back to sleep. Annoyed, she sat up and yelled, "Who's there? Who just opened my window?" But when she looked around, everything was quiet as before. She realized no one was there. Camilla got out of bed and walked toward the window, pulling back the curtains. "All these useless people here, are they even keeping watch?" She opened the curtains and looked out at the scenery. The servants who had recently started working seemed utterly incompetent. Camilla closed her eyes, considering whether she should get rid of them all. Suddenly, a knock came from outside the room. She opened her eyes and went to open the door. It was Van High. He looked directly at her and said, "Lady Crawford, I am here to pledge my loyalty to you." Camilla and Van High stepped outside, talking as they walked. "It seems you've changed your mind. I didn't tell you to come at this late hour." Camilla glanced at Van High, suspicion rising in her heart. "It would be good if he chooses to serve me. But why this sudden change? Could that foolish Selena be using him to manipulate me?" She reassured herself, surely not. Reaching a secluded corner, Camilla spoke up, "I'm just asking to be sure, but what caused this sudden change of heart?" "It's nothing much." Camilla asked again, "Is that so?" Van High finally answered seriously, "I've decided I want Selena for myself." She turned away from him, her voice laced with innuendo. "Well, there aren't many men who don't desire such small, sweet things. If you want her, I'll let you have her." Van High asked her directly, "Do you want something in return?" Camilla quickly stated her demand. Yes, I'll let you know what you can do. So, there's a sword that Cedric treasures. I want you to bring it to me right now. Upon hearing this, Van High placed his hand over his chest and bowed his head in acceptance. That won't be difficult. I'll be back soon. Camilla smiled triumphantly, her heart filled with delight. Meanwhile, Sano rushed into Camilla's room. "Mother," she exclaimed, "you're here. Where's my mother?" "Madam is with Lord Crawford right now, Mississippi. Please calm down and—" Sano impatiently cut the servant off. "Calm down? Do you know what's happening to me? If not, then shut up." The servant, scolded, could only lower her head and mumble, "I apologize, Mississippi." They're in the study. Whatever it is, they said they're discussing something important and don't want to be disturbed. Sano didn't say a word and immediately turned to leave, leaving the servant standing there. "Miss." Inside Cedric's study, Camilla stood beside him. The two were whispering, discussing something. The sound of the door opening interrupted their conversation. Camilla turned her head towards the door and said coldly, "What?" Sano burst into the room, despite William trying to stop her outside. They were discussing business, but she stubbornly refused to listen. She snapped, "William, who do you think you are? Get out." At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out. "Sano." Camilla admonished her, "What are you doing? This isn't how a lady behaves." Sano couldn't contain herself any longer. "Mother, is it true that you want to send me away? To the north to get married?" Camilla remained silent, not answering. After a moment, she turned away. "We'll talk about that later. Now leave." Sano now had no other choice. Panicked, she rushed forward and grabbed her mother's hand. "Wait," she pleaded, her voice trembling with emotion. "Please tell me, is it true? Do I really have to marry Marquis Wairos, that monster?" Camilla impatiently stated, "Yes, it's true. Do you have a problem with that?" Camilla frowned, looking at her daughter with displeasure. "He's a perfect gentleman who has protected that harsh north for years. What's wrong with marrying someone like him?" She reminded her, "Don't judge a man by rumors, right?" Then Camilla shook Sano's hand off hers. "I'm very disappointed, Sano." Sano was thrown back and collapsed to the floor, stunned. "And oh, mother, how could you do this to me?" Camilla crossed her arms and looked down at her, her face devoid of pity. "There's nothing to worry about. The man that will become your bodyguard from now on." Camilla turned to look at Van High at a bodyguard. "Yes, you've been constantly bothering me about needing one, haven't you?" Sano knelt before Camilla, weakly pleading, "Is that even necessary? Mother, please reconsider. Isn't he already 40 years old? I'm not even 20 yet. But why would you give your daughter to a man like that? Mother, you're so cruel." Cedric sat silently, listening to their conversation. He wondered to himself, is she serious? I don't trust Camilla right now. But why would she agree to marry her daughter off to such an untrustworthy man? Someone who's been married 6 times already. I hope she's just lying. The next morning, Selena woke up. Camilla came to help her with her makeup. She kindly asked Selena, "Did you sleep well, my dear?" Selena softly replied, "Yes, mother." William and Van High stood silently beside them, motionless like statues. Van High stealthily glanced at Selena. Camilla instructed her daughter, "It seems so. Look at your glowing skin. The painter will be here soon, so remember to stay still." Selena obediently replied, "Yes, mother." When Camilla wasn't looking, Selena stole a glance at Van High's reflection in the mirror behind her. Camilla began to brush her hair. "Now, what should we do with your hair? Should we keep it simple as usual?" She pondered, unsure which hairstyle to choose. It would be pretty if we styled it a bit, but it would be boring to just leave it simple. If we put it up, your face will be more visible. Finally, she decided on an updo and said to Selena, "Selena, let's try this hairstyle for you today. I'm sure you'll look beautiful no matter what dress you wear." Van High silently observed Camilla's every move. As she carefully combed Selena's hair, then skillfully pulled it up into a high bun, he felt a pang of guilt when he saw the nape of Selena's slender neck exposed. He quickly looked away, his face involuntarily flushing, as if he had just seen something he shouldn't have. Selena sat before the mirror like a lifeless doll. She still felt that burning gaze. She could feel someone's eyes on her. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.